Introduction to The Bride of Lammermoor. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Gillian Hendrie. The Bride of Lammermoor by Sir Walter Scott. Introduction. The author, on a former occasion, declined giving the real source from which he drew the tragic subject of this history, because, though occurring at a distant period, it might possibly be unpleasing to the feelings of the descendants of the parties. But as he finds an account of the circumstances given in the notes to Law's Memorials, by his ingenious friend Charles Kirkpatrick Sharp, Esquire, and also indicated in his reprint of the Reverend Mr. Simpson's poems, appended to the large description of Galloway, as the original of the Bride of Lammermoor, the author feels himself now at liberty to tell the tale as he had it from connections of his own, who lived very near the period and were closely related to the family of the bride. It is well known that the family of Dalrymple, which has produced, within the space of 2 centuries, as many men of talent, civil and military, and of literary, political, and professional eminence as any house in Scotland, first rose into distinction in the person of James Dalrymple, one of the most eminent lawyers that ever lived, though the labours of his powerful mind were unhappily exercised on a subject so limited as Scottish jurisprudence, on which he has composed an admirable work. He married Margaret, daughter to Ross of Balneel, with whom he obtained a considerable estate. She was an able, politic, and high-minded woman, so successful in what she undertook that the vulgar, no way partial to her husband or her family, imputed her success to necromancy. According to the popular belief, this Dame Margaret purchased the temporal prosperity of her family from the master whom she served under a singular condition, which is thus narrated by the historian of her grandson, the great Earl of Stair. She lived to a great age, and at her death desired that she might not be put under ground, but that her coffin should stand upright on one end of it, promising that while she remained in that situation the Dalrymples should continue to flourish. What was the old lady's motive for the request, or whether she really made such a promise, I shall not take upon me to determine, but it's certain her coffin stands upright in the aisle of the church of Kirkliston, the burial place belonging to her family. The talents of this accomplished race were sufficient to have accounted for the dignities which many members of the family attained, without any supernatural assistance. But their extraordinary prosperity was attended by some equally singular family misfortunes, of which that which befell their eldest daughter was at once unaccountable and melancholy. Miss Janet Dalrymple, daughter of the first Lord Stair and Dame Margaret Ross, had engaged herself without the knowledge of her parents to the Lord Rutherford, who was not acceptable to them either on account of his political principles or his want of fortune. The young couple broke a piece of gold together, and pledged their troth in the most solemn manner, and it is said the young lady imprecated dreadful evils on herself should she break her plighted faith. Shortly after, a suitor who was favoured by Lord Stair, and still more so by his lady, paid his addresses to Miss Dalrymple. The young lady refused the proposal, and being pressed on the subject, confessed her secret engagement. Lady Stair, a woman accustomed to universal submission, for even her husband did not dare to contradict her, treated this objection as a trifle, and insisted upon her daughter yielding her consent to marry the new suitor, David Dunbar, son and heir to David Dunbar of Baldoon, in Wigtonshire. The first lover, a man of very high spirit, then interfered by letter, and insisted on the right he had acquired by his troth plighted with the young lady. Lady Stair sent him for answer that her daughter, sensible of her undutiful behaviour in entering into a contract unsanctioned by her parents, had retracted her unlawful vow, and now refused to fulfil her engagement with him. The lover, in return, declined positively to receive such an answer from any one but his mistress in person, and as she had to deal with a man who was both of a most determined character and of too high condition to be trifled with, Lady Stair was obliged to consent to an interview between Lord Rutherford and her daughter. But she took care to be present in person, and argued the point with the disappointed and incensed lover with pertinacity equal to his own. She particularly insisted on the Levitical law, which declares that a woman shall be free of a vow which her parents dissent from. This is the passage of Scripture she founded on. If a man vow a vow unto the Lord, or swear an oath to bind his soul with a bond, he shall not break his word. He shall do according to all that proceedeth out of his mouth. If a woman also vow a vow unto the Lord, and bind herself by a bond, being in her father's house in her youth, and her father hear her vow, and her bond wherewith she hath bound her soul, and her father shall hold his peace at her, then all her vows shall stand, and every bond wherewith she hath bound her soul shall stand. But if her father disallow her in the day that he heareth, not any of her vows or of her bonds wherewith she hath bound her soul shall stand, and the Lord shall forgive her, because her father disallowed her. Numbers chapter 30, verses 2-5. While the mother insisted on these topics, the lover in vain conjured the daughter to declare her own opinion and feelings. She remained totally overwhelmed, as it seemed, mute, pale, and motionless as a statue. Only at her mother's command, sternly uttered, she summoned strength enough to restore to her plighted suitor the piece of broken gold which was the emblem of her troth. On this he burst forth into a tremendous passion, took leave of the mother with maledictions, and as he left the apartment, turned back to say to his weak, if not fickle, mistress, "For you, madam, you will be a world's wonder," a phrase by which some remarkable degree of calamity is usually implied. He went abroad and returned not again. If the last, Lord Rutherford, was the unfortunate party, he must have been the third who bore that title, and who died in 1685. The marriage betwixt Janet Dalrymple and David Dunbar of Baldoon now went forward, the bride showing no repugnance, but being absolutely passive in everything her mother commanded or advised. On the day of the marriage, which, as was then usual, was celebrated by a great assemblage of friends and relations, she was the same, sad, silent, and resigned, as it seemed, to her destiny. A lady very nearly connected with the family told the author that she had conversed on the subject with one of the brothers of the bride, a mere lad at the time, who had ridden before his sister to church. He said her hand, which lay on his as she held her arm around his waist, was as cold and damp as marble. But full of his new dress and the part he acted in the procession, the circumstance, which he long afterwards remembered with bitter sorrow and compunction, made no impression on him at the time. The bridal feast was followed by dancing. The bride and bridegroom retired as usual, when of a sudden the most wild and piercing cries were heard from the nuptial chamber. It was then the custom, to prevent any coarse pleasantry which old times perhaps admitted, that the key of the nuptial chamber should be entrusted to the bridesman. He was called upon, but refused at first to give it up, till the shrieks became so hideous that he was compelled to hasten with others to learn the cause. On opening the door, they found the bridegroom lying across the threshold, dreadfully wounded, and streaming with blood. The bride was then sought for. She was found in the corner of the large chimney, having no covering save her shift, and that dabbled in gore. There she sat grinning at them, mopping and mowing, as I heard the expression used, in a word, absolutely insane. The only words she spoke were, "Tak up your bonny bridegroom." She survived this horrible scene little more than a fortnight, having been married on the 24th of August, and dying on the 12th of September 1669. The unfortunate Baldoon recovered from his wounds, but sternly prohibited all inquiries respecting the manner in which he had received them. If a lady, he said, asked him any question upon the subject, he would neither answer her nor speak to her again while he lived. If a gentleman, he would consider it as a mortal affront, and demand satisfaction as having received such. He did not very long survive the dreadful catastrophe, having met with a fatal injury by a fall from his horse as he rode between Leith and Holyrood House, of which he died the next day, 28th of March 1682. Thus a few years removed all the principal actors in this frightful tragedy. Various reports went abroad on this mysterious affair, many of them very inaccurate, though they could hardly be said to be exaggerated. It was difficult at that time to become acquainted with the history of a Scottish family above the lower rank, and strange things sometimes took place there, into which even the law did not scrupulously inquire. The credulous Mr. Law says generally that the Lord President Stair had a daughter who, being married, the night she was bride in, was taken from her bridegroom and harrowed through the house, by spirits we are given to understand, and afterwards died. Another daughter, he says, was supposed to be possessed with an evil spirit. My friend Mr. Sharp gives another edition of the tale. According to his information, it was the bridegroom who wounded the bride. The marriage, according to this account, had been against her mother's inclination, who had given her consent in these ominous words: "Weel, ye may marry him, but sair shall ye repent it." I find still another account darkly insinuated in some highly scurrilous and abusive verses, of which I have an original copy. They are docketed as being written upon the late Viscount Stair and his family by Sir William Hamilton of Whitelaw, the marginals by William Dunlop, writer in Edinburgh, a son of the Laird of Househill, and nephew to the said Sir William Hamilton. There was a bitter and personal quarrel and rivalry betwixt the author of this libel, a name which it richly deserves, and Lord President Stair, and the lampoon, which is written with much more malice than art, bears the following motto: Stair's neck, mind, wife, songs, grandson, and the rest, are wry, false, witch, pests, parricide, possessed. This malignant satirist, who calls up all the misfortunes of the family, does not forget the fatal bride of Baldoon. He seems, though his verses are as obscure as unpoetical, to intimate that the violence done to the bridegroom was by the intervention of the foul fiend, to whom the young lady had resigned herself, in case she should break her contract with her first lover. His hypothesis is inconsistent with the account given in the note upon Law's Memorials, but easily reconcilable to the family tradition. In all Stair's offspring we no difference know, they do the females as the males bestow. So he of one of his daughter's marriages gave the ward, like a true vassal to Glenluce's laird. He knew what she did to her master plight, if she her faith to Rutherford should slight, which like his own for greed he broke outright. Nick did Baldoon's posterior right deride, and as first substitute did seize the bride. Whate'er he to his mistress did or said, he threw the bridegroom from the nuptial bed. Into the chimney did so his rival maul, his bruised bones ne'er were cured but by the fall. One of the marginal notes ascribed to William Dunlop applies to the above lines. She had betrothed herself to Lord Rutherford, under horrid imprecations, and afterwards married Baldoon, his nephew, and her mother was the cause of her breach of faith. The same tragedy is alluded to in the following couplet and note: What train of curses that base brood pursues, when the young nephew weds old uncle's spouse. The note on the word uncle explains it as meaning Rutherford, who should have married the Lady Baldoon, was Baldoon's uncle. The poetry of this satire on Lord Stair and his family was, as already noticed, written by Sir William Hamilton of Whitelaw, a rival of Lord Stair for the situation of President of the Court of Session, a person much inferior to that great lawyer in talents, and equally ill-treated by the calumny or just satire of his contemporaries, as an unjust and partial judge. Some of the notes are by that curious and laborious antiquary, Robert Milne, who, as a virulent Jacobite, willingly lent a hand to blacken the family of Stair. Another poet of the period, with a very different purpose, has left an elegy in which he darkly hints at and bemoans the fate of the ill-starred young person, whose very uncommon calamity Whitelaw, Dunlop, and Milne thought a fitting subject for buffoonery and ribaldry. This bard of milder mood was Andrew Simpson, before the Revolution Minister of Kirkinner in Galloway. and after his expulsion as an Episcopalian, following the humble occupation of a printer in Edinburgh. He furnished the family of Baldoon, with which he appears to have been intimate, with an elegy on the tragic event in their family. In this piece he treats the mournful occasion of the bride's death with mysterious solemnity. The verses bear this title, On the Unexpected Death of the Virtuous Lady Mrs. Janet Dalrymple, Lady Baldoon, younger, and afford us the precise dates of the catastrophe, which could not otherwise have been easily ascertained. Nupta August 12, Domum Ducta August 24, Obit September 12, Sepult September 30, 1669. The form of the elegy is a dialogue betwixt a passenger and a domestic servant. The first, recollecting that he had passed that way lately, and seen all around enlivened by the appearances of mirth and festivity, is desirous to know what had changed so gay a scene into mourning. We preserve the reply of the servant as a specimen of Mr. Simpson's verses, which are not of the first quality. Sir, 'tis truth you've told, we did enjoy great mirth, but now, ah me, our joyful song's turned to an elegy. A virtuous lady, not long since a bride, was to a hopeful plant by marriage tied, and brought home hither. We did all rejoice, even for her sake, but presently our voice was turned to mourning for that little time that she'd enjoy. She waned in her prime, for Atropus with her impartial knife soon cut her thread, and therewithal her life. And for the time we may it well remember, it being in unfortunate September, where we must leave her till the resurrection. 'Tis then the saints enjoy their full perfection. Mr. Simpson also poured forth his elegiac strains upon the fate of the widowed bridegroom, on which subject, after a long and querulous effusion, the poet arrives at the sound conclusion, that if Baldoon had walked on foot, which it seems was his general custom, he would have escaped perishing by a fall from horseback. As the work in which it occurs is so scarce as almost to be unique, and as it gives us the most full account of one of the actors in this tragic tale which we have rehearsed, we will, at the risk of being tedious, insert some short specimens of Mr. Simpson's composition. It is entitled A Funeral Elegy, occasioned by the sad and much lamented death of that worthily respected and very much accomplished gentleman, David Dunbar, younger, of Baldoon, only son and apparent heir to the right worshipful Sir David Dunbar of Baldoon, Knight Baronet. He departed this life on March 28, 1682, having received a bruise by a fall as he was riding the day preceding betwixt Leith and Holyrood House, and was honourably interred in the Abbey Church of Holyrood House on April 4, 1682. Men might, and very justly too, conclude me guilty of the worst ingratitude. Should I be silent, or should I forbear at this sad accident to shed a tear? A tear, said I? Ah, that's a pity thing, a very lean, slight, slender offering, to mean, I'm sure, for me wherewith to attend the unexpected funeral of my friend. A glass of briny tears, charged up to the brim, would be too few for me to shed for him. The poet proceeds to state his intimacy with the deceased, and the constancy of the young man's attendance on public worship, which was regular, and had such effect upon 2 or 3 other that were influenced by his example. So that my muse 'gainst Priscian averse, he, only he, were my parishioners, yea, and my only hearers. He then describes the deceased in person and manners, from which it appears that more accomplishments were expected in the composition of a fine gentleman in ancient than modern times. His body, though not very large or tall, was sprightly, active, yea, and strong withal. His constitution was, if right I've guessed, blood mixed with choler, said to be the best. In's gesture, converse, speech, discourse, attire, he practised that which wise men still admire. Commend and recommend, what's that, you'll say? 'Tis this, he ever choosed the middle way. 'Twixt both the extremes, almost in everything, he did the like, 'tis worth our noticing. Sparing, yet not a niggard, liberal, and yet not lavish or a prodigal. As knowing when to spend and when to spare, and that's a lesson which not many are acquainted with. He bashful was, yet daring, when he saw cause, and yet therein not sparing. familiar yet not common, for he knew to condescend and keep his distance too. He used, and that most commonly, to go on foot. I wish that he had still done so. The affairs of court were unto him well known, and yet meanwhile he slighted not his own. He knew full well how to behave at court, and yet but seldom did thereto resort, but loved the country life, chose to inure himself to pasturage and agriculture, proving, improving, ditching, trenching, draining, viewing, reviewing, and by those means gaining, planting, transplanting, levelling, erecting, walls, chamber houses, terraces, projecting now this, now that device, this draught, that measure, that might advance his profit with his pleasure, quick in his bargains, honest in commerce, just in his dealings, being much adverse from quirks of law, still ready to refer his cause to an honest country arbiter. He was acquainted with cosmography, arithmetic, and modern history, with architecture and such arts as these, which I may call specific sciences, fit for a gentleman, and surely he that knows them not, at least in some degree, may brook the title, but he wants the thing is but a shadow scarce worth noticing. He learned the French, be't spoken to his praise, in very little more than 40 days. Then comes a full burst of woe, in which, instead of saying much himself, the poet informs us what the ancients would have said on such an occasion. A heathen poet, at the news no doubt, would have exclaimed and furiously cried out against the fates, the destinies and stars, what, this the effect of planetary wars? Ye might have seen him rage and rave, yea worse, 'tis very like we might have heard him curse the year, the month, the day, the hour, the place, the company, the wager, and the race, decry all recreations with the names of Isthmian, Pythian, and Olympic games, exclaim against them all, both old and new, both the Nemean and the Lethean too, adjudge all persons under highest pain, always to walk on foot, and then again order all horses to be howd, that we might never more the like adventure see. Supposing our readers have had enough of Mr. Simpson's woe, and finding nothing more in his poem worthy of transcription, we return to the tragic story. It is needless to point out to the intelligent reader that the witchcraft of the mother consisted only in the ascendancy of a powerful mind over a weak and melancholy one, and that the harshness with which she exercised her superiority in a case of delicacy had driven her daughter first to despair, then to frenzy. Accordingly, the author has endeavoured to explain the tragic tale on this principle. Whatever resemblance Lady Ashton may be supposed to possess to the celebrated Dame Margaret Ross, the reader must not suppose that there was any idea of tracing the portrait of the first Lord Viscount Stair in the tricky and mean-spirited Sir William Ashton. Lord Stair, whatever might be his moral qualities, was certainly one of the first statesmen and lawyers of his age. The imaginary castle of Wolf's Crag has been identified by some lover of locality with that of Fast Castle. The author is not competent to judge of the resemblance betwixt the real and imaginary scenes, having never seen Fast Castle except from the sea. But fortalices of this description are found occupying, like ospreys' nests, projecting rocks or promontories in many parts of the eastern coast of Scotland, and the position of Fast Castle seems certainly to resemble that of Wolf's Crag as much as any other, while its vicinity to the mountain ridge of Lammermoor renders the assimilation a probable one. We have only to add that the death of the unfortunate bridegroom by a fall from horseback has been in the novel transferred to the no less unfortunate lover. End of introduction. Chapter 1 of The Bride of Lammermoor. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Gillian Hendrie. The Bride of Lammermoor by Sir Walter Scott. Chapter 1. By calk and keel to win your bread, wi' whig malaries for them wha need, whilk is a gentle trade indeed, to carry the gamberlunzie on. Old Song. Few have been in my secret while I was compiling these narratives, nor is it probable that they will ever become public during the life of their author. Even were that event to happen, I am not ambitious of the honoured distinction, digito monstrari. I confess that, were it safe to cherish such dreams at all, I should more enjoy the thought of remaining behind the curtain unseen, like the ingenious manager of Punch and his wife Joan, and enjoying the astonishment and conjectures of my audience. Then might I, perchance, hear the productions of the obscure Peter Pattison praised by the judicious and admired by the feeling, engrossing the young and attracting even the old, while the critic traced their fame up to some name of literary celebrity, and the question when and by whom these tales were written filled up the pause of conversation in 100 circles and coteries. This I may never enjoy during my lifetime, but farther than this I am certain my vanity should never induce me to aspire. I am too stubborn in habits and too little polished in manners to envy or aspire to the honours assigned to my literary contemporaries. I could not think a whit more highly of myself were I found worthy to come in place as a lion, for a winter in the great metropolis. I could not rise, turn round, and show all my honours, from the shaggy mane to the tufted tail, roar you an't wear any nightingale, and so lie down again like a well-behaved beast of show, and all at the cheap and easy rate of a cup of coffee and a slice of bread and butter as thin as a wafer. And I could ill stomach the fulsome flattery with which the lady of the evening indulges her show monsters on such occasions, as she crams her parrots with sugar plums in order to make them talk before company. I cannot be tempted to come aloft for these marks of distinction, and like imprisoned Samson, I would rather remain, if such must be the alternative, all my life in the mill-house, grinding for my very bread, than be brought forth to make sport for the Philistine lords and ladies. This proceeds from no dislike, real or affected, to the aristocracy of these realms. But they have their place, and I have mine, and like the iron and earthen vessels in the old fable, we can scarce come into collision without my being the sufferer in every sense. It may be otherwise with the sheets which I am now writing. These may be opened and laid aside at pleasure. By amusing themselves with the perusal, the great will excite no false hopes. By neglecting or condemning them, they will inflict no pain. And how seldom can they converse with those whose minds have toiled for their delight, without doing either the one or the other. In the better and wiser tone of feeling which Ovid only expresses in one line to retract in that which follows, I can address these quires. Parve nec invidio, sine me, liber, ibis in urbem. Nor do I join the regret of the illustrious exile that he himself could not in person accompany the volume, which he sent forth to the mart of literature, pleasure, and luxury. Were there not 100 similar instances on record, the rate of my poor friend and schoolfellow, Dick Tinto, would be sufficient to warn me against seeking happiness in the celebrity which attaches itself to a successful cultivator of the fine arts. Dick Tinto, when he wrote himself artist, was wont to derive his origin from the ancient family of Tinto, of that ilk, in Lanarkshire, and occasionally hinted that he had somewhat derogated from his gentle blood in using the pencil for his principal means of support. But if Dick's pedigree was correct, some of his ancestors must have suffered a more heavy declension, since the good man his father executed the necessary, and I trust the honest, but certainly not very distinguished, employment of tailor in ordinary, to the village of Langdurdum in the west. Under his humble roof was Richard born, and to his father's humble trade was Richard, greatly contrary to his inclination, early indentured. Old Mr. Tinto had, however, no reason to congratulate himself upon having compelled the youthful genius of his son to forsake its natural bent. He fared like the schoolboy who attempts to stop with his finger the spout of a water cistern, while the stream, exasperated at this compression, escapes by 1,000 uncalculated spurts, and wets him all over for his pains. Even so fared the senior Tinto, when his hopeful apprentice not only exhausted all the chalk in making sketches upon the shop-board, but even executed several caricatures of his father's best customers, who began loudly to murmur that it was too hard to have their persons deformed by the vestments of the father, and to be at the same time turned into ridicule by the pencil of the son. This led to discredit and loss of practice, until the old tailor, yielding to destiny and to the entreaties of his son, permitted him to attempt his fortune in a line for which he was better qualified. There was about this time, in the village of Langdurdum, a peripatetic brother of the brush, who exercised his vocation sub Jove frigido, the object of admiration of all the boys of the village, but especially to Dick Tinto. The age had not yet adopted, amongst other unworthy retrenchments, that illiberal measure of economy, which, supplying by written characters the lack of symbolical representation, closes one open and easily accessible avenue of instruction and emolument against the students of the fine arts. It was not yet permitted to write upon the plastered doorway of an alehouse, or the suspended sign of an inn, the Old Magpie, or the Saracen's Head, substituting that cold description for the lively effigies of the plumed chatterer or the turbaned frown of the terrific Soldan. That early and more simple age considered alike the necessities of all ranks, and depicted the symbols of good cheer so as to be obvious to all capacities, well judging that a man who could not read a syllable might nevertheless love a pot of good ale as well as his better educated neighbours, or even as the parson himself. Acting upon this liberal principle, publicans as yet hung forth the painted emblems of their calling, and sign painters, if they seldom feasted, did not at least absolutely starve. To a worthy of this decayed profession, as we have already intimated, Dick Tinto became an assistant, and thus, as is not unusual among heaven-born geniuses in this department of the fine arts, began to paint before he had any notion of drawing. His talent for observing nature soon induced him to rectify the errors, and soar above the instructions, of his teacher. He particularly shone in painting horses, that being a favourite sign in the Scottish villages, and in tracing his progress it is beautiful to observe how by degrees he learned to shorten the backs and prolong the legs of these noble animals, until they came to look less like crocodiles and more like nags. Detraction, which always pursues merit with strides proportioned to its advancement, has indeed alleged that Dick once upon a time painted a horse with 5 legs instead of 4. I might have rested his defence upon the licence allowed to that branch of his profession, which, as it permits all sorts of singular and irregular combinations, may be allowed to extend itself so far as to bestow a limb supernumerary on a favourite subject. But the cause of a deceased friend is sacred, and I disdain to bottom it so superficially. I have visited the sign in question, which yet swings exalted in the village of Langdurdum, and I am ready to depone upon the oath that which has been idly mistaken or misrepresented as being the 5th leg of the horse is in fact the tail of that quadruped, and considered with reference to the posture in which he is delineated, forms a circumstance introduced and managed with great and successful though daring art. The nag being represented in a rampant or rearing posture, the tail, which is prolonged till it touches the ground, appears to form a point d'appui, and gives the firmness of a tripod to the figure, without which it would be difficult to conceive, placed as the feet are, how the courser could maintain his ground without tumbling backwards. This bold conception has fortunately fallen into the custody of one by whom it is duly valued, for when Dick, in his more advanced state of proficiency, became dubious of the propriety of so daring a deviation to execute a picture of the publican himself in exchange for this juvenile production, the courteous offer was declined by his judicious employer, who had observed, it seems, that when his ale failed to do its duty in conciliating his guests, one glance at his sign was sure to put them in good humour. It would be foreign to my present purpose to trace the steps by which Dick Tinto improved his touch, and corrected by the rules of art the luxuriance of a fervid imagination. The scales fell from his eyes on viewing the sketches of a contemporary, the Scottish Teniers, as Wilkie has been deservedly styled. He threw down the brush, took up the crayons, and, amid hunger and toil, and suspense and uncertainty, pursued the path of his profession under better auspices than those of his original master. Still, the first rude emanations of his genius, like the nursery rhymes of Pope, could these be recovered, will be dear to the companions of Dick Tinto's youth. There is a tanker and gridiron painted over the door of an obscure change-house in the backwynd of Gandercleugh, but I feel I must tear myself from the subject or dwell on it too long. Amid his wants and struggles, Dick Tinto had recourse, like his brethren, to levying that tax upon the vanity of mankind which he could not extract from their taste and liberality. On a word, he painted portraits. It was in this more advanced state of proficiency, when Dick had soared above his original line of business, and highly disdained any allusion to it, that after having been estranged for several years, we again met in the village of Gandercleugh, I holding my present situation, and Dick painting copies of the human face divine at a guinea per head. This was a small premium, yet, in the first burst of business, it more than sufficed for all Dick's moderate wants, so that he occupied an apartment at the Wallace Inn, cracked his jest with impunity even upon mine host himself, and lived in respect and observance with the chambermaid, ostler, and waiter. Those halcyon days were too serene to last long. When his honour the Laird of Gandercleugh, with his wife and 3 daughters, the minister, the gauger, mine esteemed patron Mr. Jedediah Cleishbotham, and some round dozen of the feuars and farmers, had been consigned to immortality by Tinto's brush, custom began to slacken, and it was impossible to wring more than crowns and half-crowns from the hard hands of the peasants whose ambition led them to Dick's painting-room. Still, though the horizon was overclouded, no storm for some time ensued. Mine host had Christian faith with a lodger, who had been a good paymaster as long as he had the means, and from a portrait of our landlord himself, grouped with his wife and daughters, in the style of Rubens, which suddenly appeared in the best parlour, it was evident that Dick had found some mode of bartering art for the necessities of life. Nothing, however, is more precarious than resources of this nature. It was observed that Dick became in his turn the whetstone of mine host's wit, without venturing either at defence or retaliation, that his easel was transferred to a garret-room, in which there was scarce space for it to stand upright, and that he no longer ventured to join the weekly club, of which he had been once the life and soul. In short, Dick Tinto's friends feared that he had acted like the animal called the sloth, which, having eaten up the last green leaf upon the tree where it has established itself, ends by tumbling down from the top and dying of inanition. I ventured to hint this to Dick, recommended his transferring the exercise of his inestimable talent to some other sphere, and forsaking the common, which he might be said to have eaten bare. "There is an obstacle to my change of residence," said my friend, grasping my hand with a look of solemnity. "A bill due to my landlord, I am afraid," replied I, with heartfelt sympathy, "if any part of my slender means can assist in this emergence." "No, by the soul of Sir Joshua," answered the generous youth, "I will never involve a friend in the consequences of my own misfortune. There is a mode by which I can regain my liberty, and to creep even through a common sewer is better than to remain in prison." I did not perfectly understand what my friend meant. The muse of painting appeared to have failed him, and what other goddess he could invoke in his distress was a mystery to me. We parted, however, without further explanation, and I did not see him until 3 days after, when he summoned me to partake of the foy with which his landlord proposed to regale him ere his departure for Edinburgh. I found Dick in high spirits, whistling while he buckled the small knapsack which contained his colours, brushes, palettes, and clean shirt. That he parted on the best terms with mine host was obvious from the cold beef set forth in the low parlour, flanked by 2 mugs of admirable brown stout, and I own my curiosity was excited concerning the means through which the face of my friend's affairs had been so suddenly improved. I did not suspect Dick of dealing with the devil, and by what earthly means he had extricated himself thus happily, I was at a total loss to conjecture. He perceived my curiosity, and took me by the hand. "My friend," he said, "fain would I conceal even from you the degradation to which it has been necessary to submit in order to accomplish an honourable retreat from Gandercleugh. But what avails attempting to conceal that which must needs betray itself even by its superior excellence? All the village, all the parish, all the world will soon discover to what poverty has reduced Richard Tinto. A sudden thought here struck me. I had observed that our landlord wore, on that memorable morning, a pair of brand new velveteens, instead of his ancient thicksets. "What," said I, drawing my right hand, with the forefinger and thumb pressed together, nimbly from my right haunch to my left shoulder, "you have condescended to resume the paternal arts to which you were first bred? Long stitches, ha, Dick?" He repelled this unlucky conjecture with a frown and a pshaw, indicative of indignant contempt, and leading me into another room, showed me, resting against the wall, the majestic head of Sir William Wallace, grim as when severed from the trunk by the orders of the Edward. The painting was executed on boards of a substantial thickness, and the top decorated with irons, for suspending the honoured effigy upon a signpost. "There," he said, "my friend, stands the honour of Scotland, and my shame. Yet not so, rather the shame of those who, instead of encouraging art in its proper sphere, reduce it to these unbecoming and unworthy extremities." I endeavoured to smooth the ruffled feelings of my misused and indignant friend. I reminded him that he ought not, like the stag in the fable, to despise the quality which had extricated him from difficulties, in which his talents, as a portrait or landscape painter, had been found unavailing. Above all, I praised the execution, as well as conception, of his painting, and reminded him that, far from feeling dishonoured by so superb a specimen of his talents being exposed to the general view of the public, he ought rather to congratulate himself upon the augmentation of his celebrity to which its public exhibition must necessarily give rise. "You are right, my friend, you are right," replied poor Dick, his eye kindling with enthusiasm. "Why should I shun the name of he hesitated for a phrase, an out-of-doors artist? Hogarth has introduced himself in that character in one of his best engravings. Domenichino, or somebody else, in ancient times, Morland in our own, have exercised their talents in this manner. And wherefore limit to the rich and higher classes alone the delight which the exhibition of works of art is calculated to inspire into all classes? Statues are placed in the open air. Why should painting be more niggardly in displaying her masterpieces than her sister sculpture? And yet, my friend, we must part suddenly. The carpenter is coming in an hour to put up the emblem, and truly, with all my philosophy, and your consolatory encouragement to boot, I would rather wish to leave Gandercleugh before that operation commences." We partook of our genial host's parting banquet, and I escorted Dick on his walk to Edinburgh. We parted about a mile from the village, just as we heard the distant cheer of the boys, which accompanied the mounting of the new symbol of the Wallace head. Dick Tinto mended his pace to get out of hearing, so little had either early practice or recent philosophy reconciled him to the character of a sign painter. In Edinburgh, Dick's talents were discovered and appreciated, and he received dinners and hints from several distinguished judges of the fine arts. But these gentlemen dispensed their criticism more willingly than their cash, and Dick thought he needed cash more than criticism. He therefore sought London, the universal mart of talent, and where, as is usual in general marts of most descriptions, much more of each commodity is exposed to sale than can ever find purchasers. Dick, who in serious earnest was supposed to have considerable natural talents for his profession, and whose vain and sanguine disposition never permitted him to doubt for a moment of ultimate success, threw himself headlong into the crowd, which jostled and struggled for notice and preferment. He elbowed others and was elbowed himself, and finally, by dint of intrepidity, fought his way into some notice, painted for the prize at the institution, had pictures at the exhibition at Somerset House, and damned the hanging committee. But poor Dick was doomed to lose the field he fought so gallantly. In the fine arts there is scarce an alternative betwixt distinguished success and absolute failure, and as Dick's zeal and industry were unable to ensure the first, he fell into the distresses which in his condition were the natural consequences of the latter alternative. He was for a time patronised by one or two of those judicious persons who make a virtue of being singular, and of pitching their own opinions against those of the world in matters of taste and criticism. But they soon tired of poor Tinto, and laid him down as a load, upon the principle on which a spoilt child throws away its plaything. Misery, I fear, took him up, and accompanied him to a premature grave, to which he was carried from an obscure lodging in Swallow Street, where he had been dunned by his landlady within doors, and watched by bailiffs without, until death came to his relief. A corner of the Morning Post noticed his death, generously adding that his manner displayed considerable genius, though his style was rather sketchy, and referred to an advertisement which announced that Mr. Varnish, a well-known printseller, had still on hand a very few drawings and paintings by Richard Tinto, Esquire, which those of the nobility and gentry who might wish to complete their collections of modern art were invited to visit without delay. So ended Dick Tinto, a lamentable proof of the great truth that in the fine arts mediocrity is not permitted, and that he who cannot ascend to the very top of the ladder will do well not to put his foot upon it at all. The memory of Tinto is dear to me, from the recollection of the many conversations which we have had together, most of them turning upon my present task. He was delighted with my progress, and talked of an ornamented and illustrated edition, with heads, vignettes, and coul de lampe, all to be designed by his own patriotic and friendly pencil. He prevailed upon an old sergeant of invalids to sit to him in the character of Bothwell, the life-guardsman of Charles II., and the bellman of Gandercleugh in that of David Deans. But while he thus proposed to unite his own powers with mine for the illustration of these narratives, he mixed many a dose of salutary criticism with the panegyrics which my composition was at times so fortunate as to call forth. "Your characters," he said, "my dear Pattison, make too much use of the gob-box. They patter too much," an elegant phraseology which Dick had learned while painting the scenes of an itinerant company of players. "There is nothing in whole pages but mere chat and dialogue." "The ancient philosopher," said I in reply, "was wont to say, 'Speak, that I may know thee.' And how is it possible for an author to introduce his personae dramatis to his readers in a more interesting and effectual manner than by the dialogue in which each is represented as supporting his own appropriate character?" "It is a false conclusion," said Tinto. "I hate it, Peter, as I hate an unfilled can. I grant you, indeed, that speech is a faculty of some value in the intercourse of human affairs, and I will not even insist on the doctrine of that Pythagorean toper who was of opinion that over a bottle speaking spoiled conversation. But I will not allow that a professor of the fine arts has occasion to embody the idea of his scene in language, in order to impress upon the reader its reality and its effect. On the contrary, I will be judged by most of your readers, Peter, should these tales ever become public, whether you have not given us a page of talk for every single idea which 2 words might have communicated, while the posture and manner and incident, accurately drawn, and brought out by appropriate colouring, would have preserved all that was worthy of preservation, and saved these everlasting said he's and said she's, with which it has been your pleasure to encumber your pages." I replied, "That he confounded the operations of the pencil and the pen, that the serene and silent art, as painting has been called by one of our first living poets, necessarily appealed to the eye, because it had not the organs for addressing the ear, whereas poetry, or that species of composition which approached to it, lay under the necessity of doing it absolutely the reverse, and addressed itself to the ear, for the purpose of exciting that interest which it could not attain through the medium of the eye." Dick was not a whit staggered by my argument, which he contended was founded on misrepresentation. "Description," he said, "was to the author of a romance
exactly what drawing and tinting were to a painter. Words were his colours, and if properly employed, could not fail to place the scene which he wished to conjure up as effectually before the mind's eye as the tablet or canvas presents it to the bodily organ. The same rules, he contended, applied to both, and an exuberance of dialogue, in the former case, was a verbose and laborious mode of composition, which went to confound the proper art of fictitious narrative with that of the drama, a widely different species of composition, of which dialogue was the very essence, because all, excepting the language to be made use of, was presented to the eye by the dresses and persons and actions of the performers upon the stage. But as nothing, said Dick, can be more dull than a long narrative written upon the plan of a drama, so where you have approached most near to that species of composition, by indulging in prolonged scenes of mere conversation, the course of your story has become chill and constrained, and you have lost the power of arresting the attention and exciting the imagination, in which, upon other occasions, you may be considered as having succeeded tolerably well. I made my bow in requital of the compliment, which was probably thrown in by way of placebo, and expressed myself willing at least to make one trial of a more straightforward style of composition, in which my actors should do more and say less than in my former attempts of this kind. Dick gave me a patronising and approving nod, and observed that, finding me so docile, he would communicate for the benefit of my muse a subject which he had studied with a view to his own art. The story, he said, was by tradition affirmed to be truth, although, as upwards of 100 years had passed away since the events took place, some doubts upon the accuracy of all the particulars might be reasonably entertained. When Dick Tinto had thus spoken, he rummaged his portfolio for the sketch from which he proposed one day to execute a picture of 14 feet by 8. The sketch, which was cleverly executed, to use the appropriate phrase, represented an ancient hall, fitted up and furnished in what we now call the taste of Queen Elizabeth's age. The light, admitted from the upper part of a high casement, fell upon a female figure of exquisite beauty, who, in an attitude of speechless terror, appeared to watch the issue of a debate betwixt two other persons. The one was a young man, in the Van Dyck dress common to the time of Charles I, who, with an air of indignant pride, testified by the manner in which he raised his head and extended his arm, seemed to be urging a claim of right, rather than of favour, to a lady whose age and some resemblance in their features pointed her out as the mother of the younger female, and who appeared to listen with a mixture of displeasure and impatience. Tinto produced his sketch with an air of mysterious triumph, and gazed upon it as a fond parent looks upon a hopeful child, while he anticipates the future figure he is to make in the world, and the height to which he will raise the honour of his family. He held it at arm's length from me. He held it closer. He placed it upon the top of a chest of drawers, closed the lower shutters of the casement to adjust a downward and favourable light, fell back to the due distance, dragging me after him, shaded his face with his hand, as if to exclude all but the favourite object, and ended by spoiling a child's copybook, which he rolled up so as to serve for the darkened tube of an amateur. I fancy my expressions of enthusiasm had not been in proportion to his own, for he presently exclaimed with vehemence, "Mr. Patterson, I used to think you had an eye in your head." I vindicated my claim to the usual allowance of visual organs. "Yet, on my honour," said Dick, "I would swear you had been born blind, since you have failed at the first glance to discover the subject and meaning of that sketch. I do not mean to praise my own performance, I leave these arts to others. I am sensible of my deficiencies, conscious that my drawing and colouring may be improved by the time I intend to dedicate to the art. But the conception, the expression, the positions, these tell the story to every one who looks at the sketch, and if I can finish the picture without diminution of the original conception, the name of Tinto shall no more be smothered by the mists of envy and intrigue." I replied, "That I admired the sketch exceedingly, but that to understand its full merit, I felt it absolutely necessary to be informed of the subject." "That is the very thing I complain of," answered Tinto. You have accustomed yourself so much to these creeping twilight details of yours, that you are becoming incapable of receiving that instant and vivid flash of conviction which darts on the mind from seeing the happy and expressive combinations of a single scene, and which gathers from the position, attitude, and countenance of the moment, not only the history of the past lives of the personages represented, and the nature of the business on which they are immediately engaged, but lifts even the veil of futurity, and affords a shrewd guess at their future fortunes. In that case, replied I, painting excels the ape of the renowned Gines de Passamont, which only meddled with the past and the present. Nay, she excels that very nature who affords her subject, for I protest to you, Dick, that were I permitted to peep into that Elizabeth chamber and see the persons you have sketched conversing in flesh and blood, I should not be a jot nearer guessing the nature of their business than I am at this moment while looking at your sketch. Only generally, from the languishing look of the young lady, and the care you have taken to present a very handsome leg on the part of the gentleman, I presume there is some reference to a love affair between them."
"Do you really presume to form such a bold conjecture?" said Tinto, "and the indignant earnestness with which you see the man urge his suit, the unresisting and passive despair of the younger female, the stern air of inflexible determination in the elder woman, whose looks express at once consciousness that she is acting wrong, and a firm determination to persist in the course she has adopted." "If her looks express all this, my dear Tinto," replied I, interrupting him, "your pencil rivals the dramatic art of Mr. Puff in the Critic, who crammed a whole complicated sentence into the expressive shake of Lord Burleigh's head." "My good friend Peter," replied Tinto, "I observe you are perfectly incorrigible. However, I have compassion on your dulness, and am unwilling you should be deprived of the pleasure of understanding my picture, and of gaining at the same time a subject for your own pen. You must know, then, last summer, while I was taking sketches on the coast of East Lothian and Berwickshire, I was seduced into the mountains of Lammermoor by the account I received of some remains of antiquity in that district. Those with which I was most struck were the ruins of an ancient castle, in which the Elizabeth chamber, as you call it, once existed. I resided for 2 or 3 days at a farmhouse in the neighbourhood, where the aged goodwife was well acquainted with the history of the castle, and the events which had taken place in it. One of these was of a nature so interesting and singular that my attention was divided between my wish to draw the old ruins in landscape, and to represent in a history piece the singular events which have taken place in it. Here are my notes of the tale," said poor Dick, handing a parcel of loose scraps, partly scratched over with his pencil, partly with his pen, where outlines of caricatures, sketches of turrets, mills, old gables, and dovecots, disputed the ground with his written memoranda. I proceeded, however, to decipher the substance of the manuscript as well as I could, and move it into the following tale, in which, following in part, though not entirely, my friend Tinto's advice, I endeavoured to render my narrative rather descriptive than dramatic. My favourite propensity, however, has at times overcome me, and my persons, like many others in this talking world, speak now and then a great deal more than they act. End of chapter 1. Chapter 2 of The Bride of Lammermoor. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Gillian Hendrie. The Bride of Lammermoor by Sir Walter Scott. Chapter 2. Well, Lord, we have not got that which we have. 'Tis not enough our foes are this time fled, being opposites of such repairing nature. Henry VI, Part 2. In the gorge of a pass or mountain glen, ascending from the fertile plains of East Lothian, there stood in former times an extensive castle, of which only the ruins are now visible. Its ancient proprietors were a race of powerful and warlike Carons, who bore the same name with the castle itself, which was Ravenswood. Their line extended to a remote period of antiquity, and they had intermarried with the Douglases, Humes, Swintons, Hayes,
and other families of power and distinction in the same country. Their history was frequently involved in that of Scotland itself, in whose annals their feats are recorded. The castle of Ravenswood, occupying and in some measure commanding a pass betwixt Berwickshire, or the Merse, as the southeastern province of Scotland is termed, and the Lothians, was of importance both in times of foreign war and domestic discord. It was frequently besieged with ardour and defended with obstinacy, and of course its owners displayed a conspicuous part in story. But their house had its revolutions, like all sublunary things. It became greatly declined from its splendour about the middle of the 17th century, and towards the period of the Revolution the last proprietor of Ravenswood Castle saw himself compelled to part with the ancient family seat, and to remove himself to a lonely and sea-beaten tower, which, situated on the bleak shores between St Abb's Head and the village of Eyemouth, looked out on the lonely and boisterous German Ocean. A black domain of wild pasture land surrounded their new residence, and formed the remains of their property. Lord Ravenswood, the heir of this ruined family, was far from bending his mind to the new condition of life. In the Civil War of 1689 he had espoused the sinking side, and although he had escaped without the forfeiture of life or land, his blood had been attainted and his title abolished. He was now called Lord Ravenswood only in courtesy. This forfeited nobleman inherited the pride and turbulence, though not the fortune, of his house, and as he imputed the final declension of his family to a particular individual, he honoured that person with his full portion of hatred. This was the very man who had now become, by purchase, proprietor of Ravenswood, and the domains of which the heir of the house now stood dispossessed. He was descended of a family much less ancient than that of Lord Ravenswood, and which had only risen to wealth and political importance during the great civil wars. He himself had been bred to the bar, and had held high offices in the state, maintaining through life the character of a skilful fisher in the troubled waters of a state divided by factions and governed by delegated authority, and of one who contrived to amass considerable sums of money in a country where there was but little to be gathered, and who equally knew the value of wealth and the various means of augmenting it and using it as an engine of increasing his power and influence. Thus qualified and gifted, he was a dangerous antagonist to the fierce and imprudent Ravenswood. Whether he had given him good cause for the enmity with which the Baron regarded him was a point on which men spoke differently. Some said the quarrel arose merely from the vindictive spirit and envy of Lord Ravenswood, who could not patiently behold another, though by just and fair purchase, become the proprietor of the estate and castle of his forefathers. But the greater part of the public, prone to slander the wealthy in their absence as to flatter them in their presence, held a less charitable opinion. They said that the Lord Keeper, for to this height Sir William Ashton had ascended, had, previous to the final purchase of the estate of Ravenswood, been concerned in extensive pecuniary transactions with the former proprietor, and rather intimating what was probable than affirming anything positively, they asked which party was likely to have the advantage in stating and enforcing the claims arising out of these complicated affairs, and more than hinted the advantages which the cool lawyer and able politician must necessarily possess over the hot, fiery, and imprudent character whom he had involved in legal toils and pecuniary snares. The character of the times aggravated these suspicions. In those days there was no king in Israel. Since the departure of James VI to assume the richer and more powerful crown of England, there had existed in Scotland contending parties, formed among the aristocracy, by whom, as their intrigues at the court of St James's chanced to prevail, the delegated powers of sovereignty were alternately swayed. The evils attending upon this system of government resembled those which afflict the tenants of an Irish estate, the property of an absentee. There was no supreme power, claiming and possessing a general interest with the community at large, to whom the oppressed might appeal from subordinate tyranny, either for justice or for mercy. Let a monarch be as indolent, as selfish, as much disposed to arbitrary power as he will,
Still, in a free country, his own interests are so clearly connected with those of the public at large, and the evil consequences to his own authority are so obvious and imminent when a different course is pursued, that common policy, as well as common feeling, point to the equal distribution of justice, and to the establishment of the throne in righteousness. Thus even sovereigns remarkable for usurpation and tyranny have been found rigorous in the administration of justice among their subjects, in cases where their own power and passions were not compromised. It is very different when the powers of sovereignty are delegated to the head of an aristocratic faction, rivalled and pressed closely in the race of ambition by an adverse leader. His brief and precarious enjoyment of power must be employed in rewarding his partisans, in extending his influence, in oppressing and crushing his adversaries. Even Abu Hassan, the most disinterested of all viceroys, forgot not, during his caliphate of one day, to send a douceur of 1,000 pieces of gold to his own household, and the Scottish vicegerents, raised to the power by the strength of their faction, failed not to embrace the same means of rewarding them. The administration of justice, in particular, was infected by the most gross partiality. A case of importance scarcely occurred in which there was not some ground for bias or partiality on the part of the judges, who were so little able to withstand the temptation that the adage, "Show me the man, and I will show you the law," became as prevalent as it was scandalous. One corruption led the way to others still more gross and profligate. The judge who lent his sacred authority in one case to support a friend, and in another to crush an enemy, and whose decisions were founded on family connections or political relations, could not be supposed inaccessible to direct personal motives, and the purse of the wealthy was too often believed to be thrown into the scale to weigh down the cause of the poor litigant. The subordinate officers of the law affected little scruple concerning bribery. Pieces of plate and bags of money were sent in presents to the King's Council to influence their conduct, and poured forth, says a contemporary writer, like billets of wood upon their floors, without even the decency of concealment. In such times it was not over uncharitable to suppose that the statesman practised in courts of law, and a powerful member of a triumphant cabal, might find and use means of advantage over his less skilful and less favoured adversary. And if it had been supposed that Sir William Ashton's conscience had been too delicate to profit by these advantages, it was believed that his ambition and desire of extending his wealth and consequence found as strong a stimulus in the exhortations of his lady as the daring aim of Macbeth in the days of yore. Lady Ashton was of a family more distinguished than that of her lord, an advantage which she did not fail to use to the uttermost in maintaining and extending her husband's influence over others, and, unless she was greatly belied, her own over him. She had been beautiful, and was stately and majestic in her appearance. Endowed by nature with strong powers and violent passions, experience had taught her to employ the one and to conceal, if not to moderate, the other. She was a severe and strict observer of the external forms, at least, of devotion. Her hospitality was splendid, even to ostentation. Her address and manners, agreeable to the pattern most valued in Scotland at the period, were grave, dignified, and severely regulated by the rules of etiquette. Her character had always been beyond the breath of slander, and yet, with all these qualities to excite respect, Lady Ashton was seldom mentioned in the terms of love or affection. Interest, the interest of her family if not her own, seemed too obviously the motive of her actions, and where this is the case, the sharp judging and malignant public are not easily imposed upon by outward show. It was seen and ascertained that in her most graceful courtesies and compliments Lady Ashton no more lost sight of her object than the falcon in his airy wheel turns his quick eyes from his destined quarry, and hence something of doubt and suspicion qualified the feelings with which her equals received her attentions. With her inferiors these feelings were mingled with fear, an impression useful to her purposes, so far as it enforced ready compliance with her requests and implicit obedience to her commands, but detrimental, because it cannot exist with affection or regard. Even her husband, it is said, upon whose fortunes her talents and address had produced such emphatic influence, regarded her with respectful awe rather than confiding attachment, and report said there were times when he considered his grandeur as dearly purchased at the expense of domestic thraldom. Of this, however, much might be suspected, but little could be accurately known. Lady Ashton regarded the honour of her husband as her own, and was well aware how much that would suffer in the public eye should he appear a vassal to his wife. In all her arguments his opinion was quoted as infallible, his taste was appealed to, and his sentiments received with the air of deference which a dutiful wife might seem to owe to a husband of Sir William Ashton's rank and character. But there was something under all this which rung false and hollow, and to those who watched this couple with close and perhaps malicious scrutiny, it seemed evident that in the haughtiness of a firmer character, higher birth, and more decided views of aggrandisement, the lady looked with some contempt on her husband, and that he regarded her with jealous fear rather than with love or admiration. Still, however, the leading and favourite interests of Sir William Ashton and his lady were the same, and they failed not to work in concert, although without cordiality, and to testify, in all exterior circumstances, that respect for each other which they were aware was necessary to secure that of the public. Their union was crowned with several children, of whom 3 survived. One, the eldest son, was absent on his travels, the second, a girl of 17, and the third, a boy about 3 years younger, resided with their parents in Edinburgh during the sessions of the Scottish Parliament and Privy Council, at other times in the old Gothic castle of Ravenswood, to which the Lord Keeper had made large additions in the style of the 17th century. Alan Lord Ravenswood, the late proprietor of that ancient mansion and the large estate annexed to it, continued for some time to wage ineffectual war with his successor concerning various points to which their former transactions had given rise, and which were successively determined in favour of the wealthy and powerful competitor, until death closed the litigation by summoning Ravenswood to a higher bar. The thread of life, which had been long wasting, gave way during a fit of violent and impotent fury, with which he was assailed on receiving the news of the loss of a cause, founded perhaps rather in equity than in law, the last which he had maintained against his powerful antagonist. His son witnessed his dying agonies, and heard the curses which he breathed against his adversary, as if they had conveyed to him a legacy of vengeance. Other circumstances happened to exacerbate a passion which was and had long been a prevalent vice in the Scottish disposition. It was a November morning, and the cliffs which overlooked the ocean were hung with thick and heavy mist, when the portals of the ancient and half-ruinous tower, in which Lord Ravenswood had spent the last and troubled years of his life, opened, that his mortal remains might pass forward to an abode yet more dreary and lonely. The pomp of attendance, to which the deceased had in his latter years been a stranger, was revived as he was about to be consigned to the realms of forgetfulness. Banner after banner, with the various devices and coats of this ancient family and its connections, followed each other in mournful procession from under the low-browed archway of the courtyard. The principal gentry of the country attended in the deepest mourning, and tempered the pace of their long train of horses to the solemn march befitting the occasion. Trumpets, with banners of crape attached to them, sent forth their long and melancholy notes to regulate the movements of the procession. An immense train of inferior mourners and menials closed the rear, which had not yet issued from the castle gate when the van had reached the chapel where the body was to be deposited. Contrary to the custom, and even to the law of the time, the body was met by a priest of the Scottish Episcopal Communion, arrayed in his surplice, and prepared to read over the coffin of the deceased the funeral service of the church. Such had been the desire of Lord Ravenswood in his last illness, and it was readily complied with by the Tory gentlemen, or cavaliers as they affected to style themselves, in which faction most of his kinsmen were enrolled. The Presbyterian Church Judicatory of the Bounds, considering the ceremony as a bravading insult upon their authority, had applied to the Lord Keeper as the nearest Privy Councillor for a warrant to prevent its being carried into effect, so that, when the clergyman had opened his prayer book,
An officer of the law, supported by some armed men, commanded him to be silent. An insult which fired the whole assembly with indignation was particularly and instantly resented by the only son of the deceased, Edgar, popularly called the Master of Ravenswood, a youth of about 20 years of age. He clapped his hand on his sword, and bidding the official person to desist at his peril from farther interruption, commanded the clergyman to proceed. The man attempted to enforce his commission, but as 100 swords at once glittered in the air, he contented himself with protesting against the violence which had been offered to him in the execution of his duty, and stood aloof, a sullen and moody spectator at the ceremonial, muttering as one who should say, "You'll rue the day that clogs me with this answer." The scene was worthy of an artist's pencil. Under the very arch of the house of death, the clergyman, affrighted at the scene, and trembling for his own safety, hastily and unwillingly rehearsed the solemn service of the church, and spoke dust to dust and ashes to ashes over ruined pride and decayed prosperity. Around stood the relations of the deceased, their countenances more in anger than in sorrow, and the drawn swords which they brandished forming a violent contrast with their deep mourning habits. In the countenance of the young man alone, resentment seemed for the moment overpowered by the deep agony with which he beheld his nearest and almost his only friend consigned to the tomb of his ancestry. A relative observed him turn deadly pale, when, all rites being now duly observed, it became the duty of the chief mourner to lower down into the charnel vault, where mouldering coffins showed their tattered velvet and decayed plating, the head of the corpse which was to be their partner in corruption. He stepped to the youth and offered his assistance, which by a mute motion Edgar Ravenswood rejected. Firmly and without a tear he performed that last duty. The stone was laid on the sepulchre, the door of the aisle was locked, and the youth took possession of its massive key. As the crowd left the chapel, he paused on the steps which led to its Gothic chancel. "Gentlemen and friends," he said, "you have this day done no common duty to the body of your deceased kinsman. The rites of due observance, which in other countries are allowed as the due of the meanest Christian, would this day have been denied to the body of your relative, not certainly sprung of the meanest house in Scotland, had it not been assured to him by your courage. Others bury their dead in sorrow and tears, in silence and in reverence. Our funeral rites are marred by the intrusion of bailiffs and ruffians, and our grief, the grief due to our departed friend, is chased from our cheeks by the glow of just indignation. But it is well that I know from what quiver this arrow has come forth. It was only he that dug the grave who could have the mean cruelty to disturb the obsequies. And Heaven do as much to me and more, if I requite not to this man and his house the ruin and disgrace he has brought on me and mine." A numerous part of the assembly applauded this speech as the spirited expression of just resentment, but the more cool and judicious regretted that it had been uttered. The fortunes of the heir of Ravenswood were too low to brave the farther hostility which they imagined these open expressions of resentment must necessarily provoke. Their apprehensions, however, proved groundless, at least in the immediate consequences of this affair. The mourners returned to the Tower, there, according to a custom but recently abolished in Scotland, to carouse deep healths for the memory of the deceased, to make the house of sorrow ring with sounds of joviality and debauch, and to diminish, by the expense of a large and profuse entertainment, the limited revenues of the heir of him whose funeral they thus strangely honoured. It was the custom, however, and on the present occasion it was fully observed. The tables swam in wine, the populace feasted in the courtyard, the yeomen in the kitchen and buttery, and 2 years' rent of Ravenswood's remaining property hardly defrayed the charge of the funeral revel. The wine did its office on all but the Master of Ravenswood, a title which he still retained, though forfeiture had attached to that of his father. He, while passing around the cup which he himself did not taste, soon listened to 1,000 exclamations against the Lord Keeper, and passionate protestations of attachment to himself and to the honour of his house. He listened with dark and sullen brow
to ebullitions which he considered justly as equally evanescent with the crimson bubbles on the drink of the goblet, or at least with the vapours which its contents excited in the brains of the revellers around him. When the last flask was emptied, they took their leave with deep protestations, to be forgotten on the morrow, if indeed those who made them should not think it necessary for their safety to make a more solemn retraction. Accepting their adieus with an air of contempt which he could scarce conceal, Ravenswood at length beheld his ruinous habitation cleared of their confluence of riotous guests, and returned to the deserted hall, which now appeared doubly lonely from the cessation of that clamour to which it had so lately echoed. But its space was peopled by phantoms, which the imagination of the young heir conjured up before him: the tarnished honour and degraded fortunes of his house, the destruction of his own hopes, and the triumph of that family by whom they had been ruined. To a mind naturally of a gloomy cast, here was ample room for meditation, and the musings of young Ravenswood were deep and unwitnessed. The peasant who shows the ruins of the tower, which still crown the beetling cliff, and behold the war of the waves, though no more tenanted save by the sea-mew and cormorant, even yet affirms that on this fatal night the Master of Ravenswood, by the bitter exclamations of his despair, evoked some evil fiend, under whose malignant influence the future tissue of incidents was woven. Alas! what fiend can suggest more desperate counsels than those adopted under the guidance of our own violent and unresisted passions? End of Chapter 2. Chapter 3. Of the Bride of Lammermoor. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Gillian Hendrie. The Bride of Lammermoor by Sir Walter Scott. Chapter 3. Over gods forbode, then said the king, that thou shouldst shoot at me. William Bell, Climb the Clew, etc. On the morning after the funeral, the legal officer, whose authority had been found insufficient to effect an interruption of the funeral solemnities of the late Lord Ravenswood, hastened to state before the keeper of resistance which he had met with in the execution of his office. The statesman was seated in a spacious library, once a banqueting room in the old castle of Ravenswood, as was evident from the armorial insignia still displayed on the carved roof, which was vaulted with Spanish chestnut, and on the stained glass of the casement, through which gleamed a dim yet rich light on the long rows of shelves, bending under the weight of legal commentators and monkish historians, whose ponderous volumes formed the chief and most valued contents of a Scottish historian library of the period. On the massive oaken table and reading desk lay a confused mass of letters, petitions, and parchments, to toil amongst which was the pleasure at once and the plague of Sir William Ashton's life. His appearance was grave and even noble, well becoming one who held a high office in the state, and it was not save after long and intimate conversation with him upon topics of pressing and personal interest that a stranger could have discovered something vacillating and uncertain in his resolutions, an infirmity of purpose, arising from a cautious and timid disposition, which, as he was conscious of its internal influence on his mind, he was, from pride as well as policy, most anxious to conceal from others. He listened with great apparent composure to an exaggerated account of the tumult which had taken place at the funeral, of the contempt thrown on his own authority, and that of the Church and State, nor did he seem moved even by the faithful report of the insulting and threatening language which had been uttered by young Ravenswood and others, and obviously directed against himself. He heard also what the man had been able to collect in a very distorted and aggravated shape of the toasts which had been drunk and the menaces uttered at the subsequent entertainment. In fine, he made careful notes of all these particulars, and of the names of the persons by whom, in case of need, an accusation, founded upon these violent proceedings, could be witnessed and made good, and dismissed his informer, secure that he was now master of the remaining fortune, and even of the personal liberty, of young Ravenswood. When the door had closed upon the officer of the law,
The Lord Keeper remained for a moment in deep meditation. Then, starting from his seat, paced the apartment as one about to take a sudden and energetic resolution. "Young Ravenswood," he muttered, "is now mine. He is my own. He has placed himself in my hand, and he shall bend or break. I have not forgot the determined and dogged obstinacy with which his father fought every point to the last, resisted every effort at compromise, embroiled me in lawsuits, and attempted to assail my character when he could not otherwise impugn my rights. This boy he has left behind him, this Edgar, this hot-headed, hare-brained fool, has wrecked his vessel before she has cleared the harbour. I must see that he gains no advantage of some turning tide which may again float him off. These memoranda, properly stated to the Privy Council, cannot but be construed into an aggravated riot, in which the dignity both of the civil and ecclesiastical authorities stands committed. A heavy fine might be imposed. An order for committing him to Edinburgh or Blackness Castle seems not improper. Even a charge of treason might be laid on many of these words and expressions, though God forbid I should prosecute the matter to that extent. No, I will not. I will not touch his life, even if it should be in my power. And yet, if he lives till a change of times, what follows? Restitution, perhaps revenge. I knew Athole promised his interest to old Ravenswood, and here is his son already bandying and making a faction by his own contemptible influence. What a ready tool he would be for the use of those who are watching the downfall of our administration." While these thoughts were agitating the mind of the wily statesman, and while he was persuading himself that his own interest and safety, as well as those of his friends and party, depended on using the present advantage to the uttermost against young Ravenswood, the Lord Keeper sat down to the desk, and proceeded to draw up, for the information of the Privy Council, an account of the disorderly proceedings, which, in contempt of his warrant, had taken place at the funeral of Lord Ravenswood. The names of most of the parties concerned, as well as the fact itself, would, he was well aware, sound odiously in the ears of his colleagues in administration, and most likely instigate them to make an example of young Ravenswood, at least in terrorem. It was a point of delicacy, however, to select such expressions as might infer the young man's culpability, without seeming directly to urge it, which, on the part of Sir William Ashton, his father's ancient antagonist, could not but appear odious and invidious. While he was in the act of composition, labouring to find words which might indicate Edgar Ravenswood to be the cause of the uproar, without specifically making such a charge, Sir William, in a pause of his task, chanced, in looking upward, to see the crest of the family for whose heir he was whetting the arrows and disposing the toils of the law, carved upon one of the corbeilles from which the vaulted roof of the apartment sprung. It was a black bull's head, with the legend, "I bide my time," and the occasion upon which it was adopted mingled itself singularly and impressively with the subject of his present reflections. It was said by a constant tradition that a Melisius de Ravenswood had, in the 13th century, been deprived of his castle and lands by a powerful usurper, who had for a while enjoyed his spoils in quiet. At length, on the eve of a costly banquet, Ravenswood, who had watched his opportunity, introduced himself into the castle with a small band of faithful retainers. The serving of the expected feast was impatiently looked for by the guests, and clamorously demanded by the temporary master of the castle. Ravenswood, who had assumed the disguise of a sewer upon the occasion, answered in a stern voice, "I bide my time," and at the same moment a bull's head, the ancient symbol of death, was placed upon the table. The explosion of the conspiracy took place upon the signal, and the usurper and his followers were put to death. Perhaps there was something in this still known and often repeated story, which came immediately home to the breast and conscience of the Lord Keeper, for, putting from him the paper on which he had begun his report, and carefully locking the memoranda which he had prepared into a cabinet which stood beside him, he proceeded to walk abroad, as if for the purpose of collecting his ideas, and reflecting farther on the consequences of the step which he was about to take, ere yet they became inevitable. In passing through a large Gothic anteroom, Sir William Ashton heard the sound of his daughter's lute.
Music, when the performers are concealed, affects us with a pleasure mingled with surprise, and reminds us of the natural concert of birds among the leafy bowers. The statesman, though little accustomed to give way to emotions of this natural and simple class, was still a man and a father. He stopped, therefore, and listened, while the silver tones of Lucy Ashton's voice mingled with the accompaniment in an ancient air, to which some one had adapted the following words: "Look not thou on beauties charming, sit thou still when kings are arming. Taste not when the wine-cup glistens, speak not when the people listens. Stop thine ear against the singer, from the red gold keep thy finger. Vacant heart and hand and eye, easy live and quiet die." The sounds ceased, and the keeper entered his daughter's apartment. The words she had chosen seemed particularly adapted to her character, for Lucy Ashton's exquisitely beautiful, yet somewhat girlish features were formed to express peace of mind, serenity, and indifference to the tinsel of worldly pleasure. Her locks, which were of shadowy gold, divided on a brow of exquisite whiteness, like a gleam of broken and pallid sunshine upon a hill of snow. The expression of the countenance was in the last degree gentle, soft, timid, and feminine, and seemed rather to shrink from the most casual look of a stranger than to court his admiration. Something there was of a Madonna cast, perhaps the result of delicate health, and of residence in a family where the dispositions of the inmates were fiercer, more active and energetic than her own. Yet her passiveness of disposition was by no means owing to an indifferent or unfeeling mind. Left to the impulse of her own taste and feelings, Lucy Ashton was peculiarly accessible to those of a romantic cast. Her secret delight was in the old legendary tales of ardent devotion and unalterable affection, checkered as they so often are with strange adventures and supernatural horrors. This was her favoured fairy realm, and here she erected her aerial palaces. But it was only in secret that she laboured at this delusive though delightful architecture. In her retired chamber, or in the woodland tower which she had chosen for her own, and called after her name, she was in fancy distributing the prizes at the tournament, or raining down influence from her eyes on the valiant combatants, or she was wandering in the wilderness with Una, under escort of the generous lion, or she was identifying herself with the simple yet noble-minded Miranda in the Isle of Wonder and Enchantment. But in her exterior relations to things of this world, Lucy willingly received the ruling impulse from those around her. The alternative was, in general, too indifferent to her to render resistance desirable, and she willingly found a motive for decision in the opinion of her friends, which perhaps she might have sought for in vain in her own choice. Every reader must have observed in some family of his acquaintance some individual of a temper soft and yielding, who, mixed with stronger and more ardent minds, is borne along by the will of others, with as little power of opposition as the flower which is flung into a running stream. It usually happens that such a compliant and easy disposition, which resigns itself without murmur to the guidance of others, becomes the darling of those to whose inclinations its own seem to be offered, in ungrudging and ready sacrifice. This was eminently the case with Lucy Ashton. Her politic, wary, and worldly father felt for her an affection the strength of which sometimes surprised him into an unusual emotion. Her elder brother, who trod the path of ambition with a haughtier step than his father, had also more of human affection. A soldier, and in a dissolute age, he preferred his sister Lucy even to pleasure and to military preferment and distinction. Her younger brother, at an age when trifles chiefly occupied his mind, made her the confidant of all his pleasures and anxieties, his success in field sports, and his quarrels with his tutor and instructors. To these details, however trivial, Lucy lent patient and not indifferent attention. They moved and interested Henry, and that was enough to secure her ear. Her mother alone did not feel that distinguished and predominating affection with which the rest of the family cherished Lucy. She regarded what she termed her daughter's want of spirit as a decided mark that the more plebeian sport of her father predominated in Lucy's veins, and used to call her in derision her Lammermoor shepherdess. To dislike so gentle and inoffensive a being was impossible, but Lady Ashton preferred her eldest son, on whom she descended a large portion of her own ambitious and undaunted disposition, to a daughter whose softness of temper seemed allied to feebleness of mind. Her eldest son was the more partially beloved by his mother, because, contrary to the usual custom of Scottish families of distinction, he had been named after the head of the house. "My Sholto," she said, "will support the untarnished honour of his maternal house, and elevate and support that of his father. Poor Lucy is unfit for courts or crowded halls. Some country laird must be her husband, rich enough to supply her with every comfort, without an effort on her own part, so that she may have nothing to shed a tear for but the tender apprehension lest he may break his neck in a fox chase. It was not so, however, that our house was raised, nor is it so that it can be fortified and augmented. The Lord Keeper's dignity is yet new. It must be borne as if we were used to its weight, worthy of it, and prompt to assert and maintain it. Before ancient authorities men bend from customary and hereditary deference. In our presence they will stand erect, unless they are compelled to prostrate themselves. A daughter fit for the sheepfold or the cloister is ill qualified to exact respect where it is yielded with reluctance, and since heaven refused us a third boy, Lucy should have held a character fit to supply his place. The hour will be a happy one which disposes her hand in marriage to some one whose energy is greater than her own, or whose ambition is of as low an order." So meditated a mother to whom the qualities of her children's hearts, as well as the prospect of their domestic happiness, seemed light in comparison to their rank and temporal greatness. But like many a parent of hot and impatient character, she was mistaken in estimating the feelings of her daughter, who, under a semblance of extreme indifference, nourished the germ of those passions which sometimes spring up in one night, like the gourd of the prophet, and astonish the observer by their unexpected ardour and intensity. In fact, Lucy's sentiments seemed chill because nothing had occurred to interest or awaken them. Her life had hitherto flowed on in a uniform and gentle tenor, and happy for her, had not its present smoothness of current resembled that of the stream as it glides downwards to the waterfall. "So, Lucy," said her father, entering as her song was ended, "does your musical philosopher teach you to condemn the world before you know it? That is surely something premature. Or did you but speak according to the fashion of fair maidens, who are always to hold the pleasures of life in contempt till they are pressed upon them by the address of some gentle knight?" Lucy blushed, disclaimed any inference respecting her own choice being drawn from her selection of a song, and readily laid aside her instrument at her father's request that she would attend him in his walk. A large and well-wooded park, or rather chase, stretched along the hill behind the castle, which, occupying, as we have noticed, a pass ascending from the plain, seemed built in its very gorge to defend the forest ground which arose behind it in shaggy majesty. Into this romantic region the father and daughter proceeded, arm in arm, by a noble avenue overarched by embowering elms, beneath which groups of the fallow deer were seen to stray in distant perspective. As they paced slowly on, admiring the different points of view for which Sir William Ashton, notwithstanding the nature of his usual avocations, had considerable taste and feeling, they were overtaken by the forester, or park keeper, who, intent on sylvan sport, was proceeding with his crossbow over his arm, and a hound led in leash by his boy, into the interior of the wood. "Going to shoot us a piece of venison, Norman?" said his master, as he returned the woodman's salutation. "So, your honour, and that I am. Will it please you to see the sport?" "Oh, no," said his lordship, after looking at his daughter, whose colour fled at the idea of seeing the deer shot, although, had her father expressed his wish that they should accompany Norman, it was probable she would not even have hinted her reluctance. The forester shrugged his shoulders. "It was a disheartening thing," he said, "when none of the gentles came down to see the sport. He hoped Captain Sholto would be soon hame, or he might shut up his shop entirely, for Mr. Harry was kept sae close wi' his Latin nonsense, that though his will was very good to be in the wood from morning till night, there would be a hopeful lad lost, and no making a man of him.
It was not so, he had heard, in Lord Ravenswood's time. When a buck was to be killed, man and mother's son ran to see, and when the deer fell, the knife was always presented to the knight, and he never gave less than $1 for the compliment. And there was Edgar Ravenswood, master of Ravenswood that is now. When he goes up to the wood, there hasna been a better hunter since Tristram's time. When Sir Edgar hods out, down goes the deer, faith. But he lost all sense of woodcraft on this side of the hill. There was much in this harangue highly displeasing to the Lord Keeper's feelings. He could not help observing that his menial despised him, almost avowedly, for not possessing that taste for sport which in those times was deemed the natural and indispensable attribute of a real gentleman. But the master of the game is, in all country houses, a man of great importance, and entitled to use considerable freedom of speech. Sir William therefore only smiled and replied, he had something else to think upon to-day than killing deer. Meantime, taking out his purse, he gave the ranger $1 for his encouragement. The fellow received it as the waiter of a fashionable hotel receives double his proper fee from the hands of a country gentleman. That is, with a smile, in which pleasure at the gift is mingled with contempt for the ignorance of the donor. Your honour is the bad paymaster, he said, who pays before it is done. What would you do were I to miss the buck after you have paid me my wood fee? I suppose, said the keeper, smiling, you would hardly guess what I mean were I to tell you of a condictio in debiti. Not I, on my soul. I guess it is some law phrase, but sue a beggar, and your honour knows what follows. Well, but I will be just with you, and if bow and brach fail not, you shall have a piece of game 2 fingers fat on the brisket. As he was about to go off, his master again called him, and asked, as if by accident, whether the master of Ravenswood was actually so brave a man and so good a shooter as the world spoke him. Brave? Brave enough, I warrant you, answered Norman. I was in the wood at Tyningham, when there was a sort of gallants hunting with my lord. On my soul, there was a buck turned to bay made us all stand back. A stout old Trojan of the first head, 10-tined branches, and a brow as broad as e'er a bullock's. Egad, he dashed at the old lord, and there would have been inlake among the perage, if the master had not whipped roundly in, and hamstrung him with his cutlass. He was but 16 then, bless his heart. And is he as ready with the gun as with the couteau? Said Sir William. He'll strike this silver $1 out from between my finger and thumb at 80 yards, and I'll hold it out for a gold merk. What more would you have of eye, hand, lead, and gunpowder? Oh, no more to be wished, certainly, said the Lord Keeper. But we keep you from your sport, Norman. Good morrow, good Norman. And humming his rustic roundelay, the yeoman went on his road, the sound of his rough voice gradually dying away as the distance betwixt them increased. The monk must rise when the matins ring, the abbot may sleep to their chime, but the yeoman must start when the bugles sing. 'Tis time, my heart, 'tis time. There's bucks and rays and bill hope braes, there's a hert on Shortwood Shaw, but a lily white doe when the garden goes, she's fairly worth them all. Has this fellow, said the Lord Keeper, when the yeoman's song had died on the wind, ever served the Ravenswood people, that he seems so much interested in them? I suppose you know, Lucy, for you make it a point of conscience to record the special history of every boor about the castle. I am not quite so faithful a chronicler, my dear father, but I believe that Norman once served here while a boy, and before he went to Leadington, whence you hired him. But if you want to know anything of the former family, old Alice is the best authority. And what should I have to do with them, pray, Lucy? Said her father, or with their history or accomplishments? Nay, I do not know, sir, only that you were asking questions of Norman about young Ravenswood. Pshaw, child, replied her father, yet immediately added, and who is old Alice? I think you know all the old women in the country. To be sure I do. Or how could I help the old creatures when they are in hard times? And as to old Alice, she is the very empress of old women and queen of gossips, so far as legendary lore is concerned. She is blind, poor old soul, but when she speaks to you, you would think she has some way of looking into your very heart. I am sure I often cover my face or turn it away, for it seems as if she saw one change colour, though she has been blind these 20 years.
She is worth visiting, were it but to say you have seen a blind and paralytic old woman have so much acuteness of perception and dignity of manners. I assure you she might be a countess from her language and behaviour. Come, you must go to see Alice. We are not a quarter of a mile from her cottage."
"All this, my dear," said the Lord Keeper, "is no answer to my question, who this woman is, and what is her connection with the former proprietor's family."
"Oh, it was something of a nouriceship, I believe, and she remained here because her 2 grandsons were engaged in your service. But it was against her will, I fancy, for the poor old creature is always regretting the change of times and of property."
"I am much obliged to her," answered the Lord Keeper. "She and her folk eat my bread and drink my cup, and are lamenting all the while that they are not still under a family which never could do good, either to themselves or anyone else."
"Indeed," replied Lucy, "I am certain you do old Alice injustice. She has nothing mercenary about her, and would not accept a penny in charity if it were to save her from being starved. She is only talkative, like all old folks, when you put them upon stories of their youth, and she speaks about the Ravenswood people because she lived under them so many years. But I am sure she is grateful to you, sir, for your protection, and that she would rather speak to you than to any other person in the whole world beside. Do, sir, come and see old Alice." And with the freedom of an indulged daughter, she dragged the Lord Keeper in the direction she desired. End of Chapter 3. Chapter 4 of The Bride of Lammermoor. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Gillian Hendrie. The Bride of Lammermoor by Sir Walter Scott. Chapter 4. Through tops of the high trees she did descry a little smoke, whose vapour, thin and light, reeking aloft, uprolled to the sky, which cheerful sign did send unto her sight, that in the same did one some living wight. Spenser. Lucy acted as her father's guide, for he was too much engrossed with his political labours, or with society, to be perfectly acquainted with his own extensive domains, and, moreover, was generally an inhabitant of the city of Edinburgh, and she, on the other hand, had with her mother resided the whole summer in Ravenswood, and partly from taste, partly from want of any other amusement, had, by her frequent rambles, learned to know each lane, alley, dingle, or bushy dell, and every bosky burn from side to side. We have said that the Lord Keeper was not indifferent to the beauties of nature, and we add, in justice to him, that he felt them doubly when pointed out by the beautiful, simple, and interesting girl who, hanging on his arm with filial kindness, now called him to admire the size of some ancient oak, and now the unexpected turn where the path, developing its maze from glen or dingle, suddenly reached an eminence commanding an extensive view of the plains beneath them, and then gradually glided away from the prospect to lose itself among rocks and thickets, and guide to scenes of deeper seclusion. It was when pausing on one of those points of extensive and commanding view that Lucy told her father they were close by the cottage of her blind protégée, and on turning from the little hill, a path which led around it, worn by the daily steps of the infirm inmate, brought them in sight of the hut, which, embosomed in a deep and obscure dell, seemed to have been so situated purposely to bear correspondence with the darkened state of its inhabitant. The cottage was situated immediately under a tall rock, which in some measure beetled over it, as if threatening to drop some detached fragment from its brow on the frail tenement beneath. The hut itself was constructed of turf and stones, and rudely roofed over with thatch, much of which was in a dilapidated condition. The thin blue smoke rose from it in a light column, and curled upward along the white face of the incumbent rock, giving the scene a tint of exquisite softness. In a small and rude garden, surrounded by straggling elder bushes, which formed a sort of imperfect hedge, sat near to the beehives, by the produce of which she lived, that woman old, whom Lucy had brought her father hither to visit. Whatever there had been which was disastrous in her fortune, whatever there was miserable in her dwelling, it was easy to judge by the first glance that neither years, poverty, misfortune, nor infirmity had broken the spirit of this remarkable woman. She occupied a turf seat, placed under a weeping birch of unusual magnitude and age, as Judah is represented sitting under her palm tree, with an air at once of majesty and of dejection. Her figure was tall, commanding, and but little bent by the infirmities of old age. Her dress, though that of a peasant, was uncommonly clean, forming in that particular a strong contrast to most of her rank, and was disposed with an attention to neatness, and even to taste, equally unusual. But it was her expression of countenance which chiefly struck the spectator, and induced most persons to address her with a degree of deference and civility very inconsistent with the miserable state of her dwelling, and which, nevertheless, she received with that easy composure which showed she felt it to be her due. She had once been beautiful, but her beauty had been of a bold and masculine cast, such as does not survive the bloom of youth. Yet her features continued to express strong sense, deep reflection, and a character of sober pride, which, as we have already said of her dress, appeared to argue a conscious superiority to those of her own rank. It scarce seemed possible that a face deprived of the advantage of sight could have expressed character so strongly, but her eyes, which were almost totally closed, did not, by the display of their sightless orbs, mar the countenance to which they could add nothing. She seemed in a ruminating posture, soothed perhaps by the murmurs of the busy tribe around her to abstraction, though not to slumber. Lucy undid the latch of the little garden gate, and solicited the old woman's attention. "My father, Alice, is come to see you." "He is welcome, Miss Ashton, and so are you," said the old woman, turning and inclining her head towards the visitors. "This is a fine morning for your beehives, mother," said the Lord Keeper, who, struck with the outward appearance of Alice, was somewhat curious to know if her conversation would correspond with it. "I believe so, my lord," she replied. "I feel the air breathe milder than of late." "You do not," resumed the statesman, "take charge of the bees yourself, mother. How do you manage them?" "By delegates, as kings do their subjects," resumed Alice, "and I am fortunate in a prime minister. Here, baby." She whistled on a small silver call which hung around her neck, and which at that time was sometimes used to summon domestics, and baby, a girl of 15, made her appearance from the hut, not altogether so cleanly arrayed as she would probably have been had Alice had the use of her eyes, but with a greater air of neatness than was upon the whole to have been expected. "Baby," said her mistress, "offer some bread and honey to the Lord Keeper and Miss Ashton. They will excuse your awkwardness if you use cleanliness and dispatch." Baby performed her mistress's command with the grace which was naturally to have been expected, moving to and fro with a lobster-like gesture, her feet and legs tending one way, while her head, turned in a different direction, was fixed in wonder upon the laird, who was more frequently heard of than seen by his tenants and dependants. The bread and honey, however, deposited on a plantain leaf, was offered and accepted in all due courtesy. The Lord Keeper, still retaining the place which he had occupied on the decayed trunk of a fallen tree, looked as if he wished to prolong the interview, but was at a loss how to introduce a suitable subject. "You have been long a resident on this property?" he said after a pause. "It is now nearly 60 years since I first knew Ravenswood," answered the old dame, whose conversation, though perfectly civil and respectful, seemed cautiously limited to the unavoidable and necessary task of replying to Sir William. "You are not, I should judge by your accent, of this country originally," said the Lord Keeper in continuation. "No, I am by birth an Englishwoman." "Yet you seem attached to this country as if it were your own." "It is here," replied the blind woman, "that I have drank the cup of joy and of sorrow which Heaven destined for me. I was here the wife of an upright and affectionate husband for more than 20 years. I was here the mother of 6 promising children. It was here that God deprived me of all these blessings. It was here they died, and yonder by yon ruined chapel they lie all buried. I had no country but theirs while they lived. I have none but theirs now they are no more." "But your house," said the Lord Keeper, looking at it, "is miserably ruinous."
"Do, my dear father," said Lucy, eagerly yet bashfully, catching at the hint, "give orders to make it better, that is, if you think it proper." "It will last my time, my dear Miss Lucy," said the blind woman. "I would not have my lord give himself the least trouble about it." "But," said Lucy, "you once had a much better house, and were rich, and now in your old age to live in this hovel." "It is as good as I deserve, Miss Lucy. If my heart has not broke with what I have suffered, and seen others suffer, it must have been strong enough, and the rest of this old frame has no right to call itself weaker." "You have probably witnessed many changes," said the Lord Keeper, "but your experience must have taught you to expect them." "It has taught me to endure them, my lord," was the reply. "Yet you knew that they must needs arrive in the course of years," said the statesman. "Ay, as I knew that the stump, on or beside which you sit, once a tall and lofty tree, must needs one day fall by decay, or by the axe. Yet I hoped my eyes might not witness the downfall of the tree which overshadowed my dwelling." "Do not suppose," said the Lord Keeper, "that you will lose any interest with me for looking back with regret to the days when another family possessed my estates. You had reason, doubtless, to love them, and I respect your gratitude. I will order some repairs in your cottage, and I hope we shall live to be friends when we know each other better." "Those of my age," returned the dame, "make no new friends. I thank you for your bounty, it is well intended undoubtedly, but I have all I want, and I cannot accept more at your lordship's hand." "Well, then," continued the Lord Keeper, "at least allow me to say, that I look upon you as a woman of sense and education beyond your appearance, and that I hope you will continue to reside on this property of mine, rent-free, for your life." "I hope I shall," said the old dame composedly. "I believe that was made an article in the sale of Ravenswood to your lordship, though such a trifling circumstance may have escaped your recollection." "I remember, I recollect," said his lordship, somewhat confused. "I perceive you are too much attached to your old friends to accept any benefit from their successor." "Far from it, my lord. I am grateful for the benefits which I decline, and I wish I could pay you for offering them, better than what I am now about to say." The Lord Keeper looked at her in some surprise, but said not a word. "My lord," she continued, in an impressive and solemn tone, "take care what you do. You are on the brink of a precipice." "Indeed?" said the Lord Keeper, his mind reverting to the political circumstances of the country. "Has anything come to your knowledge, any plot or conspiracy?" "No, my lord. Those who traffic in such commodities do not call to their counsels the old, blind, and infirm. My warning is of another kind. You have driven matters hard with the house of Ravenswood. Believe a true tale. They are a fierce house, and there is danger in dealing with men when they become desperate." "Tush!" answered the keeper. "What has been between us has been the work of the law, not my doing, and to the law they must look if they would impugn my proceedings." "Ay, but they may think otherwise, and take the law into their own hand when they fail of other means of redress." "What mean you?" said the Lord Keeper. "Young Ravenswood would not have recourse to personal violence." "God forbid I should say so. I know nothing of the youth but what is honourable and open. Honourable and open, said I? I should have added free, generous, noble. But he is still a Ravenswood, and may bide his time. Remember the fate of Sir George Lockhart." The Lord Keeper started as she called to his recollection a tragedy so deep and so recent. The old woman proceeded.
Chiesley, who did the deed, was a relative of Lord Ravenswood. In the hall of Ravenswood, in my presence and in that of others, he avowed publicly his determination to do the cruelty which he afterwards committed. I could not keep silence, though to speak it ill became my station. "You are devising a dreadful crime," I said, "for which you must reckon before the judgment seat." Never shall I forget his look as he replied, "I must reckon then for many things, and will reckon for this also. Therefore, I may well say, beware of pressing a desperate man with the hand of authority. There is blood of Chiesley in the veins of Ravenswood, and one drop of it were enough to fire him in the circumstances in which he is placed. I say, beware of him." The old dame had, either intentionally or by accident, harped aright the fear of the Lord Keeper. The desperate and dark resource of private assassination, so familiar to a Scottish baron in former times, had even in the present age been too frequently resorted to under the pressure of unusual temptation, or where the mind of the actor was prepared for such a crime. Sir William Ashton was aware of this, as also that young Ravenswood had received injuries sufficient to prompt him to that sort of revenge, which becomes a frequent though fearful consequence of the partial administration of justice. He endeavoured to disguise from Alice the nature of the apprehensions which he entertained, but so ineffectually that a person even of less penetration than nature had endowed her with must necessarily have been aware that the subject lay near his bosom. His voice was changed in its accent as he replied to her, "That the Master of Ravenswood was a man of honour, and were it otherwise, that the fate of Chiesley of Dalry was a sufficient warning to any one who should dare to assume the office of avenger of his own imaginary wrongs." And having hastily uttered these expressions, he rose and left the place, without waiting for a reply. End of chapter 4.
Chapter 5 of The Bride of Lammermoor. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Gillian Hendrie. The Bride of Lammermoor by Sir Walter Scott. Chapter 5. Is she a Capulet? O dear account, my life is my foe's debt. Shakespeare. The Lord Keeper walked for nearly a quarter of a mile in profound silence. His daughter, naturally timid, and bred up in those ideas of filial awe and implicit obedience which were inculcated upon the youth of that period, did not venture to interrupt his meditations. "Why do you look so pale, Lucy?" said her father, turning suddenly round and breaking silence. According to the ideas of the time, which did not permit a young woman to offer her sentiments on any subject of importance unless required to do so, Lucy was bound to appear ignorant of the meaning of all that had passed betwixt Alice and her father, and imputed the emotion he had observed to the fear of the wild cattle which grazed in that part of the extensive chase through which they were now walking. Of these animals, the descendants of the savage herds which anciently roamed free in the Caledonian forests, it was formerly a point of state to preserve a few in the parks of the Scottish nobility. Specimens continued within the memory of man to be kept at least at 3 houses of distinction, Hamilton namely, Drumlanrig, and Cumbernauld. They had degenerated from the ancient race in size and strength, if we are to judge from the accounts of old chronicles, and from the formidable remains frequently discovered in bogs and morasses when drained and laid open. The bull had lost the shaggy honours of his mane, and the race was small and light made, in colour a dingy white, or rather a pale yellow, with black horns and hoofs. They retained, however, in some measure the ferocity of their ancestry, could not be domesticated on account of their antipathy to the human race, and were often dangerous if approached unguardedly, or wantonly disturbed. It was this last reason which has occasioned their being extirpated at the places we have mentioned, where probably they would otherwise have been retained as appropriate inhabitants of a Scottish woodland, and fit tenants for a baronial forest. A few, if I mistake not, are still preserved at Chillingham Castle, in Northumberland, the seat of the Earl of Tankerville. It was to her finding herself in the vicinity of a group of 3 or 4 of these animals that Lucy thought proper to impute those signs of fear which had arisen in her countenance for a different reason. For she had been familiarized with the appearance of the wild cattle during her walks in the chase, and it was not then, as it may be now, a necessary part of a young lady's demeanour to indulge in causeless tremors of the nerves. On the present occasion, however, she speedily found cause for real terror. Lucy had scarcely replied to her father in the words we have mentioned, and he was just about to rebuke her supposed timidity, when a bull, stimulated either by the scarlet colour of Miss Ashton's mantle, or by one of those fits of capricious ferocity to which their dispositions are liable, detached himself suddenly from the group which was feeding at the upper extremity of a grassy glade, that seemed to lose itself among the crossing and entangled boughs. The animal approached the intruders on his pasture ground, at first slowly, pawing the ground with his hoof, bellowing from time to time, and tearing up the sand with his horns, as if to lash himself up to rage and violence. The Lord Keeper, who observed the animal's demeanour, was aware that he was about to become mischievous, and drawing his daughter's arm under his own, began to walk fast along the avenue, in hopes to get out of his sight and his reach. This was the most injudicious course he could have adopted, for, encouraged by the appearance of flight, the bull began to pursue them at full speed. Assailed by a danger so imminent, firmer courage than that of the Lord Keeper might have given way. But paternal tenderness, love strong as death, sustained him. He continued to support and drag onward his daughter, until, her fears altogether depriving her of the power of flight, she sunk down by his side, and when he could no longer assist her to escape, he turned round and placed himself betwixt her and the raging animal, which, advancing in full career, its brutal fury enhanced by the rapidity of the pursuit, was now within a few yards of them. The Lord Keeper had no weapons. His age and gravity dispensed even with the usual appendage of a walking sword, could such appendage have availed him anything. It seemed inevitable that the father or daughter, or both, should have fallen victims to the impending danger, when a shot from the neighbouring thicket arrested the progress of the animal. He was so truly struck between the junction of the spine with the skull, that the wound, which in any other part of his body might scarce have impeded his career, proved instantly fatal. Stumbling forward with a hideous bellow, the progressive force of his previous motion, rather than any operation of his limbs, carried him up to within 3 yards of the astonished Lord Keeper, where he rolled on the ground, his limbs darkened with the black death sweat, and quivering with the last convulsions of muscular motion. Lucy lay senseless on the ground, insensible of the wonderful deliverance which she had experienced. Her father was almost equally stupefied. So rapid and unexpected had been the transition from the horrid death which seemed inevitable to perfect security. He gazed on the animal, terrible even in death, with a species of mute and confused astonishment, which did not permit him distinctly to understand what had taken place. And so inaccurate was his consciousness of what had passed, that he might have supposed the bull had been arrested in its career by a thunderbolt, had he not observed among the branches of the thicket the figure of a man with a short gun or musketoon in his hand. This instantly recalled him to a sense of their situation. A glance at his daughter reminded him of the necessity of procuring her assistance. He called to the man, whom he concluded to be one of his foresters, to give immediate attention to Miss Ashton, while he himself hastened to call assistance. The huntsman approached them accordingly, and the Lord Keeper saw he was a stranger, but was too much agitated to make any further remarks. In a few hurried words he directed the shooter, as stronger and more active than himself, to carry the young lady to a neighbouring fountain, while he went back to Alice's hut to procure more aid. The man to whose timely interference they had been so much indebted did not seem inclined to leave his good work half finished. He raised Lucy from the ground in his arms, and conveying her through the glades of the forest by paths with which he seemed well acquainted, stopped not until he laid her in safety by the side of a plentiful and pellucid fountain, which had been once covered in,
screened and decorated with architectural ornaments of a Gothic character. But now the vault which had covered it being broken down and riven, and the Gothic font ruined and demolished, the stream burst forth from the recess of the earth in open day, and winded its way among the broken sculpture and moss-grown stones which lay in confusion around its source. Tradition, always busy, at least in Scotland, to grace with a legendary tale a spot in itself interesting, had ascribed a cause of peculiar veneration to this fountain. A beautiful young lady met one of the lords of Ravenswood while hunting near this spot, and, like a second Egeria, had captivated the affections of the feudal Numa. They met frequently afterwards, and always at sunset, the charms of the nymph's mind completing the conquest which her beauty had begun, and the mystery of the intrigue adding zest to both. She always appeared and disappeared close by the fountain, with which, therefore, her lover judged she had some inexplicable connection. She placed certain restrictions on their intercourse, which also savoured of mystery. They met only once a week, Friday was the appointed day, and she explained to the Lord of Ravenswood that they were under the necessity of separating so soon as the bell of a chapel, belonging to a hermitage in the adjoining wood, now long ruinous, should toll the hour of vespers. In the course of his confession, the Baron of Ravenswood entrusted the hermit with the secret of this singular armour, and Father Zachary drew the necessary and obvious consequence, that his patron was enveloped in the toils of Satan, and in danger of destruction, both to body and soul. He urged these perils to the Baron with all the force of monkish rhetoric, and described in the most frightful colours the real character and person of the apparently lovely Naiad, whom he hesitated not to denounce as a limb of the kingdom of darkness. The lover listened with obstinate incredulity, and it was not until worn out by the obstinacy of the anchoret that he consented to put the state and condition of his mistress to a certain trial, and for that purpose acquiesced in Zachary's proposal, that on their next interview the vespers bell should be rung half an hour later than usual. The hermit maintained and bucklered his opinion by quotations from Malleus Maleficarum, Sprengerus, Remigius, and other learned demonologists, that the evil one, thus seduced to remain behind the appointed hour, would assume her true shape, and having appeared to her terrified lover as a fiend of hell, would vanish from him in a flash of sulphurous lightning. Raymond of Ravenswood acquiesced in the experiment, not incurious concerning the issue, though confident it would disappoint the expectations of the hermit. At the appointed hour the lovers met, and their interview was protracted beyond that at which they usually parted, by the delay of the priest to ring his usual curfew. No change took place upon the nymph's outward form, but as soon as the lengthening shadows made her aware that the usual hour of the vespers chime was past, she tore herself from her lover's arms with a shriek of despair, bid him adieu for ever, and plunging into the fountain, disappeared from his eyes. The bubbles occasioned by her descent were crimsoned with blood as they arose, leading the distracted Baron to infer that his ill-judged curiosity had occasioned the death of this interesting and mysterious being. The remorse which he felt, as well as the recollection of her charms, proved the penance of his future life, which he lost in the Battle of Flodden not many months after. But in memory of his Naiad he had previously ornamented the fountain in which she appeared to reside, and secured its waters from profanation or pollution by the small vaulted building of which the fragments still remained scattered around it. From this period the house of Ravenswood was supposed to have dated its decay. Such was the generally received legend, which some, who would seem wiser than the vulgar, explained as obscurely intimating the fate of a beautiful maid of plebeian rank, the mistress of this Raymond, whom he slew in a fit of jealousy, and whose blood was mingled with the waters of the locked fountain, as it was commonly called. Others imagined that the tale had a more remote origin in the ancient heathen mythology. All, however, agreed that the spot was fatal to the Ravenswood family, and that to drink of the waters of the well, or even approach its brink, was as ominous to a descendant of that house as for a Graham to wear green, a Bruce to kill a spider,
or a St. Clair to cross the Ord on a Monday. It was on this ominous spot that Lucy Ashton first drew breath after her long and almost deadly swoon. Beautiful and pale as the fabulous Naiad in the last agony of separation from her lover, she was seated so as to rest with her back against a part of the ruined wall, while her mantle, dripping with the water which her protector had used profusely to recall her senses, clung to her slender and beautifully proportioned form. The first moment of recollection brought to her mind the danger which had overpowered her senses. The next called to remembrance that of her father. She looked around. He was nowhere to be seen. "My father! My father!" was all that she could ejaculate. "Sir William is safe," answered the voice of a stranger, "perfectly safe, and will be with you instantly." "Are you sure of that?" exclaimed Lucy. "The bull was close by us. Do not stop me. I must go to seek my father." And she rose with that purpose. But her strength was so much exhausted that, far from possessing the power to execute her purpose, she must have fallen against the stone on which she had leant, probably not without sustaining serious injury. The stranger was so near to her that, without actually suffering her to fall, he could not avoid catching her in his arms, which, however, he did with a momentary reluctance, very unusual when youth interposes to prevent beauty from danger. It seemed as if her weight, slight as it was, proved too heavy for her young and athletic assistant, for, without feeling the temptation of detaining her in his arms, even for a single instant, he again placed her on the stone from which she had risen, and, retreating a few steps, repeated hastily, "Sir William Ashton is perfectly safe, and will be here instantly. Do not make yourself anxious on his account. Fate has singularly preserved him. You, madam, are exhausted, and must not think of rising until you have some assistance more suitable than mine." Lucy, whose senses were by this time more effectually collected, was naturally led to look at the stranger with attention. There was nothing in his appearance which should have rendered him unwilling to offer his arm to a young lady who required support, or which could have induced her to refuse his assistance, and she could not help thinking, even in that moment, that he seemed cold and reluctant to offer it. A shooting dress of dark cloth intimated the rank of the wearer, though concealed in part by a large and loose cloak of a dark brown colour. A Montero cap and a black feather drooped over the wearer's brow, and partly concealed his features, which, so far as seen, were dark, regular, and full of majestic, though somewhat sullen, expression. Some secret sorrow, or the brooding spirit of some moody passion, had quenched the light and ingenuous vivacity of youth in a countenance singularly fitted to display both, and it was not easy to gaze upon the stranger without a secret impression either of pity or awe, or at least of doubt and curiosity allied to both. The impression which we have necessarily been long in describing, Lucy felt in the glance of a moment, and had no sooner encountered the keen black eyes of the stranger than her own were bent on the ground with a mixture of bashful embarrassment and fear. Yet there was a necessity to speak, or at least she thought so, and in a fluttered accent she began to mention her wonderful escape, in which she was sure that the stranger must, under heaven, have been her father's protector and her own. He seemed to shrink from her expressions of gratitude, while he replied abruptly, "I leave you, madam." The deep melody of his voice rendered powerful, but not harsh, by something like a severity of tone. "I leave you to the protection of those to whom it is possible you may have this day been a guardian angel." Lucy was surprised at the ambiguity of his language, and with a feeling of artless and unaffected gratitude, began to deprecate the idea of having intended to give her deliverer any offence, as if such a thing had been possible. "I have been unfortunate," she said, "in endeavouring to express my thanks. I am sure it must be so, though I cannot recollect what I said. But would you but stay till my father, till the Lord Keeper, comes, would you only permit him to pay you his thanks, and to inquire your name?" "My name is unnecessary," answered the stranger. "Your father,
I would rather say Sir William Ashton, will learn it soon enough, for all the pleasure it is likely to afford him." "You mistake him," said Lucy earnestly. "He will be grateful for my sake and for his own. You do not know my father, or you are deceiving me with a story of his safety, when he has already fallen a victim to the fury of that animal." When she had caught this idea, she started from the ground and endeavoured to press towards the avenue in which the accident had taken place, while the stranger, though he seemed to hesitate between the desire to assist and the wish to leave her, was obliged, in common humanity, to oppose her both by entreaty and action. "On the word of a gentleman, madam, I tell you the truth. Your father is in perfect safety. You will expose yourself to injury if you venture back where the herd of wild cattle grazed. If you will go—" For having once adopted the idea that her father was still in danger, she pressed forward in spite of him. "If you will go, accept my arm, though I am not perhaps the person who can with most propriety offer you support." But without heeding his intimation, Lucy took him at his word. "Oh, if you be a man," she said, "if you be a gentleman, assist me to find my father. You shall not leave me. You must go with me. He is dying, perhaps, while we are talking here." Then, without listening to excuse or apology, and holding fast by the stranger's arm, though unconscious of anything save the support which it gave, and without which she could not have moved, mixed with a vague feeling of preventing his escape from her, she was urging and almost dragging him forward when Sir William Ashton came up, followed by the female attendant of blind Alice, and by 2 woodcutters, whom he had suffered from their occupation to his assistance. His joy at seeing his daughter safe overcame the surprise with which he would, at another time, have beheld her hanging as familiarly on the arm of a stranger as she might have done upon his own. "Lucy, my dear Lucy, are you safe? Are you well?" were the only words that broke from him as he embraced her in ecstasy. "I am well, sir, thank God, and still more that I see you so. But this gentleman," she said, quitting his arm and shrinking from him, "what must he think of me?" And her eloquent blood, flushing over neck and brow, spoke how much she was ashamed of the freedom with which she had craved, and even compelled, his assistance. "This gentleman," said Sir William Ashton, "will, I trust, not regret the trouble we have given him, when I assure him of the gratitude of the Lord Keeper for the greatest service which one man ever rendered to another. For the life of my child, for my own life, which he has saved by his bravery and presence of mind. He will, I am sure, permit us to request—" "Request nothing of me, my lord," said the stranger in a stern and peremptory tone. "I am the Master of Ravenswood." There was a dead pause of surprise, not unmixed with less pleasant feelings. The Master wrapped himself in his cloak, made a haughty inclination toward Lucy, muttering a few words of courtesy, as indistinctly heard as they seemed to be reluctantly uttered, and turning from them, was immediately lost in the thicket. "The Master of Ravenswood!" said the Lord Keeper, when he had recovered his momentary astonishment. "Hasten after him, stop him, beg him to speak to me for a single moment." The 2 foresters accordingly set off in pursuit of the stranger. They speedily reappeared, and in an embarrassed and awkward manner said the gentleman would not return. The Lord Keeper took one of the fellows aside and questioned him more closely what the Master of Ravenswood had said. "He just said he wouldna come back," said the man, with the caution of a prudent Scotchman, who cared not to be the bearer of an unpleasant errand. "He said something more, sir," said the Lord Keeper, "and I insist on knowing what it was." "Why then, my lord," said the man, looking down, "he said—but it would be nae pleasure to your lordship to hear it, for I dare say the master meant nae ill." "That's none of your concern, sir. I desire to hear the very words." "Weel then," replied the man, "he said, 'Tell Sir William Ashton that the next time he and I foregather, he will not be half sae blithe of our meeting as of our parting.'" "Very well, sir," said the Lord Keeper.
I believe he alludes to a wager we have on our hawks. It is a matter of no consequence." He turned to his daughter, who was by this time so much recovered as to be able to walk home. But the effect which the various recollections connected with a scene so terrific made upon a mind which was susceptible in an extreme degree was more permanent than the injury which her nerves had sustained. Visions of terror, both in sleep and in waking reveries, recalled to her the form of the furious animal, and the dreadful bellow with which he accompanied his career, and it was always the image of the Master of Ravenswood, with his native nobleness of countenance and form, that seemed to interpose betwixt her and assured death. It is perhaps at all times dangerous for a young person to suffer recollection, to dwell repeatedly, and with too much complacency, on the same individual. But in Lucy's situation it was almost unavoidable. She had never happened to see a young man of mien and features so romantic and so striking as young Ravenswood. But had she seen 100 his equals, or his superiors in those particulars, no one else would have been linked to her heart by the strong associations of remembered danger and escape, of gratitude, wonder, and curiosity. I say curiosity, for it is likely that the singularly restrained and unaccommodating manners of the Master of Ravenswood, so much at variance with the natural expression of his features and grace of his deportment, as the excited wonder by the contrast, had their effect in riveting her attention to the recollections. She knew little of Ravenswood, or the disputes which had existed betwixt her father and his, and perhaps could, in her gentleness of mind, hardly have comprehended the angry and bitter passions which they had engendered. But she knew that he was come of noble stem, was poor though descended from the noble and the wealthy, and she felt that she could sympathize with the feelings of a proud mind, which urged him to recoil from the proffered gratitude of the new proprietors of his father's house and domains. Would he have equally shunned their acknowledgments and avoided their intimacy, had her father's request been urged more mildly, less abruptly, and softened with the grace which women so well know how to throw into their manner when they mean to mediate betwixt the headlong passions of the ruder sex? This was a perilous question to ask her own mind, perilous both in the idea and in its consequences. Lucy Ashton, in short, was involved in those mazes of the imagination which are most dangerous to the young and the sensitive. Time, it is true, absence, change of scene, and new faces, might probably have destroyed the illusion in her instance, as it has done in many others, but her residence remained solitary, and her mind without those means of dissipating her pleasing visions. This solitude was chiefly owing to the absence of Lady Ashton, who was at this time in Edinburgh, watching the progress of some state intrigue. The Lord Keeper only received society out of policy or ostentation, and was by nature rather reserved and unsociable, and thus no cavalier appeared to rival or to obscure the ideal picture of chivalrous excellence which Lucy had pictured to herself in the Master of Ravenswood. While Lucy indulged in these dreams, she made frequent visits to old blind Alice, hoping it would be easy to lead her to talk on the subject which at present she had so imprudently admitted to occupy so large a portion of her thoughts. But Alice did not in this particular gratify her wishes and expectations. She spoke readily and with pathetic feeling concerning the family in general, but seemed to observe an especial and cautious silence on the subject of the present representative. The little she said of him was not altogether so favourable as Lucy had anticipated. She hinted that he was of a stern and unforgiving character, more ready to resent than to pardon injuries, and Lucy combined with great alarm the hints which she now dropped of these dangerous qualities with Alice's advice to her father, so emphatically given, to beware of Ravenswood. But that very Ravenswood, of whom such unjust suspicions had been entertained, had almost immediately after they had been uttered confuted them by saving at once her father's life and her own. Had he nourished such black revenge as Alice's dark hints seemed to indicate, no deed of active guilt was necessary to the full gratification of that evil passion.
He needed but to have withheld for an instant his indispensable and effective assistance, and the object of his resentment must have perished, without any direct aggression on his part, by a death equally fearful and certain. She conceived, therefore, that some secret prejudice, or the suspicions incident to age and misfortune, had led Alice to form conclusions injurious to the character, and irreconcilable both with the generous conduct and noble features of the Master of Ravenswood. And in this belief Lucy reposed her hope, and went on weaving her enchanted web of fairy tissue, as beautiful and transient as the film of the gossamer when it is pearled with the mountain dew and glimmering to the sun. Her father, in the meanwhile, as well as the Master of Ravenswood, were making reflections, as frequent though more solid than those of Lucy, upon the singular event which had taken place. The Lord Keeper's first task, when he returned home, was to ascertain by medical advice that his daughter had sustained no injury from the dangerous and alarming situation in which she had been placed. Satisfied on this topic, he proceeded to revise the memoranda which he had taken down from the mouth of the person employed to interrupt the funeral service of the late Lord Ravenswood. Bred to casuistry, and well accustomed to practise the ambidexter ingenuity of the bar, it cost him little trouble to soften the features of the tumult which he had been at first so anxious to exaggerate. He preached to his colleagues of the Privy Council the necessity of using conciliatory measures with young men whose blood and temper were hot, and their experience of life limited. He did not hesitate to attribute some censure to the conduct of the officer, as having been unnecessarily irritating. These were the contents of his public dispatches. The letters which he wrote to those private friends into whose management the matter was likely to fall were of a yet more favourable tenor. He represented that lenity in this case would be equally politic and popular, whereas, considering the high respect with which the rites of interment are regarded in Scotland, any severity exercised against the Master of Ravenswood for protecting those of his father from interruption would be on all sides most unfavourably construed. And finally, assuming the language of a generous and high-spirited man, he made it his particular request that this affair should be passed over without severe notice. He alluded with delicacy to the predicament in which he himself stood with young Ravenswood, as having succeeded in the long train of litigation by which the fortunes of that noble house had been so much reduced, and confessed it would be most peculiarly acceptable to his own feelings could he find in some sort to counterbalance the disadvantages which he had occasioned the family, though only in the prosecution of his just and lawful rights. He therefore made it his particular and personal request that the matter should have no farther consequences, and insinuated a desire that he himself should have the merit of having put a stop to it by his favourable report and intercession. It was particularly remarkable that, contrary to his uniform practice, he made no special communication to Lady Ashton upon the subject of the tumult, and although he mentioned the alarm which Lucy had received from one of the wild cattle, yet he gave no detailed account of an incident so interesting and terrible. There was much surprise among Sir William Ashton's political friends and colleagues on receiving letters of a tenor so unexpected. On comparing notes together, one smiled, one put up his eyebrows, a third nodded acquiescence in the general wonder, and a fourth asked if they were sure these were all the letters the Lord Keeper had written on the subject. "It runs strangely in my mind, my lords, that none of these advices contain the root of the matter." But no secret letters of a contrary nature had been received, although the question seemed to imply the possibility of their existence. "Well," said an old grey-headed statesman, who had contrived, by shifting and trimming, to maintain his post at the steerage through all the changes of course which the vessel had held for 30 years, "I thought Sir William would have verified the old Scottish saying, 'As soon comes a lambskin to market as the auld tups.'" "We must please him after his own fashion," said another, "though it be an unlooked-for one." "A wilful man maun hae his way," answered the old counsellor.
"The keeper will rue this before year and day are out," said a third. "The master of Ravenswood is the lad to wind him a pirn." "Why, what would you do, my lords, with the poor young fellow?" said a noble marquis present. "The Lord Keeper has got all his estates. He has not a cross to bless himself with." On which the ancient Lord Turntippet replied, if he has nae gear to fine, he ha shins to pine. And that was our way before the Revolution. Lucitur cum persona, qui luere non potest cum crumena. Heh, my lords, that's good law Latin. "I can see no motive," replied the Marquis, "that any noble lord can have for urging this matter farther. Let the Lord Keeper have the power to deal in it as he pleases." "Agree, agree. Remit to the Lord Keeper, with any other person for fashion's sake. Lord Hirplehooly, who is bedridden, one to be a quorum. Make your entry in the minutes, Mr. Clerk. And now, my lords, there is that young Scattergood, the Laird of Bucklaw's fine, to be disposed upon. I suppose it goes to my Lord Treasurer?" "Shame be in my meal poke, then," exclaimed the Lord Turntippet, "and your hand aye in the nook of it. I had set that down for a bye-bit between meals for mysell." "To use one of your favourite saws, my lord," replied the Marquis, "you are like the miller's dog, that licks his lips before the bag is untied. The man is not fined yet." "But that costs but twa scarts of a pen," said Lord Turntippet, "and surely there is nae noble lord that will presume to say that I, wha hae complied wi' all compliances, ta'en all manner of tests, adjured all that was to be abjured, and swored all that was to be sworn, for these 30 years bypast, sticking fast by my duty to the state through good report and bad report, shouldna hae something now and then to sign my mouth wi', after sic drouthy work, eh?" "It would be very unreasonable indeed, my lord," replied the Marquis, "had we either thought that your lordship's drought was quenchable, or observed anything stick in your throat that required washing down." And so we close the scene on the Privy Council of that period. End of Chapter 5. Chapter 6 of The Bride of Lammermoor. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Gillian Hendrie. The Bride of Lammermoor by Sir Walter Scott. Chapter 6. For this are all these warriors come, to hear an idle tale, and o'er our death-accustomed arms shall silly tears prevail? Henry Mackenzie. On the evening of the day when the Lord Keeper and his daughter were saved from such imminent peril, two strangers were seated in the most private apartment of a small obscure inn, or rather alehouse, called the Tod's Den, about 3 or 4 miles from the castle of Ravenswood, and about as far from the ruinous tower of Wolf's Crag, betwixt which two places it was situated. One of these strangers was about 40 years of age, tall, and thin in the flanks, with an aquiline nose, dark penetrating eyes, and a shrewd but sinister cast of countenance. The other was about 15 years younger, short, stout, ruddy-faced, and red-haired, with an open, resolute, and cheerful eye, to which careless and fearless freedom and inward daring gave fire and expression, notwithstanding its light grey colour. A stoup of wine, for in those days it was served out from the cask in pewter flagons, was placed on the table, and each had his quaich or bicker before him. But there was little appearance of conviviality. With folded arms and looks of anxious expectation, they eyed each other in silence, each wrapped in his own thoughts, and holding no communication with his neighbour. At length the younger broke silence by exclaiming, "What the foul fiend can detain the master so long? He must have miscarried in his enterprise. Why did you dissuade me from going with him?" "One man is enough to right his own wrong," said the taller and older personage. "We venture our lives for him in coming thus far on such an errand." "You are but a craven after all, Craigengelt," answered the younger.
and that's what many folk have thought you before now." "But what none has dared to tell me," said Craigengelt, laying his hand on the hilt of his sword, "and, but that I hold a hasty man no better than a fool, I would—" He paused for his companion's answer. "Would you?" said the other coolly. "And why do you not then?" Craigengelt drew his cutlass an inch or two, and then returned it with violence into the scabbard. "Because there is a deeper stake to be played for than the lives of 20 hare-brained gulks like you." "You're right there," said his companion, "for if it were not that these forfeitures, and that last fine for the old driveller Turntippet is gaping for, and which I dare say is laid on by this time, have fairly driven me out of house and home, I were a coxcomb and a cuckoo to boot, to trust your fair promises of getting me a commission in the Irish Brigade. What have I to do with the Irish Brigade? I am a plain Scotchman, as my father was before me, and my grand-aunt, Lady Girnington, cannot live for ever." "Ay, Bucklaw," observed Craigengelt, "but she may live for many a long day. And for your father, he had land and living, kept himself close from wadsetters and money-lenders, paid each man his due, and lived on his own." "And whose fault is it that I have not done so too?" said Bucklaw. "Whose but the devil's and yours, and such like as you, that have led me to the far end of a fair estate? And now I shall be obliged, I suppose, to shelter and shift about like yourself, live 1 week upon a line of secret intelligence from Saint-Germain, another upon a report of a rising in the Highlands, get my breakfast and morning draught of sack from old Jacobite ladies, and give them locks of my old wig for the chevalier's hair, second my friend in his quarrel till he comes to the field, and then flinch from him, lest so important a political agent should perish from the way. All this I must do for bread, besides calling myself a captain." "You think you're making a fine speech now," said Craigengelt, "and showing much wit at my expense. Is starving or hanging better than the life I am obliged to lead, because the present fortunes of the king cannot sufficiently support his envoys? Starving is honester, Craigengelt, and hanging is like to be the end on't. But what you mean to make of this poor fellow Ravenswood I know not. He has no money left, any more than I. His lands are all pawned and pledged, and the interest eats up the rents, and is not satisfied. And what do you hope to make by meddling in his affairs?" "Content yourself, Bucklaw. I know my business," replied Craigengelt. "Besides that his name and his father's services in 1689 will make such an acquisition sound well both at Versailles and Saint-Germain. You will also please be informed that the Master of Ravenswood is a very different kind of a young fellow from you. He has parts and address, as well as courage and talents, and will present himself abroad like a young man of head as well as heart, who knows something more than the speed of a horse or the flight of a hawk. I have lost credit of late by bringing over no one that had sense to know more than how to unharbour a stag, or take and reclaim an eyas. The master has education, sense, and penetration." "And yet is not wise enough to escape the tricks of a kidnapper, Craigengelt," replied the younger man. "But don't be angry, you know you will not fight, and so it is as well to leave your hilt in peace and quiet, and tell me in sober guise how you drew the master into your confidence." "By flattering his love of vengeance, Bucklaw," answered Craigengelt. "He has always distrusted me, but I watched my time, and struck while his temper was red hot with the sense of insult and of wrong. He goes now to expostulate, as he says and perhaps thinks, with Sir William Ashton. I say that if they meet, and the lawyer puts him to his defence, the master will kill him, for he had that sparkle in his eye which never deceives you when you would read a man's purpose. At any rate, he will give him such a bullying as will be construed into an assault on a privy councillor. So there will be a total breach betwixt him and government. Scotland will be too hot for him, France will gain him, and we will all set sail together in the French brig L'Espoir, which is hovering for us off Eyemouth." "Content am I," said Bucklaw. "Scotland has little left that I care about,
and if carrying the master with us will get us a better reception in France, why, so be it, in God's name. I doubt our own merits will procure us slender preferment, and I trust he will send a ball through the keeper's head before he joins us. 1 or 2 of these scoundrel statesmen should be shot once a year, just to keep the others on their good behaviour." "That is very true," replied Craigengelt, "and it reminds me that I must go and see that our horses have been fed and are in readiness, for should such deed be done, it will be no time for grass to grow beneath their heels." He proceeded as far as the door, then turned back with a look of earnestness, and said to Bucklaw, "Whatever should come of this business, I am sure you will do me the justice to remember that I said nothing to the master which could imply my accession to any act of violence which he may take it into his head to commit." "No, no, not a single word like accession," replied Bucklaw. "You know too well the risk belonging to these 2 terrible words, art and part." Then, as if to himself, he recited the following lines: "The dial spoke not, but it made shrewd signs, and pointed full upon the stroke of murder." "What is that you're talking to yourself?" said Craigengelt, turning back with some anxiety. "Nothing, only 2 lines I have heard upon the stage," replied his companion. "Bucklaw," said Craigengelt, "I sometimes think you should have been a stage player yourself. All is fancy and frolic with you." "I have often thought so myself," said Bucklaw. "I believe it would be safer than acting with you in the fatal conspiracy. But away, play your own part, and look after the horses like a groom as you are. A play actor, a stage player," he repeated to himself, "that would have deserved a stab, and that Craigengelt's a coward, and yet I should like the profession well enough. Stay, let me see. Aye, I would come out in Alexander. Thus from the grave I rise to save my love. Draw all your swords and quick as lightning move. When I rush on, sure none will dare to stay. 'Tis love commands and glory leads the way." As with a voice of thunder, and his hand upon his sword, Bucklaw repeated the ranting couplets of poor Lee. Craigengelt re-entered with a face of alarm. "We are undone, Bucklaw. The master's led horse has cast himself over his halter in the stable, and is dead lame. His hackney will be set up with the day's work, and now he has no fresh horse. He will never get off." "Egad, there will be no moving with the speed of lightning this bout," said Bucklaw dryly. "But stay, you can give him yours." "What, and be taken myself? I thank you for the proposal," said Craigengelt. "Why," replied Bucklaw, "if the Lord Keeper should have met with a mischance, which for my part I cannot suppose, for the master is not the lad to shoot an old and unarmed man, but if there should have been a fray at the castle, you're neither art nor part in it, you know, so have nothing to fear." "True, true," answered the other, with embarrassment, "but consider my commission from Saint-Germain." "Which many men think is a commission of your own making, noble captain. Well, if you will not give him your horse, why, it, he must have mine." "Yours?" said Craigengelt. "Ay, mine," repeated Bucklaw. "It shall never be said that I agreed to back a gentleman in a little affair of honour, and neither helped him on with it, nor off from it." "You will give him your horse? And have you considered the loss?" "Loss? Why, Grey Gilbert cost me 20 Jacobuses, that's true, but then his hackney is worth something, and his black moor is worth twice as much were he sound. And I know how to handle him. Take a fat sucking mastiff whelp, flay and bowel him, stuff the body full of black and grey snails, roast a reasonable time, and baste with oil of spikenard, saffron, cinnamon, and honey, anoint with the dripping, working it in—" "Yes, Bucklaw, but in the meanwhile, before the sprain is cured, nay, before the whelp is roasted, you will be caught and hung. Depend on it, the chase will be hard after Ravenswood. I wish we had made our place of rendezvous nearer to the coast." "On my faith, then," said Bucklaw, "I had best go off just now, and leave my horse for him. Stay, he comes. I hear a horse's feet." "Are you sure there's only one?" said Craigengelt. "I fear there is a chase. I think I hear 3 or 4 galloping together. I am sure I hear more horses than one. Pooh, pooh, it is the wench of the house clattering to the well in her pattens. By my faith, captain, you should give up both your captainship and your secret service, for you are as easily scared as a wild goose. But here comes the master alone, and looking as gloomy as a night in November." The Master of Ravenswood entered the room accordingly, his cloak muffled around him, his arms folded, his looks stern, and at the same time dejected. He flung his cloak from him as he entered, threw himself upon a chair, and appeared sunk in a profound reverie. "What has happened? What have you done?" was hastily demanded by Craigengelt and Bucklaw in the same moment. "Nothing," was the short and sullen answer. "Nothing? And left us determined to call the old villain to account for all the injuries that you, we, and the country have received at his hand? Have you seen him?" "I have," replied the Master of Ravenswood. "Seen him, and come away without settling scores which have been so long due?" said Bucklaw. "I would not have expected that at the hand of the Master of Ravenswood." "No matter what you expected," replied Ravenswood, "it is not to you, sir, that I shall be disposed to render any reason for my conduct." "Patience, Bucklaw," said Craigengelt, interrupting his companion, who seemed about to make an angry reply. "The master has been interrupted in his purpose by some accident, but he must excuse the anxious curiosity of friends who are devoted to his cause, like you and me." "Friends, Captain Craigengelt?" retorted Ravenswood haughtily. "I am ignorant what familiarity passed betwixt us, to entitle you to use that expression. I think our friendship amounts to this, that we agreed to leave Scotland together so soon as I should have visited the alienated mansion of my fathers, and had an interview with its present possessor. I will not call him proprietor." "Very true, master," answered Bucklaw; "and as we thought you had in mind to do something to put your neck in jeopardy, Craigie and I very courteously agreed to tarry for you, although ours might run some risk in consequence. As to Craigie, indeed, it does not very much signify. He had gallows written on his brow in the hour of his birth. But I should not like to discredit my parentage by coming to such an end in another man's cause." "Gentlemen," said the Master of Ravenswood, "I am sorry if I have occasioned you any inconvenience, but I must claim the right of judging what is best for my own affairs, without rendering explanations to any one. I have altered my mind, and do not design to leave the country this season." "Not to leave the country, master?" exclaimed Craigengelt. "Not to go over, after all the trouble and expense I have incurred, after all the risk of discovery, and the expense of freight and demurrage?" "Sir," replied the Master of Ravenswood, "when I designed to leave this country in this haste, I made use of your obliging offer to procure me means of conveyance, but I do not recollect that I pledged myself to go off if I found occasion to alter my mind. For your trouble on my account I am sorry, and I thank you. Your expense," he added, putting his hand into his pocket, "admits a more solid compensation. Freight and demurrage are matters with which I am unacquainted, Captain Craigengelt, but take my purse and pay yourself according to your own conscience." And accordingly he tendered a purse with some gold in it to the soi-disant captain. But here Bucklaw interposed in his turn. "Your fingers, Craigie, seem to itch for that same piece of green network," said he, "but I make my vow to God, that if they offer to close upon it, I will chop them off with my whinger. Since the master has changed his mind, I suppose we need stay here no longer. But in the first place, I beg leave to tell him—" "Tell him anything you will," said Craigengelt, "if you will first allow me to state the inconveniences to which he will expose himself by quitting our society, to remind him of the obstacles of his remaining here, and of the difficulties attending his proper introduction at Versailles and Saint-Germain, without the countenance of those who have established useful connections." "Besides forfeiting the friendship," said Bucklaw, "of at least one man of spirit and honour." "Gentlemen," said Ravenswood, "permit me once more to assure you that you have been pleased to attach to our temporary connexion more importance than I ever meant that it should have. When I repair to foreign courts, I shall not need the introduction of an intriguing adventurer, nor is it necessary for me to set value on the friendship of a hot-headed bully." With these words, and without waiting for an answer, he left the apartment, remounted his horse, and was heard to ride off. "Morbleu," said Captain Craigengelt, "my recruit is lost." "Ay, Captain," said Bucklaw, "the salmon is off with hook and all, but I will after him, for I have had more of his insolence than I can well digest." Craigengelt offered to accompany him, but Bucklaw replied, "No, no, Captain, keep you the check of the chimney nook till I come back. It's good sleeping in a hale skin. Little kens the auld wife that sits by the fire, how cauld the wind blaws in Hurly-burly Swire." And singing as he went, he left the apartment. End of chapter 6.
Chapter 7 of The Bride of Lammermoor. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Gillian Hendrie. The Bride of Lammermoor by Sir Walter Scott. Chapter 7. Now, Billy Berwick, keep good heart, and off thee talking let me be. But if thou art a man, as I am sure thou art, come over the dyke and fight with me. Old Ballad. The Master of Ravenswood had mounted the ambling hackney which he before rode, on finding the accident which had happened to his led horse, and for the animal's ease was proceeding at a slow pace from the Tod's Den, towards his old tower of Wolf's Crag, when he heard the galloping of a horse behind him, and looking back, perceived that he was pursued by young Bucklaw, who had been delayed a few minutes in the pursuit by the irresistible temptation of giving the hostler at the Tod's Den some recipe for treating the lame horse. This brief delay he had made up by hard galloping, and now overtook the Master where the road traversed a waste moor. "Halt, sir!" cried Bucklaw. "I am no political agent, no Captain Craigengelt, whose life is too important to be hazarded in defence of his honour. I am Frank Haston of Bucklaw, and no man injures me by word, deed, sign, or look, but he must render me an account of it." "This is all very well, Mr. Haston of Bucklaw," replied the Master of Ravenswood, in a tone the most calm and indifferent, "but I have no quarrel with you, and desire to have none. Our roads homeward, as well as our roads through life, lie in different directions. There is no occasion for us crossing each other." "Is there not?" said Bucklaw impetuously. "By heaven! But I say that there is, though. You called us intriguing adventurers." "Be correct in your recollection, Mr. Haston. It was to your companion only I applied that epithet, and you know him to be no better." "And what then? He was my companion for the time, and no man shall insult my companion, right or wrong, while he is in my company." "Then, Mr. Haston," replied Ravenswood with the same composure, "you should choose your society better, or you are like to have much work in your capacity of their champion. Go home, sir, sleep, and have more reason in your wrath to-morrow." "Not so, master. You have mistaken your man. High airs and wise saws shall not carry it off thus. Besides, you termed me bully, and you shall retract the word before we part." "Faith, scarcely," said Ravenswood, "unless you show me better reason for thinking myself mistaken than you are now producing." "Then, master," said Bucklaw, "though I should be sorry to offer it to a man of your quality, if you will not justify your incivility, or retract it, or name a place of meeting, you must here undergo the hard word and the hard blow." "Neither will be necessary," said Ravenswood. "I am satisfied with what I have done to avoid an affair with you. If you are serious, this place will serve as well as another." "Dismount, then, and draw," said Bucklaw, setting him an example. "I always thought and said you were a pretty man,
I should be sorry to report you otherwise." "You shall have no reason, sir," said Ravenswood, alighting and putting himself in a posture of defence. Their swords crossed, and the combat commenced with great spirit on the part of Bucklaw, who was well accustomed to affairs of the kind, and distinguished by address and dexterity at his weapon. In the present case, however, he did not use his skill to advantage, for having lost temper at the cool and contemptuous manner in which the Master of Ravenswood had long refused and at length granted him satisfaction, and urged by his impatience, he adopted the part of an assailant with inconsiderate eagerness. The Master, with equal skill and much greater composure, remained chiefly on the defensive, and even declined to avail himself of one or two advantages afforded him by the eagerness of his adversary. At length, in a desperate lunge, which he followed with an attempt to close, Bucklaw's foot slipped, and he fell on the short grassy turf on which they were fighting. "Take your life, sir," said the Master of Ravenswood, "and mend it if you can." "It would be but a cobbled piece of work, I fear," said Bucklaw, rising slowly and gathering up his sword, much less disconcerted with the issue of the combat than could have been expected from the impetuosity of his temper. "I thank you for my life, master," he pursued. "There is my hand. I bear no ill will to you, either for my bad luck or for your better swordsmanship." The master looked steadily at him for an instant, then extended his hand to him. "Bucklaw," he said, "you are a generous fellow, and I have done you wrong. I heartily ask your pardon for the expression which offended you. It was hastily and incautiously uttered, and I am convinced it is totally misapplied." "Are you indeed, master?" said Bucklaw, his face resuming at once its natural expression of light-hearted carelessness and audacity. "That is more than I expected of you, for, master, men say you are not ready to retract your opinion and your language." "Not when I have well considered them," said the master. "Then you are a little wiser than I am, for I always give my friend satisfaction first and explanation afterwards. If one of us falls, all accounts are settled. If not, men are never so ready for peace as after war. But what does that bawling brat of a boy want?" said Bucklaw. "I wish to heaven he had come a few minutes sooner, and yet it must have been ended some time, and perhaps this way is as well as any other." As he spoke, the boy he mentioned came up, cudgelling an ass on which he was mounted, to the top of its speed, and sending, like one of Ossian's heroes, his voice before him. "Gentlemen, gentlemen, save yourselves! For the goodwife bade us tell you there were folk in her house had ta'en Captain Craigengelt, and were seeking for Bucklaw, and that ye behoved to ride for it." "By my faith, and that's very true, my man," said Bucklaw, "and there's a silver sixpence for your news, and I would give any man twice as much would tell me which way I should ride." "That will I, Bucklaw," said Ravenswood. "Ride home to Wolf's Crag with me. There are places in the old tower where you might lie hid, were 1,000 men to seek you. But that will bring you into trouble yourself, master, and unless you be in the Jacobite scrape already, it is quite needless for me to drag you in." "Not a whit. I have nothing to fear." "Then I will ride with you blithely, for, to say the truth, I do not know the rendezvous that Craigie was to guide us to this night, and I am sure that, if he is taken, he will tell all the truth of me, and 20 lies of you, in order to save himself from the withy." They mounted and rode off in company accordingly, striking off the ordinary road, and holding their way by wild, moorish, unfrequented paths, with which the gentlemen were well acquainted from the exercise of the chase, but through which others would have had much difficulty in tracing their course. They rode for some time in silence, making such haste as the condition of Ravenswood horse permitted, until night having gradually closed around them, they discontinued their speed, both from the difficulty of discovering their path, and from the hope that they were beyond the reach of pursuit or observation. "And now that we have drawn bridle a bit," said Bucklaw, "I would fain ask you a question, master." "Ask and welcome," said Ravenswood, "but forgive not answering it, unless I think proper." "Well, it is simply this," answered his late antagonist. "What, in the name of old Sathan, could make you, who stand so highly on your reputation, Think for a moment of drawing up with such a rogue as Craigengelt, and such a scapegrace as folk call Bucklaw." "Simply because I was desperate, and sought desperate associates." "And what made you break off from us at the nearest?" again demanded Bucklaw. "Because I had changed my mind," said the Master, "and renounced my enterprise, at least for the present. And now that I have answered your questions fairly and frankly, tell me what makes you associate with Craigengelt, so much beneath you both in birth and in spirit." "In plain terms," answered Bucklaw, "because I am a fool, who have gambled away my land in these times. My grand aunt, Lady Girnington, has ta'en a new tack of life, I think, and I could only hope to get something by a change of government. Craigie was a sort of gambling acquaintance. He saw my condition, and, as the devil is always at one's elbow, told me 50 lies about his credentials from Versailles and his interest at Saint-Germain, promised me a captain's commission at Paris, and I have been ass enough to put my thumb under his belt. I dare say by this time he has told a dozen pretty stories of me to the government, and this is what I have got by wine, women, and dice, cocks, dogs, and horses." "Yes, Bucklaw," said the Master, "you have indeed nourished in your bosom the snakes that are now stinging you." "That's home as well as true, Master," replied his companion; "but by your leave, you have nursed in your bosom one great goodly snake that has swallowed all the rest, and is as sure to devour you as my half-dozen are to make a meal on all that's left of Bucklaw, which is but what lies between bonnet and boot-heel. I must not," answered the Master of Ravenswood, "challenge the freedom of speech in which I have set example. What, to speak without a metaphor, do you call this monstrous passion which you charge me with fostering?" "Revenge, my good sir, revenge, which, if it be as gentle manlike a sin as wine and wassail, with their et ceteras, is equally unchristian, and not so bloodless. It is better breaking a park pale to watch a doe or damsel than to shoot an old man." "I deny the purpose," said the Master of Ravenswood. "On my soul, I had no such intention. I meant but to confront the oppressor ere I left my native land, and upbraid him with his tyranny and its consequences. I would have stated my wrongs so that they would have shaken his soul within him." "Yes," answered Bucklaw, "and he would have collared you and cried 'Help!' and then you would have shaken the soul out of him, I suppose. Your very look and manner would have frightened the old man to death." "Consider the provocation," answered Ravenswood; "consider the ruin and death procured and caused by his hard-hearted cruelty. An ancient house destroyed, an affectionate father murdered. Why, in our old Scottish days, he that sat quiet under such wrongs would have been held neither fit to back a friend nor face a foe. Well, master, I am glad to see that the devil deals as cunningly with other folk as he deals with me, for whenever I am about to commit any folly, he persuades me it is the most necessary, gallant, gentlemanlike thing on earth, and I am up to saddle girths in the bog before I see that the ground is soft. And you, master, might have turned out a murd, a homicide, just out of pure respect for your father's memory." "There is more sense in your language, Bucklaw," replied the Master, "than might have been expected from your conduct. It is too true our vices steal upon us in forms outwardly as fair as those of the demons whom the superstitious represent as intriguing with the human race, and are not discovered in their native hideousness until we have clasped them in our arms." "But we may throw them from us, though," said Bucklaw, "and that is what I shall think of doing one of these days, that is, when old Lady Girnington dies." "Did you ever hear the expression of the English divine?" said Ravenswood. "Hell is paved with good intentions," as much as to say, they are more often formed than executed. "Well," replied Bucklaw, "but I will begin this blessed night, and have determined not to drink above 1 quart of wine, unless your claret be of extraordinary quality." "You will find little to tempt you at Wolf's Crag," said the Master. "I know not that I can promise you more than the shelter of my roof. All, and more than all, our stock of wine and provisions was exhausted at the late occasion." long may it be ere provision is needed for the like purpose," answered Bucklaw. "But you should not drink up the last flask at a dirge. There is ill luck in that." "There is ill luck, I think, in whatever belongs to me," said Ravenswood. "But yonder is Wolf's Crag, and whatever it still contains is at your service." The roar of the sea had long announced their approach to the cliffs, on the summit of which, like the nest of some sea-eagle, the founder of the fortalice had perched his eyrie. The pale moon, which had hitherto been contending with flitting clouds, now shone out, and gave them a view of the solitary and naked tower, situated on a projecting cliff that beetled on the German Ocean. On 3 sides the rock was precipitous. On the 4th, which was that towards the land, it had been originally fenced by an artificial ditch and drawbridge, but the latter was broken down and ruinous, and the former had been in part filled up, so as to allow passage for a horseman into the narrow courtyard, encircled on 2 sides with low offices and stables, partly ruinous, and closed on the landward front by a low embattled wall, while the remaining side of the quadrangle was occupied by the tower itself, which, tall and narrow, and built of a greyish stone, stood glimmering in the moonlight like the sheeted spectre of some huge giant. A wilder and more disconsolate dwelling it was perhaps difficult to conceive. The sombrous and heavy sound of the billows, successfully dashing against the rocky beach at a profound distance beneath, was to the ear what the landscape was to the eye, a symbol of unvaried and monotonous melancholy, not unmingled with horror. Although the night was not far advanced, there was no sign of living inhabitant about this forlorn abode, excepting that one and only one of the narrow and stanchioled windows, which appeared at irregular heights and distances in the walls of the building, showed a small glimmer of light. "There," said Ravenswood, "sits the only male domestic that remains to the house of Ravenswood, and it is well that he does remain there, since otherwise we had little hope to find either light or fire. But follow me cautiously. The road is narrow, and admits only one horse in front." In effect, the path led along a kind of isthmus, at the peninsular extremity of which the tower was situated, with that exclusive attention to strength and security, in preference to every circumstance of convenience, which dictated to the Scottish barons the choice of their situations, as well as their style of building. By adopting the cautious mode of approach recommended by the proprietor of this wild hold, they entered the courtyard in safety, but it was long ere the efforts of Ravenswood, though loudly exerted by knocking at the low-browed entrance, and repeated shouts to Caleb to open the gate and admit them, received any answer. "The old man must be departed," he began to say, "or fallen into some fit, for the noise I have made would have waked the 7 sleepers." At length a timid and hesitating voice replied, "Master? Master of Ravenswood, is it you?" "Yes, it is, Caleb. Open the door quickly." "But it is you in very blood and body? For I would sooner face 50 devils as my master's ghaist, or even his wraith. Wherefore, aroint ye, if you are 10 times my master, unless ye come in bodily shape, lith and limb." "It is I, you old fool," answered Ravenswood, "in bodily shape, and alive, save that I am half dead with cold." The light at the upper window disappeared, and glancing from loophole to loophole in slow succession, gave intimation that the bearer was in the act of descending, with great deliberation, a winding staircase occupying one of the turrets which graced the angles of the old tower. The tardiness of his descent extracted some exclamations of impatience from Ravenswood, and several oaths from his less patient and more mercurial companion. Caleb again paused ere he unbolted the door, and once more asked if they were men of mould that demanded entrance at this time of night. "Were I near you, you old fool," said Bucklaw, "I would give you sufficient proofs of my bodily condition." "Open the gate, Caleb," said his master in a more soothing tone, partly from his regard to the ancient and faithful seneschal, partly perhaps because he thought that angry words would be thrown away, so long as Caleb had a stout iron-clenched oaken door betwixt his person and the speaker's. At length Caleb, with a trembling hand, undid the bars, opened the heavy door, and stood before them, exhibiting his thin grey hairs, bald forehead, and sharp high features, illuminated by a quivering lamp which he held in one hand, while he shaded and protected its flame with the other. The timorous, courteous glance which he threw around him, the effect of the partial light upon his white hair and illumined features, might have made a good painting, but our travellers were too impatient for security against the rising storm to permit them to indulge themselves in studying the picturesque. "Is it you, my dear master? Is it you yourself, indeed?" exclaimed the old domestic. "I am wae ye should have stood waiting at your ain gate, but wha would hae thought of seeing ye sae soon, and a strange gentleman with a—" Here he exclaimed apart, as it were, and to some inmate of the tower, in a voice not meant to be heard by those in the court, "Mysie, mysie, woman, stir for dear life, and get the fire mended. Take the old three-legged stool, or ony thing that's readiest, that will make a low. I doubt we are but poorly provided, no expecting ye this some months, when doubtless ye was hae been received conform to your rank, as good right is, but natheless—" "Natheless, Caleb," said the master, "we must have our horses put up, and ourselves too, the best we can. I hope you are not sorry to see me sooner than you expected." "Sorry, my lord? I am sure ye shall aye be my lord wi' honest folk, as your noble ancestors hae been these 300 years, and never asked a Whig's leave. Sorry to see the Lord of Ravenswood at ane of his ain castles." Then again apart to his unseen associate behind the screen, "Mysie, kill the brood hen without thinking twice on it. Let them care that come ahint. No to say it's our best dwelling," he added, turning to Bucklaw, "but just a strength for the Lord of Ravenswood to flee until, that is, no to flee, but to retreat until in troublous times, like the present, when it was ill convenient for him to live farther in the country, in ony of his better and mair principal manners. But for its antiquity, maist folk think that the outside of Wolf's Crag is worthy of a large perusal." "And you are determined we shall have time to make it?" said Ravenswood, somewhat amused with the shifts the old man used to detain them without doors until his confederate Mysie had made her preparations within. "Oh, never mind the outside of the house, my good friend," said Bucklaw. "Let's see the inside, and let our horses see the stable, that's all." "Oh, yes, sir, aye, sir, unquestionably, sir. My lord and ony of his honourable companions. But our horses, my friend, our horses! They will be dead founded by standing here in the cold after riding hard, and mine is too good to be spoiled. Therefore, once more, our horses!" exclaimed Bucklaw. "True, aye, your horses, yes, I will call the grooms." And sturdily did Caleb roar, till the old tower rang again. "John! William! Saunders! The lads are gane out, or sleeping," he observed, after pausing for an answer, which he knew that he had no human chance of receiving. "A' guy's rang when the master's out by. But I'll take care of your cattle mysell." "I think you had better," said Ravenswood; "otherwise I see little chance of their being attended to at all." "Whisht, my lord, whisht, for God's sake," said Caleb in an imploring tone, and apart to his master. "If ye dinna regard your ain credit, think on mine. We'll hae hard eneugh wark to make a decent night o't, wi' a' the lees I can tell." "Well, well, never mind," said his master. "Go to the stable. There is hay and corn, I trust." "Ou, ay, plenty of hay and corn." This was uttered boldly and aloud, and in a lower tone. "There was some half-foos o' aits, and some tets o' meadow hay left after the burial." "Very well," said Ravenswood, taking the lamp from his domestic's unwilling hand. "I will show the stranger upstairs myself."
"I canna think of that, my lord. If ye would but have 5 minutes, or 10 minutes, or at maist a quarter of an hour's patience, and look at the fine moonlight prospect of the Bass and North Berwick Law till I sort the horses, I would marshal ye up, as reason is ye should be marshalled, your lordship and your honourable visitor, and I hae lockit up the cellar candlesticks, and the lamp is not fit.
"It will do very well in the meantime," said Ravenswood, "and you will have no difficulty for want of light in the stable, for, if I recollect, half the roof is off." "Very true, my lord," replied the trusty adherent, and with ready wit instantly added, "and the lazy sclaterloons have never come to put it on all this while, your lordship." "If I were disposed to jest at the calamities of my house," said Ravenswood, as he led the way upstairs, "poor old Caleb would furnish me with ample means. His passion consists in representing things about our miserable menage, not as they are, but as, in his opinion, they ought to be. And to say the truth, I have been often diverted with the poor wretch's expedients to supply what he thought was essential for the credit of the family, and his still more generous apologies for the want of those articles for which his ingenuity could discover no substitute. But though the tower is none of the largest, I shall have some trouble without him to find the apartment in which there is a fire." As he spoke thus, he opened the door of the hall. "Here, at least," he said, "there is neither hearth nor harbour." It was indeed a scene of desolation. A large vaulted room, the beams of which, combined like those of Westminster Hall, were rudely carved at the extremities, remained nearly in the situation in which it had been left after the entertainment at Alan Lord Ravenswood's funeral. Overturned pitchers and blackjacks, and pewter stoups and flagons, still cumbered the large oaken table. Glasses, those more perishable implements of conviviality, many of which had been voluntarily sacrificed by the guests in their enthusiastic pledges to favourite toasts, strewed the stone floor with their fragments. As for the articles of plate, lent for the purpose by friends and kinsfolk, those had been carefully withdrawn so soon as the ostentatious display of festivity, equally unnecessary and strangely timed, had been made and ended. Nothing, in short, remained that indicated wealth. All the signs were those of recent wastefulness and present desolation. The black cloth hangings, which on the late mournful occasion replaced the tattered moth-eaten tapestries, had been partly pulled down, and dangling from the wall in irregular festoons, disclosed the rough stonework of the building, unsmoothed either by plaster or the chisel. The seats thrown down, or left in disorder, intimated the careless confusion which had concluded the mournful revel. "This room," said Ravenswood, holding up the lamp, "this room, Mr. Haston, was riotous when it should have been sad. It is a just retribution that it should now be sad when it ought to be cheerful." They left this disconsolate apartment and went upstairs, where, after opening one or two doors in vain, Ravenswood led the way into a little matted ante-room, in which, to their great joy, they found a tolerably good fire, which Mysie, by some such expedient as Caleb had suggested, had supplied with a reasonable quantity of fuel. Glad at the heart to see more of comfort than the castle had yet seemed to offer, Bucklaw rubbed his hands heartily over the fire, and now listened with more complacency to the apologies which the Master of Ravenswood offered. "Comfort," he said, "I cannot provide for you, for I have it not for myself. It is long since these walls have known it, if indeed they were ever acquainted with it. Shelter and safety, I think, I can promise you." "Excellent matters, master," replied Bucklaw, "and with a mouthful of food and wine, positively all I can require to-night." "I fear," said the master, "your supper will be a poor one. I hear the matter in discussion betwixt Caleb and Mysie. Poor Balderstone is something deaf, among his other accomplishments, so that much of what he means should be spoken aside is overheard by the whole audience, and especially by those from whom he is most anxious to conceal his private manoeuvres. Hark!" They listened, and heard the old domestic's voice in conversation with Mysie, to the following effect: "Just mak the best o't. Mak the best o't, woman. It's easy to put a fair face on onything." "But the auld brood hen, she'll be as chach as bowstrings on bend leather." "Say ye made a mistake, Mysie," replied the faithful seneschal, in a soothing and undertoned voice. "Tak it on yoursell. Never let the credit of the house suffer." "But the brood hen," remonstrated Mysie. "Oh, she's sitting some gate aneath the dice in the hall, and I am feared to gae in the dark for the bogle. And if I didna see the bogle, I could as ill see the hen, for it's pit mirk, and there's no another light in the house, save that very blessed lamp whilk the master has in his ain hand. And if I had the hen, she's to poo and to draw and to dress. How can I do that, and them sitting by the only fire we have?" "Weel, weel, Mysie," said the butler, "bide ye there a wee, and I'll try to get the lamp wiled away frae them." Accordingly, Caleb Balderstone entered the apartment, little aware that so much of his by-play had been audible there. "Well, Caleb, my old friend, is there any chance of supper?" said the Master of Ravenswood. "Chance of supper, your lordship?" said Caleb, with an emphasis of strong scorn at the implied doubt. "How should there be ony question of that, and us in your lordship's house? Chance of supper, indeed! But you'll no be for butcher meat. There's walthy fat poultry, ready either for spit or brander. The fat capon, Mysie," he added, calling out as boldly as if such a thing had been in existence. "Quite unnecessary," said Bucklaw, who deemed himself bound in courtesy to relieve some part of the anxious butler's perplexity. "If you have anything cold, or a morsel of bread—" "The best of bannocks," exclaimed Caleb, much relieved; "and for cauld meat, a' that we hae is cauld eneugh. Howbeit, maist of the cauld meat and pastry was gien to the poor folk after the ceremony of interment, as good reason was. Nevertheless—" "Come, Caleb," said the Master of Ravenswood, "I must cut this matter short. This is the young Laird of Bucklaw. He is under hiding, and therefore, you know—" "He'll be nae nicer than your lordship's honour, I'se warrant," answered Caleb cheerfully, with a nod of intelligence. "I am sorry that the gentleman is under distress, but I am blythe that he canna say muckle agin our housekeeping, for I believe his ain pinches may match ours. No that we are pinched, thank God," he added, retracting the admission which he had made in his first burst of joy, "but nae doubt we are waur aff than we hae been, or should be. And for eating, what signifies telling a lee? There's just the hinder end of the mutton ham that has been but 3 times on the table, and the nearer the bane the sweeter, as your honours weel ken. And there's the heel of the ewe milk kebbuck, wi' a bitty nice butter, and that's a' that's to trust to." And with great alacrity he produced his slender stock of provisions, and placed them with much formality upon a small round table betwixt the two gentlemen, who were not deterred either by the homely quality or limited quantity of the repast from doing it full justice. Caleb, in the meanwhile, waited on them with grave officiousness, as if anxious to make up, by his own respectful assiduity, for the want of all other attendance. But, alas! how little on such occasions can form, however anxiously and scrupulously observed, supply the lack of substantial fare. Bucklaw, who had eagerly eaten a considerable portion of the thrice-sacked mutton ham, now began to demand ale. "I wadna just presume to recommend our ale," said Caleb. "The malt was ill made, and there was awfu' thunner last week. But siccan water as the Tower well has, you'll seldom see, Bucklaw, and that I's engaged for." "But if your ale is bad, you can let us have some wine," said Bucklaw, making a grimace at the mention of the pure element, which Caleb so earnestly recommended. "Wine!" answered Caleb undauntedly. "Eneugh of wine. It was but 2 days syne, wae's me for the cause, there was as much wine drunk in this house as would have floated a pinnace. There never was lack of wine at Wolf's Crag." "Do fetch us some then," said the master, "instead of talking about it." And Caleb boldly departed. Every expended butt in the old cellar did he set atilt, and shake with the desperate expectation of collecting enough of the grounds of claret to fill the large pewter measure which he carried in his hand. Alas! each had been too devoutly drained, and with all the squeezing and manoeuvring which his craft as a butler suggested, he could only collect about half a quart that seemed presentable. Still, however, Caleb was too good a general to renounce the field without a stratagem to cover his retreat. He undauntedly threw down an empty flagon, as if he had stumbled at the entrance of the apartment, called upon Mysie to wipe up the wine that had never been spilt, and placing the other vessel on the table, hoped there was still enough left for their honours. There was indeed, for even Bucklaw, a sworn friend to the grape, found no encouragement to renew his first attack upon the vintage of Wolf's Crag, but contented himself, however reluctantly, with a draught of fair water. Arrangements were now made for his repose, and as the secret chamber was assigned for this purpose, it furnished Caleb with a first-rate and most plausible apology for all deficiencies of furniture, bedding, etc. "For wha," said he, "would have thought of the secret chamber being needed? It has not been used since the time of the Gowrie conspiracy, and I durst never let a woman ken of the entrance to it, or your honour will allow that it would not hae been a secret chamber lang." End of chapter 7.
Chapter 8 of The Bride of Lammermoor. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Gillian Hendrie. The Bride of Lammermoor by Sir Walter Scott. Chapter 8. The hearth in hall was black and dead, no board was dight in bower within, nor merry bowl nor welcome bed. Here's sorry cheer, quoth the heir of Lynn. Old Ballad. The feelings of the prodigal heir of Lynn, as expressed in that excellent old song, when, after dissipating his whole fortune, he found himself the deserted inhabitant of the lonely lodge, might perhaps have some resemblance to those of the Master of Ravenswood in his deserted mansion of Wolf's Crag. The Master, however, had this advantage over the spendthrift in the legend, that, if he was in similar distress, he could not impute it to his own imprudence. His misery had been bequeathed to him by his father, and joined to his high blood and to a title which the courteous might give or the churlish withhold at their pleasure. It was the whole inheritance he had derived from his ancestry. Perhaps this melancholy yet solitary reflection crossed the mind of the unfortunate young nobleman with a breathing of comfort. Favourable to calm reflection as well as to the muses, the morning, while it dispelled the shades of night, had a composing and sedative effect upon the stormy passions by which the Master of Ravenswood had been agitated on the preceding day. He now felt himself able to analyse the different feelings by which he was agitated, and much resolved to combat and to subdue them. The morning, which had arisen calm and bright, gave a pleasant effect even to the waste moorland view, which was seen from the castle on looking to the landward, and the glorious ocean, crisped with 1,000 rippling waves of silver, extended on the other side, in awful yet complacent majesty, to the verge of the horizon. With such scenes of calm sublimity, the human heart sympathizes even in its most disturbed moods, and deeds of honour and virtue are inspired by their majestic influence. To seek out Bucklaw in the retreat which he had afforded him was the first occupation of the Master, after he had performed, with a scrutiny unusually severe, the important task of self-examination. "How now, Bucklaw?" was his morning salutation. "How like you the couch in which the exiled Earl of Angus once slept in security, when he was pursued by the full energy of a king's resentment?" "Umph," returned the sleeper awakened. "I have little to complain of where so great a man was quartered before me, only the mattress was of the hardest, the vault somewhat damp, the rats rather more mutinous than I would have expected from the slate of Caleb's larder, and if there had been shutters to that grated window, or a curtain to the bed, I should think it, upon the whole, an improvement in your accommodations." "It is, to be sure, forlorn enough," said the Master, looking around the small vault, "but if you will rise and leave it, Caleb will endeavour to find you a better breakfast than your supper of last night."
Pray let it be no better, said Bucklaw, getting up and endeavouring to dress himself as well as the obscurity of the place would permit. Let it, I say, be no better, if you mean me to preserve in my proposed reformation. The very recollection of Caleb's beverage has done more to suppress my longing to open the day with a morning draught than 20 sermons would have done. And you, master, have you been able to give battle valiantly to your bosom snake? You see I am in the way of smothering my vipers one by one. I have commenced the battle, at least, Bucklaw, and I have had a fair vision of an angel who descended to my assistance, replied the master. Woe's me, said his guest. No vision can I expect, unless my aunt, Lady Grinnington, should betake herself to the tomb, and then it would be the substance of her heritage, rather than the appearance of her phantom, that I should consider as the support of my good resolutions. But this same breakfast, master, does the deer that is to make the pasty run yet on foot, as the ballad has it? I will inquire into the matter, said his entertainer, and leaving the apartment, he went in search of Caleb, whom, after some difficulty, he found in an obscure sort of dungeon, which had been in former times the buttery of the castle. Here the old man was employed busily in the doubtful task of burnishing a pewter flagon until it should take the hue and semblance of silver plate. I think it may do. I think it might pass, if they winna bring it our muckle in the light of the window, were the ejaculations which he muttered from time to time, as if to encourage himself in his undertaking, when he was interrupted by the voice of his master. Take this, said the master of Ravenswood, and get what is necessary for the family. And with these words he gave to the old butler the purse which had on the previous evening so narrowly escaped the fangs of Craigengelt. The old man shook his silvery and thin locks, and looked with an expression of the most heartfelt anguish at his master, as he weighed in his hand the slender treasure, and said in a sorrowful voice, And is this all that's left? All that is left at present, said the master, affecting more cheerfulness than perhaps he really felt, is just the green purse and the wee pickle gowd, as the old song says, but we shall do better one day, Caleb. Before that day comes, said Caleb, I doubt there will be an end of an auld sang, and an auld serving man to boot. But it doesna become me to speak that gate to your honour, and you looking sae pale. Tak back the purse, and keep it to me making a show before company, for if your honour would just take a bidding, and be whiles taking it out afore folk and putting it up again, there's naebody would refuse us trust for all that's come and gane yet. But, Caleb, said the master, I still intend to leave this country very soon, and desire to do so with the reputation of an honest man, leaving no debt behind me, at least of my own contracting. And good right ye should gang away as a true man, and so ye shall, for auld Caleb can tak the wyte of whatever is ta'en on for the house, and then it will be a' just ae man's burden. And I will live just as weel in the Tolbooth as out of it, and the credit of the family will be all safe and sound. The master endeavoured in vain to make Caleb comprehend that the butler's incurring the responsibility of debts in his own person would rather add to than remove the objections which he had to their being contracted. He spoke to a premier too busy in devising ways and means to puzzle himself with refuting the arguments offered against their justice or expediency. There's Eppie Smotrash will trust us for ale, said Caleb to himself. She has lived all her life under the family, and maybe wi' a soup brandy. I canna say for wine. She is but a lone woman, and gets her claret by a runlet at a time, but I'll work a wee drap out of her by fair means or foul. For dues, there's the ducat. There will be poultry among the tenants, though Lucky Chirnside says she has paid the cane twice ower. We'll mak shift, an it like your honour, we'll mak shift, keep your heart a bun, for the house shall haud its credit, as long as old Caleb is to the fore. The entertainment which the old man's exertions of various kinds enabled him to present to the young gentleman for 3 or 4 days was certainly of no splendid description, but it may readily be believed it was set before no critical guests, and even the distresses, excuses, evasions, and shifts of Caleb afforded amusement to the young men,
and added a sort of interest to the scrambling and irregular style of their table. They had indeed occasion to seize on every circumstance that might serve to diversify or enliven time, which otherwise passed away so heavily. Bucklaw, shut out from his usual field sports and joyous carouses by the necessity of remaining concealed within the walls of the castle, became a joyless and uninteresting companion. When the Master of Ravenswood would no longer fence or play at shovel-board, when he himself had polished to the extremity the coat of his palfrey with brush, currycomb, and haircloth, when he had seen him eat his provender and gently lie down in his stall, he could hardly help envying the animal's apparent acquiescence in a life so monotonous. "The stupid brute," he said, "thinks neither of the race-ground or the hunting-field, or his green paddock at Bucklaw, but enjoys himself as comfortably when haltered to the rack in this ruinous vault as if he had been foaled in it, and I, who have the freedom of a prisoner at large to reign through the dungeons of this wretched old tower, can hardly, betwixt whistling and sleeping, contrive to pass away the hour till dinner-time." And with this disconsolate reflection he wended his way to the bartizan or battlements of the tower, to watch what objects might appear on the distant moor, or to pelt with pebbles and pieces of lime the sea-mews and cormorants which established themselves incautiously within the reach of an idle young man. Ravenswood, with a mind incalculably deeper and more powerful than that of his companion, had his own anxious subjects of reflection, which wrought from him the same unhappiness that sheer ennui and want of occupation inflicted on his companion. The first sight of Lucy Ashton had been less impressive than her image proved to be upon reflection. As the depth and violence of that revengeful passion by which he had been actuated in seeking an interview with the father began to abate by degrees, he looked back on his conduct towards the daughter as harsh and unworthy towards a female of rank and beauty. Her looks of grateful acknowledgment, her words of affectionate courtesy, had been repelled with something which approached to disdain, and if the Master of Ravenswood had sustained wrongs at the hand of Sir William Ashton, his conscience told him they had been unhandsomely resented towards his daughter. When his thoughts took this turn of self-reproach, the recollection of Lucy Ashton's beautiful features, rendered yet more interesting by the circumstances in which their meeting had taken place, made an impression upon his mind at once soothing and painful. The sweetness of her voice, the delicacy of her expressions, the vivid glow of her filial affection, embittered his regret at having repulsed her gratitude with rudeness, while at the same time they placed before his imagination a picture of the most seducing sweetness. Even young Ravenswood's strength of moral feeling and rectitude of purpose at once increased the danger of cherishing these recollections, and the propensity to entertain them. Firmly resolved as he was to subdue, if possible, the predominating vice in his character, he admitted with willingness, nay, he summoned up in his imagination, the ideas by which it could be most powerfully counteracted, and while he did so, a sense of his own harsh conduct towards the daughter of his enemy naturally induced him, as if by way of recompense, to invest her with more of grace and beauty than perhaps she could actually claim. Had any one at this period told the Master of Ravenswood that he had so lately vowed vengeance against the whole lineage of him whom he considered, not unjustly, as author of his father's ruin and death, he might at first have repelled the charge as a foul calumny, yet, upon serious self-examination, he would have been compelled to admit that it had at one period some foundation in truth, though according to the present tone of his sentiments it was difficult to believe that this had really been the case. There already existed in his bosom two contradictory passions: a desire to revenge the death of his father, strangely qualified by admiration of his enemy's daughter. Against the former feeling he had struggled, until it seemed to him upon the wane. Against the latter he used no means of resistance, for he did not suspect its existence. That this was actually the case was chiefly evinced by his resuming his resolution to leave Scotland. Yet, though such was his purpose, he remained day after day at Wolf's Crag,
without taking measures for carrying it into execution. It is true that he had written to one or two kinsmen who resided in a distant quarter of Scotland, and particularly to the Marquis of A, intimating his purpose, and when pressed upon the subject by Bucklaw, he was wont to allege the necessity of waiting for their reply, especially that of the Marquis, before taking so decisive a measure. The Marquis was rich and powerful, and although he was suspected to entertain sentiments unfavourable to the government established at the Revolution, he had nevertheless address enough to head a party in the Scottish Privy Council, connected with the High Church faction in England, and powerful enough to menace those to whom the Lord Keeper adhered with a probable subversion of their power. The consulting with a personage of such importance was a plausible excuse, which Ravenswood used to Bucklaw, and probably to himself, for continuing his residence at Wolf's Crag, and it was rendered yet more so by a general report which began to be current of a probable change of ministers and measures in the Scottish administration. The rumours, strongly asserted by some, and as resolutely denied by others, as their wishes or interest dictated, found their way even to the ruinous tower of Wolf's Crag, chiefly through the medium of Caleb the butler, who, among his other excellencies, was an ardent politician, and seldom made an excursion from the old fortress to the neighbouring village of Wolf's Hope without bringing back what tidings were current in the vicinity. But if Bucklaw could not offer any satisfactory objections to the delay of the Master in leaving Scotland, he did not the less suffer with impatience the state of inaction to which it confined him, and it was only the ascendancy which his new companion had acquired over him that induced him to submit to a course of life so alien to his habits and inclinations. "You were wont to be thought a stirring, active young fellow, master," was his frequent remonstrance, "yet here you seem determined to live on and on like a rat in a hole, with this trifling difference, that the wiser vermin chooses a hermitage where he can find food at least. But as for us, Caleb's excuses become longer as his diet turns more spare, and I fear we shall realise the stories they tell of the slother. We have almost eat up the last green leaf on the plant, and have nothing left for it but to drop from the tree and break our necks." "Do not fear it," said Ravenswood. "There is a fate watches for us, and we too have a stake in the revolution that is now impending, and which already has alarmed many a bosom." "What fate? What revolution?" inquired his companion. "We have had one revolution too much already, I think." Ravenswood interrupted him by putting into his hands a letter. "Oh," answered Bucklaw, "my dream's out. I thought I heard Caleb this morning pressing some unfortunate fellow to a drink of cold water, and assuring him it was better for his stomach in the morning than ale or brandy." "It was my Lord of A's courier," said Ravenswood, "who was doomed to experience his ostentatious hospitality, which I believe ended in sour beer and herrings. Read, and you will see the news he has brought us." "I will as fast as I can," said Bucklaw, "but I am no great clerk, nor does his lordship seem to be the first of scribes." The reader will peruse in a few seconds, by the aid of our friend Ballantyne's types, what took Bucklaw a good half-hour in perusal, though assisted by the Master of Ravenswood. The tenor was as follows: "Right Honourable our cousin, our hearty commendations premised, these come to assure you of the interest which we take in your welfare, and in your purpose towards its augmentation. If we have been less active in showing forth our effective goodwill towards you than, as a loving kinsman and blood relative, we would willingly have desired, we request that you will impute it to lack of opportunity to show our good liking, not to any coldness of our will touching your resolution to travel in foreign parts, as at this time we hold the same little advisable, in respect that your ill-willers may, according to the custom of such persons, impute motives for your journey, whereof, although we know and believe you to be as clear as ourselves, yet natheless their words may find credence in places where the belief in them may much prejudice you, and which we should see with more unwillingness and displeasure than with means of remedy. Having thus, as becometh our kindred, given you our poor mind on the subject of your journeying forth of Scotland, we would willingly add reasons of weight, which might materially advantage you and your father's house, thereby to determine you to abide at Wolf's Crag, until this harvest season shall be passed over. But what saith the proverb, verbum sapienti? A word is more to him that hath wisdom than a sermon to a fool. And albeit we have written this poor scroll with our own hand, and are well assured of the fidelity of our messenger, as him that is many ways bounden to us, yet so it is, that sliddery waves crave wary walking, and that we may not peril upon paper matters which we would gladly impart to you by word of mouth. Wherefore it was our purpose to have prayed you heartily to come to this our barren Highland country, to kill a stag, and to treat of the matters which we are now more painfully inditing to you anent. But commodity does not serve at present for such our meeting, which therefore shall be deferred until sic time as we may in all mirth rehearse those things whereof we now keep silence. Meantime we pray you to think that we are, and will still be, your good kinsman and well-wisher, waiting but for times of whilk we do, as it were, entertain a twilight prospect, and appear and hope to be also your effectual well-doer, and in which hope we heartily write ourselves, Right Honourable, your loving cousin, A. Given from our poor house of B, etc. Superscribed, For the Right Honourable and our honoured kinsman, the Master of Ravenswood, these with haste, post haste, ride and run until these be delivered. What think you of this epistle, Bucklaw? Said the Master, when his companion had hammered out all the sense, and almost all the words, of which it consisted. Truly, that the Marquis's meaning is as great a riddle as his manuscript. He is really in much need of wit's interpreter, or the complete letter writer, and were I you, I would send him a copy by the bearer. He writes you very kindly to remain wasting your time and your money in this vile, stupid, oppressed country, without so much as offering you the countenance and shelter of his house. In my opinion, he has some scheme in view, in which he supposes you can be useful, and he wishes to keep you at hand, to make use of you when it ripens, reserving the power of turning you adrift should his plot fail in the concoction. His plot? Then you suppose it is a treasonable business? Answered Ravenswood. What else can it be? Replied Bucklaw. The Marquis has been long suspected to have an eye to Saint-Germain. Ye should not engage me rashly in such an adventure, said Ravenswood, when I recollect the times of the 1st and 2nd Charles, and of the last James. Truly I see little reason that as a man or a patriot I should draw my sword for their descendants. Humph, replied Bucklaw. So you have set yourself down to mourn over crop-eared dogs, whom honest clavers treated as they deserved. They first gave the dogs an ill name and then hanged them, replied Ravenswood. I hope to see the day when justice shall be open to Whig and Tory, and when these nicknames shall only be used among coffee-house politicians, as slut and jade are among apple-women, as cant terms of idle spite and rancour. That will not be in our days, master. The iron has entered too deeply into our sides and our souls. It will be, however, one day, replied the master. Men will not always start at these nicknames as at a trumpet sound. As social life is better protected, its comforts will become too dear to be hazarded without some better reasons than speculative politics. It is fine talking, answered Bucklaw, but my heart is with the old song, to see good corn upon the rigs, and a gallow built to hang the Whigs, and the right restored where the right should be, oh, that is the thing that would wanton me. You may sing as loudly as you will, cantabit vacuus, replied the master, but I believe the Marquis is too wise, at least too wary, to join you in such a burden. I suspect he alludes to a revolution in the Scottish Privy Council rather than in the British kingdoms. Oh, confusion to your state tricks, exclaimed Bucklaw, your cold calculating manoeuvres, which old gentlemen in wrought nightcaps and furred gowns execute like so many games at chess, and displace a treasurer or lord commissioner as they would take a rook or a pawn. tennis for my sport, and battle for my earnest. And you, master, so deep and considerate as you would seem, you have that within you makes the blood boil faster than suits your present humour of moralising on political truths. You are one of those wise men who see everything with great composure till their blood is up, and then woe to anyone who should put them in mind of their own prudential maxims. Perhaps, said Ravenswood, you read me more rightly than I can myself, but to think justly will certainly go some length in helping me to act so. But hark, I hear Caleb tolling the dinner bell, which he always does with the more sonorous grace in proportion to the meagreness of the cheer which he has provided, said Bucklaw, as if that infernal clang and jangle, which will one day bring the belfry down the cliff, could convert a starved hen into a fat capon, and a blade bone of mutton into a haunch of venison. I wish we may be so well off as your worst conjectures surmise, Bucklaw, from the extreme solemnity and ceremony with which Caleb seems to place on the table that solitary covered dish. Uncover, Caleb, uncover for heaven's sake, said Bucklaw. Let us have what you can give us without preface. Why, it stands well enough, man, he continued, addressing impatiently the ancient butler, who without reply kept shifting the dish until he had at length placed it with mathematical precision in the very midst of the table. What have we got here, Caleb? inquired the master in his turn. Ahem! Sir, you should have known before, but his honour the Laird of Bucklaw is so impatient, answered Caleb, still holding the dish with one hand and the cover with the other, with evident reluctance to disclose the contents. But what is it, in God's name? Not a pair of clean spurs, I hope, in the border fashion of old times. Ahem, ahem, reiterated Caleb. Your honour is pleased to be facetious. Natheless, I might presume to say it was a convenient fashion, and used, as I have heard, in an honourable and thriving family. But touching your present dinner, I judged that this being St. Magdalen's Eve, who was a worthy Queen of Scotland in her day, your honours might judge it decorous, if not altogether to fast, yet only to sustain nature with some slight refection, as yin sauted herring or the like. And uncovering the dish, he displayed 4 of the savoury fishes which he mentioned, adding in a subdued tone, that they were no just common herring neither, being every yin melters, and sauted with uncommon care by the housekeeper, poor Mysie, for his honour's especial use. Out upon all apologies, said the master, let us eat the herrings, since there is nothing better to be had. But I begin to think with you, Bucklaw, that we are consuming the last green leaf, and that, in spite of the Marquis's political machinations, we must positively shift camp for want of forage, without waiting the issue of them. End of chapter 8.
Chapter 9 of The Bride of Lammermoor. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Bride of Lammermoor by Sir Walter Scott. Chapter 9. Aye, and when huntsmen wind the merry horn, and from its covert starts the fearful prey, who, warmed with youth's blood in his swelling veins, would like a lifeless clod outstretched lie, shut out from all the fair creation offers. Ethwold, Act 1, Scene 1. Light meals procure light slumbers, and therefore it is not surprising that, considering the fare which Caleb's conscience, or his necessity, assuming, as will sometimes happen, that disguise had assigned to the guests of Wolfscrag, their slumbers should have been short. In the morning Bucklaw rushed into his host's apartment with a loud halloo, which might have awaked the dead. Up, up, in the name of heaven! The hunters are out, the only piece of sport I have seen this month, and you lie here, master, on a bed that has little to recommend it, except that it may be something softer than the stone floor of your ancestors' vault. I wish, said Ravenswood, raising his head peevishly, you had forborne so early a jest, Mr. Haston.
It is really no pleasure to lose the very short repose which I had just begun to enjoy, after a night spent in thoughts upon fortune far harder than my couch, Bucklaw." "Pshaw, pshaw," replied his guest. Get up, get up. The hounds are abroad. I have saddled the horses myself, for old Caleb was calling for grooms and lackeys, and would never have proceeded without 2 hours' apology for the absence of men that were 100 miles off. Get up, master, I say, the hounds are out. Get up, I say, the hunt is up." And off ran Bucklaw. "And I say," said the master, rising slowly, "that nothing can concern me less. Whose hounds come so near to us?" "The Honourable Lord Brittlebrains," answered Caleb, who had followed the impatient Laird of Bucklaw into his master's bedroom, "and truly I ken nae title they have to be yowling and howling within the freedoms and immunities of your lordship's right of free forestry." "Nor I, Caleb," replied Ravenswood, "excepting that they have bought both the lands and the right of forestry, and may think themselves entitled to exercise the rights they have paid their money for." "It may be sae, my lord," replied Caleb, "but it's no gentleman's deed of them to come here and exercise such like right, and your lordship living at your ain castle of Wolf's Crag. Lord Brittlebrains would weel to remember what his folk have been." "And what we now are," said the master, with suppressed bitterness of feeling. "But reach me my cloak, Caleb, and I will indulge Bucklaw with a sight of this chase. It is selfish to sacrifice my guest's pleasure to my own." "Sacrifice!" echoed Caleb, in a tone which seemed to imply the total absurdity of his master making the least concession in deference to any one. "Sacrifice, indeed! But I crave your honour's pardon, and whilk doublet is it your pleasure to wear?" "Any one you will, Caleb. My wardrobe, I suppose, is not very extensive." "Not extensive!" echoed his assistant, "when there is the grey and silver that your lordship bestowed on Hugh Hildebrand, your outrider, and the French velvet that went with my lord your father, be gracious to him, my lord your father's auld wardrobe to the pair friends of the family, and the drap de berry, which I gave to you, Caleb, and which, I suppose, is the only dress we have any chance to come at, except that I wore yesterday. Pray hand me that, and say no more about it." "If your honour has a fancy," replied Caleb, "and doubtless it's a sad-coloured suit, and you are in mourning. Nevertheless, I have never tried on the drap de berry. Ill wad it become me. And your honour having no change of claiths at this present, and it's weel brushed, and as there are ladies down yonder—" "Ladies?" said Ravenswood, "and what ladies, pray?" "What do I ken, your lordship? Looking down at them from the warden's tower, I could but see them glint by, with their bridles ringing and their feathers fluttering like the court of Elfland." "Well, well, Caleb," replied the master, "help me on with my cloak, and hand me my sword belt. What clatter is that in the courtyard?" "Just Bucklaw bringing out the horses," said Caleb, after a glance through the window, "as if there werena men eneugh in the castle, or as if I couldna serve the turn of ony of them that are out of the gate." "Alas, Caleb, we should want little if your ability were equal to your will," replied the master. "And I hope your lordship doesna want that muckle," said Caleb, "for, considering all things, I trust we support the credit of the family as weel as things will permit of, only Bucklaw is aye sae frank and sae forward. And there he has brought out your lordship's palfrey, without the saddle being decored with a broidered sumpter cloth, and I could have brushed it in a minute." "It is all very well," said his master, escaping from him, and descending the narrow and steep winding staircase which led to the courtyard. "It may be all very weel," said Caleb, somewhat peevishly, "but if your lordship would tarry a bit, I will tell you what will not be very weel." "And what is that?" said Ravenswood impatiently, but stopping at the same time. "Why, just that you should speer ony gentleman hame to dinner, for I canna mak another fast on a feast day, as when I cam ower Bucklaw with Queen Margaret. And to speak truth, if your lordship wad but please to cast yoursell in the way of dining with Lord Brittlebrains, I's warrant I would cast about Brawley for the morn. Or, if, stead o' that, ye would but dine with him at the change house, ye might make your shift for the Owen. You might say ye had forgot your purse, or that the carline owed ye rent, or that ye would allow it in the settlement." "Or any other lie that came uppermost, I suppose," said his master. "Good-bye, Caleb. I commend your care for the honour of the family." And throwing himself on his horse, he followed Bucklaw, who, at the manifest risk of his neck, had begun to gallop down the steep path which led from the tower as soon as he saw Ravenswood have his foot in the stirrup. Caleb Balderstone looked anxiously after them and shook his thin grey locks. "And I trust they will come to no evil, but they have reached the plain, and folk cannot say but that the horse are hearty and in spirits." Animated by the natural impetuosity and fire of his temper, young Bucklaw rushed on with the careless speed of a whirlwind. Ravenswood was scarce more moderate in his pace, for his was a mind unwillingly roused from contemplative inactivity, but which, when once put into motion, acquired a spirit of forcible and violent progression. Neither was his eagerness proportioned in all cases to the motive of impulse, but might be compared to the sped of a stone, which rushes with like fury down the hill, whether it was first put in motion by the arm of a giant or the hand of a boy. He felt therefore in no ordinary degree the headlong impulse of the chase, a pastime so natural to youth of all ranks that it seems rather to be an inherent passion in our animal nature, which levels all differences of rank and education, than an acquired habit of rapid exercise. The repeated bursts of the French horn, which was then always used for the encouragement and direction of the hounds, the deep though distant baying of the pack, the half-heard cries of the huntsmen, the half-seen forms which were discovered now emerging from glens which crossed the moor, now sweeping over its surface, now picking their way where it was impeded by morasses, and above all, the feeling of his own rapid motion, animated the Master of Ravenswood, at least for the moment, above the recollections of a more painful nature by which he was surrounded. The first thing which recalled him to those unpleasing circumstances was feeling that his horse, notwithstanding all the advantages which he received from his rider's knowledge of the country, was unable to keep up with the chase. As he drew his bridle up with the bitter feeling that his poverty excluded him from the favourite recreation of his forefathers, and indeed their sole employment when not engaged in military pursuits, he was accosted by a well-mounted stranger, who, unobserved, had kept near him during the earlier part of his career. "Your horse is blown," said the man, with a complaisance seldom used in a hunting field. "Might I crave your honour to make use of mine?" "Sir," said Ravenswood, more surprised than pleased at such a proposal, "I really do not know how I have merited such a favour at a stranger's hands." "Never ask a question about it, master," said Bucklaw, who with great unwillingness had hitherto reined in his own gallant steed, not to outride his host and entertainer. "Take the goods the gods provide you, as the great John Dryden says. Or stay, here, my friend, lend me that horse. I see you have been puzzled to rein him up this half-hour. I'll take the devil out of him for you. Now, master, do you ride mine, which will carry you like an eagle." And throwing the rein of his own horse to the Master of Ravenswood, he sprung upon that which the stranger resigned to him, and continued his career at full speed. "Was ever so thoughtless a being?" said the master. "And you, my friend, how could you trust him with your horse?" "The horse," said the man, "belongs to a person who will make your honour, and any of your honourable friends, most welcome to him, flesh and fell." "And the owner's name is?" asked Ravenswood. "Your honour must excuse me, you will learn that from himself. If you please to take your friend's horse, and leave me your galloway, I will meet you after the fall of the stag, for I hear they are blowing him at bay." "I believe, my friend, it will be the best way to recover your good horse for you," answered Ravenswood, and mounting the nag of his friend Bucklaw, he made all the haste in his power to the spot where the blast of the horn announced that the stag's career was nearly terminated. These jovial sounds were intermixed with the huntsman's shouts of "Hike at Talbot! Hike at Teviot! Now, boys, now!" and similar cheering halloos of the olden hunting field, to which the impatient yelling of the hounds, now close to the object of their pursuit, gave a lively and unremitting chorus. The straggling riders began now to rally towards the scene of action, collecting from different points as to a common centre. Bucklaw kept the start which he had gotten, and arrived first at the spot, where the stag, incapable of sustaining a more prolonged flight, had turned upon the hounds, and, in the hunter's phrase, was at bay. With his stately head bent down, his sides white with foam, his eyes strained betwixt rage and terror, the hunted animal had now in his turn become an object of intimidation to his pursuers. The hunters came up one by one, and watched an opportunity to assail him with some advantage, which, in such circumstances, can only be done with caution. The dogs stood aloof and bayed loudly, intimating at once eagerness and fear, and each of the sportsmen seemed to expect that his comrade would take upon him the perilous task of assaulting and disabling the animal. The ground, which was a hollow in the common or moor, afforded little advantage for approaching the stag unobserved, and general was the shout of triumph when Bucklaw, with the dexterity proper to an accomplished cavalier of the day, sprang from his horse, and dashing suddenly and swiftly at the stag, brought him to the ground by a cut on the hind leg with his short hunting sword. The pack, rushing in upon their disabled enemy, soon ended his painful struggles, and solemnized his fall with their clamour, the hunters with their horns and voices whipping and blowing a mort or death note, which resounded far over the billows of the adjacent ocean. The huntsman then withdrew the hounds from the throttled stag, and on his knee presented his knife to a fair female form on a white palfrey, whose terror, or perhaps her compassion, had till then kept her at some distance. She wore a black silk riding mask, which was then a common fashion, as well for preserving the complexion from the sun and rain, as from an idea of decorum, which did not permit a lady to appear barefaced while engaged in a boisterous sport, and attended by a promiscuous company. The richness of her dress, however, as well as the metal and form of her palfrey, together with the sylvan compliment paid to her by the huntsman, pointed her out to Bucklaw as the principal person in the field. It was not without a feeling of pity, approaching even to contempt, that this enthusiastic hunter observed her refuse the huntsman's knife, presented to her for the purpose of making the first incision in the stag's breast, and thereby discovering the venison. He felt more than half inclined to pay his compliments to her, but it had been Bucklaw's misfortune that his habits of life had not rendered him familiarly acquainted with the higher and better classes of female society, so that, with all his natural audacity, he felt sheepish and bashful when it became necessary to address a lady of distinction. Taking unto himself heart of grace, to use his own phrase, he did at length summon up resolution enough to give the fair huntress good time of the day, and trust that her sport had answered her expectation. Her answer was very courteously and modestly expressed, and testified some gratitude to the gallant cavalier, whose exploit had terminated the chase so adroitly, when the hounds and huntsmen seemed somewhat at a stand. "Use daggers and scabbard, madam," said Bucklaw, whom this observation brought at once upon his own ground. "There is no difficulty or merit in that matter at all, so that a fellow is not too much afraid of having a pair of antlers in his guts. I have hunted at force 500 times, madam, and I never yet saw the stag at bay, by land or water, but I durst have gone roundly in on him. It is all use and wont, madam, and I'll tell you, madam, for all that, it must be done with good heed and caution. And you will do well, madam, to have your hunting sword right sharp and double-edged, that you may strike either forehanded or backhanded, as you see reason, for a hurt with a buck's horn is a perilous and somewhat venomous matter." "I am afraid, sir," said the young lady, and her smile was scarce concealed by her vizard, "I shall have little use for such careful preparation." "But the gentleman says very right for all that, my lady," said an old huntsman who had listened to Bucklaw's harangue with no small edification, "and I have heard my father say, who was a forester at the Cabrach, that a wild boar's gaunge is more easily healed than a hurt from the deer's horn, for so says the old woodsman's rhyme, 'If thou be hurt with horn of hart, it brings thee to thy bier. But tusk of boar shall leeches heal, thereof have lesser fear.'" "And I might advise," continued Bucklaw, who was now in his element,
and desirous of assuming the whole management. "As the hounds are surbated and weary, the head of the stag should be cabbaged in order to reward them. And if I may presume to speak, the huntsman who is to break up the stag ought to drink to your good ladyship's health a good lusty bicker of ale, or a tass of brandy, for if he breaks him up without drinking, the venison will not keep well." This very agreeable prescription received, as will be readily believed, all acceptation from the huntsman, who, in requital, offered to Bucklaw the compliment of his knife which the young lady had declined. This polite proffer was seconded by his mistress. "I believe, sir," she said, withdrawing herself from the circle, "that my father, for whose amusement Lord Bittlebrain's hounds have been out to-day, will readily surrender all care of these matters to a gentleman of your experience." Then, bending gracefully from her horse, she wished him good morning, and, attended by one or two domestics, who seemed immediately attached to her service, retired from the scene of action, to which Bucklaw, too much delighted with an opportunity of displaying his woodcraft to care about man or woman either, paid little attention, but was soon stripped to his doublet, with tucked-up sleeves, and naked arms up to the elbows in blood and grease, slashing, cutting, hacking, and hewing, with the precision of Sir Tristram himself, and wrangling and disputing with all around him concerning nombles, briskets, flankards, and ravenbones, then usual terms of the art of hunting, or of butchery, whichever the reader chooses to call it, which are now probably antiquated. When Ravenswood, who followed a short pace behind his friend, saw that the stag had fallen, his temporary ardour for the chase gave way to that feeling of reluctance which he endured at encountering in his fallen fortunes the gaze whether of equals or inferiors. He reined up his horse on the top of a gentle eminence, from which he observed the busy and gay scene beneath him, and heard the whoops of the huntsmen, gaily mingled with the cry of the dogs, and the neighing and trampling of the horses. But these jovial sounds fell sadly on the ear of the ruined nobleman. The chase, with all its train of excitations, has ever since feudal times been accounted the almost exclusive privilege of the aristocracy, and was anciently their chief employment in times of peace. The sense that he was excluded by his situation from enjoying the sylvan sport, which his rank assigned to him as a special prerogative, and the feeling that new men were now exercising it over the downs which had been jealously reserved by his ancestors for their own amusement, while he, the heir of the domain, was fain to hold himself at a distance from their party, awakened reflections calculated to depress deeply a mind like Ravenswood's, which was naturally contemplative and melancholy. His pride, however, soon shook off this feeling of dejection, and it gave way to impatience upon finding that his volatile friend Bucklaw seemed in no hurry to return with his borrowed steed, which Ravenswood, before leaving the field, wished to see restored to the obliging owner. As he was about to move towards the group of assembled huntsmen, he was joined by a horseman who, like himself, had kept aloof during the fall of the deer. This personage seemed stricken in years. He wore a scarlet cloak, buttoning high upon his face, and his hat was unlooped and slouched, probably by way of defence against the weather. His horse, a strong and steady palfrey, was calculated for a rider who proposed to witness the sport of the day rather than to share it. An attendant waited at some distance, and the whole equipment was that of an elderly gentleman of rank and fashion. He accosted Ravenswood very politely, but not without some embarrassment. "You seem a gallant young gentleman, sir," he said, "and yet appear as indifferent to this brave sport as if you had my load of years on your shoulders." "I have followed the sport with more spirit on other occasions," replied the master. "At present, late events in my family must be my apology. And besides," he added, "I was but indifferently mounted at the beginning of the sport." "I think," said the stranger, "one of my attendants had the sense to accommodate your friend with a horse." "I was much indebted to his politeness and yours," replied Ravenswood. "My friend is Mr. Haston of Bucklaw, whom I dare say you will be sure to find in the thick of the keenest sportsmen. He will return your servant's horse and take my pony in exchange, and will add," he concluded, turning his horse's head from the stranger, His best acknowledgments to mine for the accommodation." The Master of Ravenswood, having thus expressed himself, began to move homeward, with the manner of one who has taken leave of his company. But the stranger was not so to be shaken off. He turned his horse at the same time, and rode in the same direction, so near to the Master, that without outriding him, which the formal civility of the time and the respect due to the stranger's age and recent civility would have rendered improper, he could not easily escape from his company. The stranger did not long remain silent. "This, then," he said, "is the ancient castle of Wolf's Crag, often mentioned in the Scottish records," looking to the old tower, then darkening under the influence of a stormy cloud that formed its background. For at the distance of a short mile, the chase, having been circuitous, had brought the hunters nearly back to the point which they had attained when Ravenswood and Bucklaw had set forward to join them. Ravenswood answered this observation with a cold and distant assent. "It was, as I have heard," continued the stranger, unabashed by his coldness, "one of the most early possessions of the honourable family of Ravenswood." "Their earliest possession," answered the Master, "and probably their latest." I should hope not, sir," answered the stranger, clearing his voice with more than one cough, and making an effort to overcome a certain degree of hesitation. "Scotland knows what she owes to this ancient family, and remembers their frequent and honourable achievements. I have little doubt that, were it properly represented to Her Majesty that so ancient and noble a family were subjected to dilapidation, I mean to decay, means might be found ad re edificandum antiquam domum." "I will save you the trouble, sir, of discussing this point farther," interrupted the Master haughtily. "I am the heir of that unfortunate house. I am the Master of Ravenswood. And you, sir, who seem to be a gentleman of fashion and education, must be sensible that the next mortification after being unhappy is the being loaded with undesired commiseration." "I beg your pardon, sir," said the elder horseman. "I did not know. I am sensible I ought not to have mentioned. Nothing could be further from my thoughts than to suppose—" "There are no apologies necessary, sir," answered Ravenswood, "for here, I suppose, our roads separate, and I assure you that we part in perfect equanimity on my side." As speaking these words, he directed his horse's head towards a narrow causeway, the ancient approach to Wolf's Crag, of which it might be truly said, in the words of the Bard of Hope, that "frequented by few was the grass-covered road, where the hunter of deer and the warrior trod, to his hills that encircle the sea." But ere he could disengage himself from his companion, the young lady we have already mentioned came up to join the stranger, followed by her servants. "Daughter," said the stranger to the unmasked damsel, "this is the Master of Ravenswood." It would have been natural that the gentleman should have replied to this introduction, but there was something in the graceful form and retiring modesty of the female to whom he was thus presented, which not only prevented him from inquiring to whom and by whom the annunciation had been made, but which even for the time struck him absolutely mute. At this moment, the cloud, which had long lowered above the height on which Wolf's Crag is situated, and which now, as it advanced, spread itself in darker and denser folds, both over land and sea, hiding the distant objects and obscuring those which were nearer, turning the sea to a leaden complexion and the heath to a darker brown, began now, by one or two distant peals, to announce the thunders with which it was fraught, while two flashes of lightning, following each other very closely, showed in the distance the grey turrets of Wolf's Crag, and more nearly the rollowing billows of the ocean, crested suddenly with red and dazzling light. The horse of the fair huntress showed symptoms of impatience and restiveness, and it became impossible for Ravenswood, as a man or a gentleman, to leave her abruptly to the care of an aged father or her menial attendants. He was, or believed himself, obliged in courtesy to take hold of her bridle and assist her in managing the unruly animal. While he was thus engaged, the old gentleman observed that the storm seemed to increase, that they were far from Lord Bittlebrains, whose guests they were for the present,
and that they would be obliged to the Master of Ravenswood to point him the way to the nearest place of refuge from the storm. At the same time, he cast a wistful and embarrassed look towards the tower of Wolf's Crag, which seemed to render it almost impossible for the owner to avoid offering an old man and a lady, in such an emergency, the temporary use of his house. Indeed, the condition of the young huntress made this courtesy indispensable, for in the course of the services which he rendered, he could not but perceive that she trembled much and was extremely agitated, from her apprehensions, doubtless, of the coming storm. I know not if the Master of Ravenswood shared her terrors, but he was not entirely free from something like a similar disorder of nerves, as he observed, "The tower of Wolf's Crag has nothing to offer beyond the shelter of its roof, but if that can be acceptable at such a moment—" He paused, as if the rest of the invitation stuck in his throat. But the old gentleman, his self-constituted companion, did not allow him to recede from the invitation, which he had rather suffered to be implied than directly expressed. "The storm," said the stranger, "must be an apology for waiving ceremony." His daughter's health was weak. She had suffered much from a recent alarm. He trusted their intrusion on the Master of Ravenswood's hospitality would not be altogether unpardonable in the circumstances of the case. His child's safety must be dearer to him than ceremony. There was no room to retreat. The Master of Ravenswood led the way, continuing to keep hold of the lady's bridle, to prevent her horse from starting at some unexpected explosion of thunder. He was not so bewildered in his own hurried reflections, but that he remarked that the deadly paleness which had occupied her neck and temples, and such of her features as the riding mask left exposed, gave place to a deep and rosy suffusion, and he felt with embarrassment that a flush was by tacit sympathy excited in his own cheeks. The stranger, with watchfulness which he disguised under apprehensions of the safety of his daughter, continued to observe the expression of the Master's countenance as they ascended the hill to Wolf's Crag. When they stood in front of that ancient fortress, Ravenswood's emotions were of a very complicated description, and as he led the way into the rude courtyard and hallooed to Caleb to give attendance, there was a tone of sternness, almost of fierceness, which seemed somewhat alien from the courtesies of one who is receiving honoured guests. Caleb came, and not the paleness of the fair stranger at the first approach of the thunder, nor the paleness of any other person, in any other circumstances whatever, equalled that which overcame the thin cheeks of the disconsolate seneschal when he beheld the succession of guests to the castle, and reflected that the dinner hour was fast approaching. "Is he daft?" he muttered to himself. "Is he clean daft altogether, to bring lords and ladies and a host of folk behint them, and 12 o'clock chappet?" Then, approaching the Master, he craved pardon for having permitted the rest of his people to go out to see the hunt, observing that "they would never think of his lordship coming back till mirk night, and that he dreaded they might play the truant." "Silence, Balderstone," said Ravenswood sternly. "Your folly is unseasonable. Sir and madam," he said, turning to his guests, "this old man, and a yet older and more imbecile female domestic, form my whole retinue. Our means of refreshing you are more scanty than even so miserable a retinue and a dwelling so dilapidated might seem to promise you. But such as they may chance to be, you may command them." The elder stranger, struck with the ruined and even savage appearance of the tower, rendered still more disconsolate by the lowering and gloomy sky, and perhaps not altogether unmoved by the grave and determined voice in which their host addressed them, looked round him anxiously, as if he half repented the readiness with which he had accepted the offered hospitality. But there was now no opportunity of receding from the situation in which he had placed himself. As for Caleb, he was so utterly stunned by his master's public and unqualified acknowledgment of the nakedness of the land, that for 2 minutes he could only mutter within his hebdomadal beard, which had not felt the razor for 6 days, "He's daft, clean daft, redwood and awa wit, but deil hae Caleb Balderstone," said he, collecting his powers of invention and resource. "If the family shall lose credit,
if he were as mad as the 7 wise masters." He then boldly advanced, and in spite of his master's frowns and impatience, gravely asked if he should not serve up some slight refection for the young lady, and a glass of Tokay or old sack, or— "Truce to this ill-timed foolery," said the master sternly. "Put the horses into the stable, and interrupt us no more with your absurdities." "Your honour's pleasure is to be obeyed upon all things," said Caleb. "Nevertheless, as for the sack and Tokay, which it is not your noble guest's pleasure to accept—" But here the voice of Bucklaw, heard even above the clattering of hoofs and braying of horns with which it mingled, announced that he was scaling the pathway to the tower at the head of the greater part of the gallant hunting train. "The deil be in me," said Caleb, taking heart in spite of this new invasion of Philistines, "if they shall beat me yet. The hellicat ne'er-do-weel, to bring such a crew here that will expect to find brandy as plenty as ditch water, and he kenning sae absolutely the case in whilk we stand for the present. But I trow, could I get rid of they gaping gowks of flunkies that I won into the courtyard at the back of their betters, as mony a man gets preferment, I could make all right yet." The measures which he took to execute this dauntless resolution the reader shall learn in the next chapter. End of chapter 9. Chapter 10 of The Bride of Lammermoor. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Gillian Hendrie. The Bride of Lammermoor by Sir Walter Scott. Chapter 10. With throat unslaked, with black lips baked, agape they heard him call. Gramercy they for joy did grin, and all at once their breath drew in, as they had been drinking all. Coleridge's Rime of the Ancient Mariner. Haston of Bucklaw was one of the thoughtless class, who never hesitate between their friend and their jest. When it was announced that the principal persons of the chase had taken their route towards Wolf's Crag, the huntsman, as a point of civility, offered to transfer the venison to that mansion, a proffer which was readily accepted by Bucklaw, who thought much of the astonishment which their arrival in full body would occasion poor old Caleb Balderstone, and very little of the dilemma to which he was about to expose his friend the master, so ill circumstanced to receive such a party. But in old Caleb he had to do with a crafty and alert antagonist, prompt at supplying upon all emergencies evasions and excuses suitable, as he thought, to the dignity of the family. "Praise be blessed," said Caleb to himself. "Ae leaf of the muckle gate has been swung to wi' yestering's wind, and I think I can manage to shut the other." But he was desirous, like a prudent governor, at the same time to get rid, if possible, of the internal enemy, in which light he considered almost every one who ate and drank, ere he took measures to exclude those whom their jocund noise now pronounced to be near at hand. He waited, therefore, with impatience until his master had shown his 2 principal guests into the tower, and then commenced his operations. "I think," he said to the stranger menials, "that as they are bringing the stag's head to the castle in all honour, we who are indwellers should receive them at the gate." The unwary grooms had no sooner hurried out in compliance with this insidious hint, than one folding door of the ancient gate being already closed by the wind, as has been already intimated, honest Caleb lost no time in shutting the other with a clang, which resounded from donjon vault to basement. Having thus secured the pass, he forthwith indulged the excluded huntsman in brief parley, from a small projecting window or shot-hole, through which in former days the warders were wont to reconnoitre those who presented themselves before the gates. He gave them to understand, in a short and pithy speech, that the gate of the castle was never on any account opened during meal-times, that his honour, the Master of Ravenswood, and some guests of quality, had just sat down to dinner, that there was excellent brandy at the hostler wife's at Wolf's Hope down below, and he held out some obscure hint that the reckoning would be discharged by the master, but this was uttered in a very dubious and oracular strain, for, like Louis XIV,
Caleb Balderstone hesitated to carry finesse so far as direct falsehood, and was content to deceive, if possible, without directly lying. This annunciation was received with surprise by some, with laughter by others, and with dismay by the expelled lackeys, who endeavoured to demonstrate that their right of readmission, for the purpose of waiting upon their master and mistress, was at least indisputable. But Caleb was not in a humour to understand or admit any distinctions. He stuck to his original proposition with that dogged but convenient pertinacity which is armed against all conviction, and deaf to all reasoning. Bucklaw now came from the rear of the party and demanded admittance in a very angry tone. But the resolution of Caleb was immovable. "If the king on the throne were at the gate," he declared, "his 10 fingers should never open it contraire to the established use and wont of the family of Ravenswood, and his duty as their head servant." Bucklaw was now extremely incensed, and with more oaths and curses than we care to repeat, declared himself most unworthily treated, and demanded peremptorily to speak with the Master of Ravenswood himself. But to this also Caleb turned a deaf ear. "He's as soon a bleeze as a tap of tow, the lad Bucklaw," he said, "but the deil of ony master's face he shall see till he has sleepit and wakened on't. He'll ken himsell better the morn's morning. It sets the like o' him to be bringing a crew of drunken hunters here, when he kens there is but little preparation to sloken his ain drought." And he disappeared from the window, leaving them all to digest their exclusion as they best might. But another person, of whose presence Caleb, in the animation of the debate, was not aware, had listened in silence to its progress. This was the principal domestic of the stranger, a man of trust and consequence, the same who, in the hunting field, had accommodated Bucklaw with the use of his horse. He was in the stable when Caleb had contrived the expulsion of his fellow servants, and thus avoided sharing the same fate, from which his personal importance would certainly not have otherwise saved him. This personage perceived the manoeuvre of Caleb, easily appreciated the motive of his conduct, and knowing his master's intentions towards the family of Ravenswood, had no difficulty as to the line of conduct he ought to adopt. He took the place of Caleb, unperceived by the latter, at the post of audience which he had just left, and announced to the assembled domestics that it was his master's pleasure that Lord Bittlebrain's retinue and his own should go down to the adjacent change-house and call for what refreshments they might have occasion for, and he should take care to discharge the lawing. The jolly troop of huntsmen retired from the inhospitable gate of Wolf's Crag, execrating as they descended the steep pathway the niggard and unworthy disposition of the proprietor, and damning with more than sylvan licence both the castle and its inhabitants. Bucklaw, with many qualities which would have made him a man of worth and judgment in more favourable circumstances, had been so utterly neglected in point of education that he was apt to think and feel according to the ideas of the companions of his pleasures. The praises which had recently been heaped upon himself he contrasted with the general abuse now levelled against Ravenswood. He recalled to his mind the dull and monotonous days he had spent in the tower of Wolf's Crag, compared with the joviality of his usual life. He felt with great indignation his exclusion from the castle, which he considered as a gross affront, and every mingled feeling led him to break off the union which he had formed with the Master of Ravenswood. On arriving at the change-house of the village of Wolf's Hope, he unexpectedly met with an acquaintance just alighting from his horse. This was no other than the very respectable Captain Craigengelt, who immediately came up to him, and without appearing to retain any recollection of the indifferent terms on which they had parted, shook him by the hand in the warmest manner possible. A warm grasp of the hand was what Bucklaw could never help returning with cordiality, and no sooner had Craigengelt felt the pressure of his fingers than he knew the terms on which he stood with him. "Long life to you, Bucklaw!" he exclaimed. "There's life for honest folk in this bad world yet." The Jacobites at this period, with what propriety I know not, used, it must be noticed, the term of honest men, as peculiarly descriptive of their own party. "Ay, and for others besides, it seems," answered Bucklaw.
Otherways, how came you to venture hither, noble captain? Who, I? I am as free as the wind at Martinmas, that pays neither land rent nor annual. All is explained, all settled with the honest old drivellers yonder of Auld Reekie. Pooh, pooh, they dared not keep me a week of days' endurance. A certain person has better friends among them than you wot of, and I can serve a friend when it is least likely. Pshaw! Answered Haston, who perfectly knew and thoroughly despised the character of this man. None of your cogging gibberish. Tell me truly, are you at liberty and in safety? Free and safe as a Whig baillie on the causeway of his own borough, or a canting Presbyterian minister in his own pulpit. And I came to tell you that you need not remain in hiding any longer. Then I suppose you call yourself my friend, Captain Craigengelt? Answered Bucklaw. Friend, replied Craigengelt, my cock of the pit. Why, I am the very Achates man, as I have heard scholars say, hand and glove, bark and tree, thine to life and death. I'll try that in a moment, answered Bucklaw. Thou art never without money, however thou comest by it. Lend me 2 pieces to wash the dust out of these honest fellows' throats in the first place, and then— 2 pieces? 20 are at thy service, my lad, and 20 to back them. Aye, say ye so? Said Bucklaw, pausing, for his natural penetration led him to suspect some extraordinary motive lay couched under an excess of generosity. Craigengelt, you are either an honest fellow in right good earnest, and I scarce know how to believe that, or you are cleverer than I took you for, and I scarce know how to believe that either. L'un n'empêche pas l'autre, said Craigengelt. Touch and try. The gold is good as ever was weighed. He put a quantity of gold pieces into Bucklaw's hand, which he thrust into his pocket without either counting or looking at them, only observing that he was so circumstanced that he must enlist, though the devil offered the press money. And then, turning to the huntsman, he called out, Come along, my lads, all is at my cost. Long life to Bucklaw, shouted the men of the chase, and confusion to him that takes his share of the sport and leaves the hunters as dry as a drumhead, added another, by way of corollary. The house of Ravenswood was yence a good and an honourable house in this land, said an old man, but it's lost its credit this day, and the master has shown himself no better than a greedy cullion. And with this conclusion, which was unanimously agreed to by all who heard it, they rushed tumultuously into the house of entertainment, where they revelled till a late hour. The jovial temper of Bucklaw seldom permitted him to be nice in the choice of his associates, and on the present occasion, when his joyous debauch received additional zest from the intervention of an unusual space of sobriety and almost abstinence, he was as happy in leading the revels as if his comrades had been sons of princes. Craigengelt had his own purposes in fooling him up to the top of his bent, and having some low humour, much impudence, and the power of singing a good song, understanding besides thoroughly the disposition of his regained associate, he headily succeeded in involving him bumper deep in the festivity of the meeting. A very different scene was in the meantime passing in the tower of Wolf's Crag. When the master of Ravenswood left the courtyard, too much busied with his own perplexed reflections to pay attention to the manoeuvre of Caleb, he ushered his guests into the great hall of the castle. The indefatigable Balderstone, who from choicer habit worked on from morning to night, had by degrees cleared this desolate apartment of the confused relics of the funeral banquet, and restored it to some order. But not all his skill and labour in disposing to advantage the little furniture which remained could remove the dark and disconsolate appearance of those ancient and disfurnished walls. The narrow windows, flanked by deep indentures into the walls, seemed formed rather to exclude than to admit the cheerful light, and the heavy and gloomy appearance of the thunder sky added further to the obscurity. As Ravenswood, with the grace of a gallant of that period, but not without a certain stiffness and embarrassment of manner, handed the young lady to the upper end of the apartment, her father remained standing more near to the door, as if about to disengage himself from his hat and cloak. At this moment the clang of the portal was heard, a sound at which the stranger started, stepped hastily to the window,
and looked with an air of alarm at Ravenswood, when he saw that the gate of the court was shut and his domestics excluded. "You have nothing to fear, sir," said Ravenswood gravely. "This roof retains the means of giving protection, though not welcome. Methinks," he added, "it is time that I should know who they are that have thus highly honoured my ruined dwelling." The young lady remained silent and motionless, and the father, to whom the question was more directly addressed, seemed in the situation of a performer who has ventured to take upon himself a part which he finds himself unable to present, and who comes to a pause when it is most to be expected that he should speak. While he endeavoured to cover his embarrassment with the exterior ceremonials of a well-bred demeanour, it was obvious that, in making his bow, one foot shuffled forward, as if to advance, the other backward, as if with the purpose of escape, and as he undid the cape of his coat and raised his beaver from his face, his fingers fumbled as if the one had been linked with rusted iron, or the other had weighed equal with a stone of lead. The darkness of the sky seemed to increase, as if to supply the want of those mufflings which he laid aside with such evident reluctance. The impatience of Ravenswood increased also in proportion to the delay of the stranger, and he appeared to struggle under agitation, though probably from a very different cause. He laboured to restrain his desire to speak, while the stranger, to all appearance, was at a loss for words to express what he felt necessary to say. At length Ravenswood's impatience broke the bounds he had imposed upon it. "I perceive," he said, "that Sir William Ashton is unwilling to announce himself in the castle of Wolf's Crag." "I had hoped it was unnecessary," said the Lord Keeper, relieved from his silence as a spectre by the voice of the exorcist, "and I am obliged to you, Master of Ravenswood, for breaking the ice at once, where circumstances, unhappy circumstances let me call them, rendered self-introduction peculiarly awkward." "And am I not, then," said the Master of Ravenswood gravely, "to consider the honour of this visit as purely accidental?" "Let us distinguish a little," said the Keeper, assuming an appearance of ease which perhaps his heart was a stranger to. "This is an honour which I have eagerly desired for some time, but which I might never have obtained, save for the accident of the storm. My daughter and I are alike grateful for this opportunity of thanking the brave man to whom she owes her life and I mine." The hatred which divided the great families in the feudal times had lost little of its bitterness, though it no longer expressed itself in deeds of open violence. Not the feelings which Ravenswood had begun to entertain towards Lucy Ashton, not the hospitality due to his guests, were able entirely to subdue, though they warmly combated, the deep passions which arose within him at beholding his father's foe standing in the hall of the family of which he had in a great measure accelerated the ruin. His looks glanced from the father to the daughter with an irresolution of which Sir William Ashton did not think it proper to await the conclusion. He had now disembarrassed himself of his riding dress, and walking up to his daughter, he undid the fastening of her mask. "Lucy, my love," he said, raising her and leading her towards Ravenswood, "lay aside your mask, and let us express our gratitude to the Master openly and barefaced." "If he will condescend to accept it," was all that Lucy uttered, but in a tone so sweetly modulated, and which seemed to imply at once a feeling and a forgiving of the cold reception to which they were exposed, that, coming from a creature so innocent and so beautiful, her words cut Ravenswood to the very heart for his harshness. He muttered something of surprise, something of confusion, and ending with a warm and eager expression of his happiness at being able to afford her shelter under his roof, he saluted her, as the ceremonial of the time enjoined upon such occasions. Their cheeks had touched, and were withdrawn from each other. Ravenswood had not quitted the hand which he had taken in kindly courtesy. A blush, which attached more consequence by far than was usual to such ceremony, still mantled on Lucy Ashton's beautiful cheek, when the apartment was suddenly illuminated by a flash of lightning, which seemed absolutely to swallow the darkness of the hall. Every object might have been for an instant seen distinctly. The slight and half-sinking form of Lucy Ashton, the well-proportioned and stately figure of Ravenswood, his dark features, and the fiery yet irresolute expression of his eyes. The old arms and scutcheons which hung on the walls of the apartment were for an instant distinctly visible to the keeper by a strong red brilliant glare of light. Its disappearance was almost instantly followed by a burst of thunder, for the storm cloud was very near the castle, and the peal was so sudden and dreadful that the old tower rocked to its foundation, and every inmate concluded it was falling upon them. The soot, which had not been disturbed for centuries, showered down the huge tunnel chimneys. Lime and dust flew in clouds from the wall, and whether the lightning had actually struck the castle, or whether through the violent concussion of the air, several heavy stones were hurled from the mouldering battlements into the roaring sea beneath. It might seem as if the ancient founder of the castle were bestriding the thunderstorm, and proclaiming his displeasure at the reconciliation of his descendant with the enemy of his house. The consternation was general, and it required the efforts of both the Lord Keeper and Ravenswood to keep Lucy from fainting. Thus was the master a second time engaged in the most delicate and dangerous of all tasks, that of affording support and assistance to a beautiful and helpless being, who, as seen before in a similar situation, had already become a favourite of his imagination, both when awake and when slumbering. If the genius of the house really condemned a union betwixt the master and his fair guest, the means by which he expressed his sentiments were as unhappily chosen as if he had been a mere mortal. The train of little attentions, absolutely necessary to soothe the young lady's mind, and aid her in composing her spirits, necessarily threw the Master of Ravenswood into such an intercourse with her father as was calculated, for the moment at least, to break down the barrier of feudal enmity which divided them. To express himself churlishly, or even coldly, towards an old man whose daughter, and such a daughter, lay before them, overpowered with natural terror, and all this under his own roof, the thing was impossible, and by the time that Lucy, extending a hand to each, was able to thank them for their kindness, the master felt that his sentiments of hostility towards the Lord Keeper were by no means those most prominent in his bosom. The weather, her state of health, the absence of her attendants, all prevented the possibility of Lucy Ashton renewing her journey to Bittlebrain's house, which was full 5 miles distant, and the Master of Ravenswood could not but, in common courtesy, offer the shelter of his roof for the rest of the day and for the night. But a flush of less soft expression, a look much more habitual to his features, resumed predominance when he mentioned how meanly he was provided for the entertainment of his guests. "Do not mention deficiencies," said the Lord Keeper, eager to interrupt him and prevent his resuming an alarming topic. "You are preparing to set out for the Continent, and your house is probably for the present unfurnished. All this we understand. But if you mention inconvenience, you will oblige us to seek accommodations in the hamlet." As the Master of Ravenswood was about to reply, the door of the hall opened, and Caleb Balderstone rushed in. End of chapter 10. Chapter 11 of The Bride of Lammermoor. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Gillian Hendrie. The Bride of Lammermoor by Sir Walter Scott. Chapter 11. "Let them have meat enough, women, half a hen. There be old rotten pilchards, put them off too. 'Tis but a little new anointing of them, and a strong onion that confounds the savour." Love's Pilgrimage. The thunderbolt, which had stunned all who were within hearing of it, had only served to awaken the bold and inventive genius of the flower of Major's Domo. Almost before the clatter had ceased, and while there was yet scarce an assurance whether the castle was standing or falling, Caleb exclaimed, "Heaven be praised! This comes to hand like the bowl of a pint-stoup." He then barred the kitchen door in the face of the Lord Keeper's servant,
whom he perceived returning from the party at the gate, and muttering, "How the deil cam he in? But deil me care. Mysie, what are you sitting shaking and greeting in the chimney nook for? Come here, or stay where you are and skirl as loud as you can. It's all you're good for. I say, you old deevil, skirl, skirl, louder, louder, woman. Gar the gentles hear ye in the hall. I have heard ye as far off as the bass for a less matter, and stay down with that crockery." And with a sweeping blow he threw down from a shelf some articles of pewter and earthenware. He exalted his voice amid the clatter, shouting and roaring in a manner which changed Mysie's hysterical terrors of the thunder into fears that her old fellow-servant was gone distracted. "He has dung down a' the bits o' pigs too, the only thing we had left to haud a soup milk, and he has spilt the hatted hit that was for the master's dinner. Mercy save us, the old man's gang clean and clear wid with a thunner." "Haud your tongue, ye be," said Caleb, in the impetuous and overbearing triumph of successful invention. "All's provided now, dinner and a'thing. The thunner's done all in the clap of a hand." "Puir man, he's muckle astray," said Mysie, looking at him with a mixture of pity and alarm. "I wish he may ever come hame to himsell again." "Here, ye old doited deevil," said Caleb, still exulting in his extrication from a dilemma which had seemed insurmountable. "Keep the strange man out of the kitchen. Swear the thunner came down the chimney and spoiled the best dinner ye ever dressed. Beef, bacon, kid, lark, leveret, wild fowl, venison, and what not. Lay it on thick, and never mind expenses. I'll awa up to the law. Make all the confusion you can, but be sure you keep out the strange servant." With these charges to his ally, Caleb posted up to the hall, but stopping to reconnoitre through an aperture which time, for the convenience of many a domestic in succession, had made in the door, and perceiving the situation of Miss Ashton, he had prudence enough to make a pause, both to avoid adding to her alarm, and in order to secure attention to his account of the disastrous effects of the thunder. But when he perceived that the lady was recovered, and heard the conversation turn upon the accommodation and refreshment which the castle afforded, he thought it time to burst into the room in the manner announced in the last chapter. "Willowans, Willowans, such a misfortune to befall the house of Ravenswood, and I lived to see it." "What is the matter, Caleb?" said his master, somewhat alarmed in his turn. "Has any part of the castle fallen?" "Castle fa'n? Na, but the soot's fa'n, and the thunner's come right down the kitchen lum, and the things are all lying here awa, there awa, like the Laird of Hotchpotch's lands, and wi' brave guests of honour and quality to entertain," a low bow here to Sir William Ashton and his daughter, "and naething left in the house fit to present for dinner, and for supper either, for aught that I can see." "I very believe you, Caleb," said Ravenswood drily. Balderstone here turned to his master a half upbraiding, half imploring countenance, and edged towards him as he repeated, "It was nae great matter of preparation, but just something added to your honour's ordinary course of fare, petty cover, as they say at the Louvre, 3 courses and the fruit." "Keep your intolerable nonsense to yourself, you old fool," said Ravenswood, mortified at his officiousness, yet not knowing how to contradict him without the risk of giving rise to scenes yet more ridiculous. Caleb saw his advantage, and resolved to improve it, but first, observing that the Lord Keeper's servant entered the apartment and spoke apart with his master, he took the same opportunity to whisper a few words into Ravenswood's ear. "Haud your tongue, for heaven's sake, sir. If it's my pleasure to hazard my soul in telling lees for the honour of the family, it's nae business of yours. And if ye let me gang on quietly, I'se be moderate in my banquet, but if ye contradict me, deil but I dress ye a dinner fit for a duke." Ravenswood, in fact, thought it would be best to let his officious butler run on, who proceeded to enumerate upon his fingers, "No muckle provision, might he served 4 persons of honour, first course, capons and white broth, roast kid, bacon with reverence, second course, roasted leveret, butter crabs, a veal florentine, third course, black cock, it's black enough now with the soot, plum damas, a tart,
a flam, and some nonsense sweet things, and comfits, and that's all," he said, seeing the impatience of his master. "That's just all was o't, for by the apples and pears." Miss Ashton had by degrees gathered her spirits, so far as to pay some attention to what was going on, and observing the restrained impatience of Ravenswood, contrasted with the peculiar determination of manner with which Caleb detailed his imaginary banquet, the whole struck her as so ridiculous that, despite every effort to the contrary, she burst into a fit of incontrollable laughter, in which she was joined by her father, though with more moderation, and finally by the Master of Ravenswood himself, though conscious that the jest was at his own expense. Their mirth, for a scene which we read with little emotion often appears extremely ludicrous to the spectators, made the old vault ring again. They ceased, they renewed, they ceased, they renewed again their shouts of laughter. Caleb in the meantime stood his ground with a grave, angry, and scornful dignity, which greatly enhanced the ridicule of the scene and mirth of the spectators. At length, when the voices and nearly the strength of the laughers were exhausted, he exclaimed with very little ceremony, "The deils and the gentles, they breakfast sae lordly that the loss of the best dinner ever cook put fingers to makes them as merry as if it were the best jeest in all George Buchanan. If there was as little in your honour's whames as there is in Caleb Balderstone's, less cakelin would serve you on sic a gravaminous subject." Caleb's blunt expression of resentment again awakened the mirth of the company, which, by the way, he regarded not only as an aggression upon the dignity of the family, but a special contempt of the eloquence with which he himself had summoned up the extent of their supposed losses. "A description of a dinner," as he said afterwards to Mysie, "that would have made a fu' man hungry, and them to sit there laughing at it." "But," said Miss Ashton, composing her countenance as well as she could, "are all these delicacies so totally destroyed that no scrap can be collected?" "Collected, my lady? What would ye collect out of the soot and the ash? Ye may gang down yoursell, and look into our kitchen, the cook maid in the trembling X's. The good vivers lying all about, beef, capons, and white broth, Florentine and flams, bacon wi' reverence, and all the sweet confections and whimwhams. You'll see them all, my lady. That is," said he, correcting himself, "you'll no see ony of them now, for the cook has soupit them up, as was weel her part. But you'll see the white broth where it was spilt. I pat my fingers in it, and it tastes as like sour milk as onything else. If that isna the effect of thinner, I ken na what is. This gentleman here couldna but hear the clash of our hale dishes, china and silver thegither." The Lord Keeper's domestic, though a statesman's attendant, and of course trained to command his countenance upon all occasions, was somewhat discomposed by this appeal, to which he only answered with a bow. "I think, Mr. Butler," said the Lord Keeper, who began to be afraid lest the prolongation of this scene should at length displease Ravenswood, "I think that, were you to retire with my servant Lockhard, he has travelled and is quite accustomed to accidents and contingencies of every kind, and I hope betwixt you may find out some mode of supply at this emergency." "His honour kens," said Caleb, who, however hopeless of himself of accomplishing what was desirable, would, like the high-spirited elephant, rather have died in the effort than brooked the aid of a brother in commission, "his honour kens weel I need nae counsellor when the honour of the house is concerned." "I should be unjust if I denied it, Caleb," said his master, "but your art lies chiefly in making apologies, upon which we can no more dine than upon the bill of fare of our thunder-blasted dinner. Now, possibly Mr. Lockhard's talent may consist in finding some substitute for that which certainly is not, and has in all probability never been." "Your honour is pleased to be facetious," said Caleb, "but I am sure that for the worst, for a walk as far as Wolf's Hope, I could dine 40 men. Know that the folk there deserve your honour's custom. They hae been ill advised in the matter of the duty eggs and butter, I winna deny that." "Do go consult together," said the master. "Go down to the village, and do the best you can. We must not let our guests remain without refreshment, to save the honour of a ruined family. And here, Caleb, take my purse. I believe that will prove your best ally. Purse, purse indeed, quoth Caleb, indignantly flinging out of the room. What should I do wi' your honour's purse on your ain grund? I trust we are no to pay for our ain. The servants left the hall, and the door was no sooner shut than the Lord Keeper began to apologise for the rudeness of his mirth, and Lucy to hope she had given no pain or offence to the kind-hearted, faithful old man. Caleb and I must both learn, madam, to undergo with good humour, or at least with patience, the ridicule which everywhere attaches itself to poverty. You do yourself injustice, Master of Ravenswood, on my word of honour, answered his elder guest. I believe I know more of your affairs than you do yourself, and I hope to show you that I am interested in them, and that, in short, that your prospects are better than you apprehend. In the meantime, I can conceive nothing so respectable as the spirit which rises above misfortune and prefers honourable privations to debt or dependence. Whether from fear of offending the delicacy or awakening the pride of the master, the Lord Keeper made these allusions with an appearance of fearful and hesitating reserve, and seemed to be afraid that he was intruding too far, in venturing to touch, however lightly, upon such a topic, even when the master had led to it. In short, he appeared at once pushed on by his desire of appearing friendly, and held back by the fear of intrusion. It was no wonder that the Master of Ravenswood, little acquainted as he then was with life, should have given this consummate courtier credit for more sincerity than was probably to be found in a score of his caste. He answered, however, with reserve, that he was indebted to all who might think well of him, and apologising to his guests, he left the hall, in order to make such arrangements for their entertainment as circumstances admitted. Upon consulting with old Mysie, the accommodations for the night were easily completed, as indeed they admitted of little choice. The master surrendered his apartment for the use of Miss Ashton, and Mysie, once a person of consequence, dressed in a black satin gown which had belonged of yore to the master's grandmother, and had figured in the court balls of Henrietta Maria, went to attend her as lady's maid. He next inquired after Bucklaw, and understanding he was at the change-house with the huntsman and some companions, he desired Caleb to call there, and acquaint him how he was circumstanced at Wolf's Crag, to intimate to him that it would be most convenient if he could find a bed in the hamlet, as the elder guest must necessarily be quartered in the secret chamber, the only spare bedroom which could be made fit to receive him. The master saw no hardship in passing the night by the hall fire, wrapped in his campaign cloak, and to Scottish domestics of the day, even of the highest rank, nay, to young men of family or fashion, on any pinch, clean straw or a dry hayloft, was always held good night quarters. For the rest, Lockhart had his master's orders to bring some venison from the inn, and Caleb was to trust to his wits for the honour of his family. The master, indeed, a second time held out his purse, but as it was in sight of the strange servant, the butler thought himself obliged to decline what his fingers itched to clutch. "Couldna ye slip it gently into my hand?" said Caleb. "But his honour will never learn how to bear himsell in siccan cases." Mysie, in the meantime, according to a uniform custom in remote places in Scotland, offered the strangers the produce of her little dairy, while better meat was getting ready, and according to another custom, not yet wholly in disuse, as the storm was now drifting off to leeward, the master carried the keeper to the top of his highest tower, to admire a wide and waste extent of view, and to weary for his dinner. End of chapter 11. Chapter 12 of The Bride of Lammermoor. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Gillian Hendrie. The Bride of Lammermoor by Sir Walter Scott. Chapter 12. "Now, dame," quoth he, "je vous dis sans doute, had I naught of a capon but the liver, and of your white bread naught but a shiver, and after that a roasted pig's head, but I ne wold for me no beast was dead."
Then had I with you homely sufferance. Chaucer, Summer's Tale. It was not without some secret misgivings that Caleb set out upon his exploratory expedition. In fact, it was attended with a treble difficulty. He dared not tell his master the offence which he had that morning given to Bucklaw, just for the honour of the family. He dared not acknowledge he had been too hasty in refusing the purse, and thirdly, he was somewhat apprehensive of unpleasant consequences upon his meeting Haston, under the impression of an affront, and probably by this time under the influence also of no small quantity of brandy. Caleb, to do him justice, was as bold as any lion where the honour of the family of Ravenswood was concerned, but his was that considerate valour which does not delight in unnecessary risks. This, however, was a secondary consideration. The main point was to veil the indigence of the housekeeping at the castle, and to make good his want of the cheer which his resources could procure without Lockhard's assistance, and without supplies from his master. This was as prime a point of honour with him as with the generous elephant with whom we have already compared him, who, being overtasked, broke his skull through the desperate exertions which he made to discharge his duty when he perceived they were bringing up another to his assistance. The village which they now approached had frequently afforded the distressed butler resources upon similar emergencies, but his relations with it had been of late much altered. It was a little hamlet which straggled along the side of a creek formed by the discharge of a small brook into the sea, and was hidden from the castle, to which it had been in former times an appendage, by the intervention of the shoulder of a hill forming a projecting headland. It was called Wolf's Hope, i.e. Wolf's Haven, and the few inhabitants gained a precarious subsistence by manning 2 or 3 fishing boats in the herring season, and smuggling gin and brandy during the winter months. They paid a kind of hereditary respect to the lords of Ravenswood, but in the difficulties of the family most of the inhabitants of Wolf's Hope had contrived to get few rights to their little possessions, their huts, kail-yards, and rights of commonty, so that they were emancipated from the chains of feudal dependence, and free from the various exactions with which, under every possible pretext, or without any pretext at all, the Scottish landlords of the period, themselves in great poverty, were wont to harass their still poorer tenants at will. They might be, on the whole, termed independent, a circumstance peculiarly galling to Caleb, who had been wont to exercise over them the same sweeping authority in levying contributions which was exercised in former times in England, when the royal purveyors, sallying forth from under the Gothic portcullis to purchase provisions with power and prerogative, instead of money, brought home the plunder of 100 markets and all that could be seized from a flying and hiding country, and deposited their spoil in 100 caverns. Caleb loved the memory and resented the downfall of that authority, which mimicked on a petty scale the grand contributions exacted by the feudal sovereigns, and as he fondly flattered himself that the awful rule and right supremacy, which assigned to the barons of Ravenswood the first and most effective interest in all productions of nature within 5 miles of their castle, only slumbered, and was not departed for ever. He used every now and then to give the recollection of the inhabitants a little jog by some petty exaction. These were at first submitted to, with more or less readiness, by the inhabitants of the hamlet, for they had been so long used to consider the wants of the baron and his family as having a title to be preferred to their own, that their actual independence did not convey to them an immediate sense of freedom. They resembled a man that has been long fettered, who, even at liberty, feels in imagination the grasp of the handcuffs still binding his wrists. But the exercise of freedom is quickly followed with the natural consciousness of its immunities, as the enlarged prisoner, by the free use of his limbs, soon dispels the cramped feeling they had acquired when bound. The inhabitants of Wolf's Hope began to grumble, to resist, and at length positively to refuse compliance with the exactions of Caleb Balderstone. It was in vain he reminded them that when the 11th Lord Ravenswood, called the Skipper, from his delight in naval matters, had encouraged the trade of their port by building the pier, a bulwark of stones rudely piled together, which protected the fishing boats from the weather. It had been matter of understanding that he was to have the first stone of butter after the calving of every cow within the barony, and the first egg, thence called the Monday's egg, laid by every hen on every Monday in the year. The feuars heard and scratched their heads, coughed, sneezed, and being pressed for answer, rejoined with one voice, "They could not say," the universal refuge of a Scottish peasant when pressed to admit a claim which his conscience owns, or perhaps his feelings, and his interest inclines him to deny. Caleb, however, furnished the notables of Wolf's Hope with a note of the requisition of butter and eggs, which he claimed as arrears of the aforesaid subsidy, or kindly aid, payable as above mentioned, and having intimated that he would not be averse to compound the same for goods or money, if it was inconvenient for them to pay in kind, left them, as he hoped, to debate the mode of assessing themselves for that purpose. On the contrary, they met with a determined purpose of resisting the exaction, and were only undecided as to the mode of grounding their opposition, when the cooper, a very important person on a fishing station, and one of the conscript fathers of the village, observed that their hens had cackled mony a day for the lords of Ravenswood, and it was time they should cackle for those that gave them roosts and barley. A unanimous grin intimated the assent of the assembly. "And," continued the orator, "if it's your will, I'll just tak a step as far as Dunce for Davy Dingwall, the writer, that's come frae the north, to settle among us, and he'll pitch this job to rights, I'se warrant him." A day was accordingly fixed for holding a grand palaver at Wolf's Hope on the subject of Caleb's requisitions, and he was invited to attend at the hamlet for that purpose. He went with open hands and empty stomach, trusting to fill the one on his master's account, and the other on his own score, at the expense of the feuars of Wolf's Hope. But death to his hopes! As he entered the eastern end of the straggling village, the awful form of Davy Dingwall, a sly, dry, hard-fisted, shrewd country attorney, who had already acted against the family of Ravenswood, and was a principal agent of Sir William Ashton, trotted in at the western extremity, bestriding a leathern portmanteau stuffed with the few charters of the hamlet, and hoping he had not kept Mr. Balderstone waiting, as he was instructed and fully empowered to pay or receive, compound or compensate, and, in fine, to age, as accords, respecting all mutual and unsettled claims whatsoever, belonging or competent to the Honourable Edgar Ravenswood, commonly called the Master of Ravenswood. "The Right Honourable Edgar Lord Ravenswood," said Caleb, with great emphasis, for though conscious he had little chance of advantage in the conflict to ensue, he was resolved not to sacrifice one jot of honour. "Lord Ravenswood, then," said the man of business, "we shall not quarrel with you about titles of courtesy. Commonly called Lord Ravenswood, or Master of Ravenswood, heritable proprietor of the lands and barony of Wolf's Crag, on one part, and to John Whitefish and others, feuars in the town of Wolf's Hope, within the barony aforesaid, on the other part." Caleb was conscious, from sad experience, that he would wage a very different strife with this mercenary champion than with the individual feuars themselves, upon whose old recollections, predilections, and habits of thinking he might have wrought by 100 indirect arguments, to which their deputy representative was totally insensible. The issue of the debate proved the reality of his apprehensions. It was in vain he strained his eloquence and ingenuity, and collected into one mass all arguments arising from antique custom and hereditary respect, from the good deeds done by the lords of Ravenswood to the community of Wolf's Hope in former days, and from what might be expected from them in future. The writer stuck to the contents of his few charters. He could not see it. 'Twas not in the bond. And when Caleb, determined to try what a little spirit would do, deprecated the consequences of Lord Ravenswood's withdrawing his protection from the borough, and even hinted in his using active measures of resentment, the man of law sneered in his face. His clients, he said, had determined to do the best they could for their own town, and he thought Lord Ravenswood, since he was a lord, might have enough to do to look after his own castle. As to any threats of stuthrif oppression, by rule of thumb, or via facti, as the law termed it, he would have Mr. Balderstone recollect that new times were not as old times, that they lived on the south of the Forth, and far from the Highlands, that his clients thought they were able to protect themselves, but should they find themselves mistaken, they would apply to the government for the protection of a corporal and 4 redcoats, who, said Mr. Dingwall, with a grin, would be perfectly able to secure them against Lord Ravenswood and all that he or his followers could do by the strong hand. If Caleb could have concentrated all the lightnings of aristocracy in his eye to have struck dead this condemner of allegiance and privilege, he would have launched them at his head, without respect to the consequences. As it was, he was compelled to turn his course backward to the castle, and there he remained for full half a day, invisible and inaccessible even to Mysie, sequestered in his own peculiar dungeon, where he sat burnishing a single pewter plate and whistling Maggie Lauder, 6 hours without intermission. The issue of this unfortunate requisition had shut against Caleb all resources which could be derived from Wolf's Hope and its purlieus, the Eldorado, or Peru, from which in all former cases of exigence he had been able to extract some assistance. He had indeed, in a manner, vowed that the deal should have him, if ever he put the print of his foot within its causeway again. He had hitherto kept his word, and, strange to tell, this succession had, as he intended, in some degree, the effect of a punishment upon the refractory feuars. Mr. Balderstone had been a person in their eyes connected with a superior order of beings, whose presence used to grace their little festivities, whose advice they found useful on many occasions, and whose communications gave a sort of credit to their village. The place, they acknowledged, didna look as it used to do, and should do, since Mr. Caleb keepit the castle so closely. But doubtless, touching the eggs and butter, it was a most unreasonable demand, as Mr. Dingwall had justly made manifest. Thus stood matters betwixt the parties, when the old butler, though it was gall and wormwood to him, found himself obliged either to acknowledge before a strange man of quality, and what was much worse, before that stranger's servant, the total inability of Wolf's Crag to produce a dinner, or he must trust to the compassion of the feuars of Wolf's Hope. It was a dreadful degradation, but necessity was equally imperious and lawless. With these feelings he entered the street of the village. Willing to shake himself from his companion as soon as possible, he directed Mr. Lockhard to Lucky Sma'Trash's change-house, where a din, proceeding from the revels of Bucklaw, Craigengelt, and their party, sounded half-way down the street, while the red glare from the window overpowered the grey twilight which was now settling down, and glimmered against a parcel of old tubs, kegs, and barrels piled up in the cooper's yard on the other side of the way. "If you, Mr. Lockhard," said the old butler to his companion, "will be pleased to step to the change-house, where that light comes from, and where, as I judge, they are now singing 'Called Kale in Aberdeen,' you may do your master's errand about the venison, and I will do mine about Bucklaw's bed, as I return frae getting the rest of the vivers. It's no that the venison is actually needfu'," he added, detaining his colleague by the button, "to make up the dinner, but as a compliment to the hunters, ye ken. And, Mr. Lockhard, if they offer ye a drink of yill, or a cup of wine, or a glass of brandy, you'll be a wise man to take it, in case the thunner should hae soured ours at the castle, whilk is our muckle to be dreaded." He then permitted Lockhard to depart, and with foot heavy as lead, and yet far lighter than his heart, stepped on through the unequal street of the straggling village, meditating on whom he ought to make his first attack. It was necessary he should find some one with whom old acknowledged greatness should weigh more than recent independence, and to whom his application might appear an act of high dignity, relenting at once and soothing. But he could not recollect an inhabitant of a mind so constructed. "Our kale is like to be called in Yachtu," he reflected, as the chorus of "Called Kale in Aberdeen" again reached his ears. The minister,
he had got his presentation from the late lord, but they had quarrelled about tins. The brewer's wife, she had trusted long, and the bill was aye scored up, and unless the dignity of the family should actually require it, it would be a sin to distress a widow woman. None was so able, but, on the other hand, none was likely to be less willing to stand his friend upon the present occasion than Gibbie Girder, the man of tubs and barrels already mentioned, who had headed the insurrection in the matter of the egg and butter subsidy. "But a' comes o' taking folk on the right side, I trow," quoted Caleb to himself, "and I had yence the ill hap to say he was but a Johnny Newcome in our town, and the carle bore the family an ill will ever since. But he married a bonny young queen, Jean Lightbody, auld Lightbody's daughter, him that was in the steading of Loup the Dyke. And auld Lightbody was married himsell to Marion that was about my lady in the family 40 years syne. Aye, he had mony a day's daffin wi' Jean's mither, and they say she bides on with him. The carle has Jacobuses and Georgiuses baith, and yen could get at them. And sure I am it's doing him an honour him or his never deserved at our hand, the ungracious sumph. And if he loses by us altogether, he's e'en cheap o't, he can spare it brawly." Shaking off irresolution, therefore, and turning at once upon his heel, Caleb walked hastily back to the cooper's house, lifted the latch without ceremony, and in a moment found himself behind the hallan, or partition, from which position he could, himself unseen, reconnoitre the interior of the butt, or kitchen apartment, of the mansion. Reverse of the sad menage at the castle of Wolf's Crag, a bickering fire roared up the cooper's chimney. His wife on the one side, in her pearlings and pudding sleeves, put the last finishing touch to her holiday's apparel, while she contemplated a very handsome and good-humoured face in a broken mirror, raised upon the bink, the shelves on which the plates are disposed, for her special accommodation. Her mother, old lucky Loup the Dyke, a canty carline, as was within 20 miles of her, according to the unanimous report of the cummers, or gossips, sat by the fire in the full glory of a grogram gown, lammer beads, and a clean cockernony, whiffing a snug pipe of tobacco, and superintending the affairs of the kitchen, for, sight more interesting to the anxious heart and craving entrails of the desponding seneschal than either buxom dame or canty cummer, there bubbled on the aforesaid bickering fire a huge pot, or rather cauldron, steaming with beef and brewis, while before it revolved 2 spits, turned each by one of the cooper's apprentices, seated in the opposite corners of the chimney, the one loaded with a quarter of mutton, while the other was graced with a fat goose and a brace of wild ducks. The sight and scent of such a land of plenty almost wholly overcame the drooping spirits of Caleb. He turned, for a moment's space, to reconnoitre the ben, or parlour end of the house, and there saw a sight scarce less affecting to his feelings. A large round table, covered for 10 or 12 persons, decored, according to his own favourite terms, with napery as white as snow, grand flagons of pewter, intermixed with 1 or 2 silver cups, containing, as was probable, something worthy the brilliancy of their outward appearance, clean trenchers, cutty spoons, knives and forks, sharp, burnished, and prompt for action, which lay all displayed as for an especial festival. "The devil's in the peddling tub cooper and carle," muttered Caleb, in all the envy of astonishment. "It's a shame to see the like of them gusting their gabs at sic a rate, but if some of that good cheer does not find its way to Wolf's Crag this night, my name is not Caleb Balderstone." So resolving, he entered the apartment, and in all courteous greeting saluted both the mother and the daughter. Wolf's Crag was the court of the barony, Caleb prime minister at Wolf's Crag, and it has ever been remarked that, though the masculine subject who pays the taxes sometimes growls at the courtiers by whom they are imposed, the said courtiers continue, nevertheless, welcome to the fair sex, to whom they furnish the newest small talk and the earliest fashions. Both the dames were, therefore, at once about old Caleb's neck, setting up their throats together by way of welcome. "Aye, sirs, Mr. Balderstone, and is this you? A sight of you is good for sair een. Sit down, sit down. The good man will be blithe to see you. You ne'er saw him sae cadgy in your life. But we are to christen our bit wean the night, as you will hae heard, and doubtless you will stay and see the ordnance. We hae killed a wether, and ane o' our lads has been out wi' his gun at the moss. Ye used to like wildfowl." "Na, na, goodwife," said Caleb. "I just keek it in to wish you joy, and I would be glad to hae spoken with the goodman, but," moving as if to go away, "then ne'er a fit ye's gang," said the elder dame, laughing and holding him fast, with a freedom which belonged to their old acquaintance. "Wha kens what ill it may bring to the bairn if ye overlook it in that gate?" "But I'm in a preceese hurry, goodwife," said the butler, suffering himself to be dragged to a seat without much resistance. "And as to eating," for he observed the mistress of the dwelling bustling about to place a trencher for him, "as for eating, lack a day, we are just killed up yonder wi' eating frae morning to night. It's a shameful epicurism, but that's what we hae gotten for the English pock puddings." "Hoot, never mind the English pock puddings," said Lucky Lightbody. "Try our puddings, Mr. Balderstone. There is black pudding and white hass. Try whilk ye like best." "Baith good, baith excellent, canna be better, but the very smell's enough for me that hae dined sae lately." The faithful wretch had fasted since daybreak. "But I wadna affront your housewife's kep, goodwife, and wi' your permission, I'se e'en put them in my napkin, and eat them to my supper at e'en, for I am wearied of Mysie's pastry and nonsense. Ye ken landward dainties aye pleased me best, Marion, and landward lassies too," looking at the cooper's wife. "Ne'er a bit but she looks far better than when she married Gilbert, and then she was the bonniest lass in our paroshin, and a nice tilt, but gossy cow, goodly calf." The women smiled at the compliment each to herself, and they smiled again to each other, as Caleb wrapped up the puddings in a towel which he had brought with him, as a dragoon carries his foraging bag to receive what may fall in his way. "And what news at the castle?" quo the goodwife. "News? The bravest news ye ever heard. The Lord Keeper's up yonder wi' his fair daughter, just ready to fling her at my lord's head, and I winna tak her out of his arms, and I'se warrant he'll stitch our auld lands of Ravenswood to her petticoat tail." "Eh, sirs, aye, and we'll hae her?" "And is she weel favoured? And what's the colour of her hair? And does she wear a habit or a raily?" were the questions which the females showered upon the butler. "Hoot, hoot! It would tak a man a day to answer all your questions, and I hae hardly a minute. Where's the goodman?" "Awa to fetch the minister," said Mrs. Girder. "Precious Mr. Peter Bide the Bent, frae the Moss Head. The honest man has the rheumatism wi' lying in the hills in the persecution." "Ay, Whig and a mountain man, nae less," said Caleb, with a peevishness he could not suppress. "I hae seen the day, Lucky, when worthy Mr. Cuffcushion and the service book would hae served your turn," to the elder dame, "or ony honest woman in like circumstances." "And that's true too," said Mrs. Lightbody. "But what can a body do? Jean maun baith sing her psalms and busk her cockernony the gate the goodman likes, and nae other gate, for he's master and mayor at hame, I can tell ye, Mr. Balderstone." "Ay, ay, and does he guide the gear too?" said Caleb, to whose projects masculine rule boded little good. "Ilka penny on't, but he'll dress her as dink as a daisy, as ye see, sae she has little reason to complain. Where there's ane better aff, there's 10 waur." "Ah, weel, goodwife," said Caleb, crestfallen but not beaten off, "that wasna the way ye guided your goodman. But ilka land has its ain law. I maun be ganging. I just wanted to round in the goodman's lug, that I heard them say up by yonder that Peter Punchin, that was cooper to the Queen's stores at the Timmer Burse at Leith, is dead. So I thought that maybe a word from my lord to the Lord Keeper might hae served Gilbert. But since he's frae hame—" "Oh, but ye maun stay his hame coming," said the dame. "I aye telled the goodman ye meant weel to him, but he taxed tout at every bit lippening word." "Ah, weel, I'll stay the last minute I can." "And so," said the handsome young spouse of Mr. Girder, "ye think this Miss Ashton is weel favoured? Troth, and sae should she. to set up for our young lord wi' a face and a hand and a seat on his horse that might become a king's son. D'ye ken that he aye glowers up at my window, Mr. Balderstone, when he chances to ride through the town? Say I hae a right to ken what like he is, as weel's onybody." "I ken that brawly," said Caleb, "for I hae heard his lordship say the cooper's wife had the blackest ee in the barony, and I said, weel may that be, my lord, for it was her mother's afore her, as I ken to my cost, Marion? Ha ha ha! Ah, those were merry days." "Hoot awa, old carle," said the old dame, "to speak sic daffin to young folk. But Jean, fie, woman, dinna ye hear the bairn greet? I'se warn it's that dreary wide that has come out again."
Up got mother and grandmother, and scoured away, jostling each other as they ran, into some remote corner of the tenement, where the young hero of the evening was deposited. When Caleb saw the coast fairly clear, he took an invigorating pinch of snuff, to sharpen and confirm his resolution. "Called be my cast," thought he, "if either bide the bent or girder taste that broach of wild fowl this evening." And then addressing the eldest turnspit, a boy of about 11 years old, and putting a penny into his hand, he said, "Here's 12 pennies, my man. Carry that ower to Mrs. Smotrash, and bid her fill my mill with snishin, and I'll turn the broach for ye in the meantime, and she will gie ye a gingerbread snap for your pains." No sooner was the elder boy departed on this mission than Caleb, looking the remaining turnspit gravely and steadily in the face, removed from the fire the spit bearing the wildfowl of which he had undertaken the charge, clapped his hat on his head, and fairly marched off with it. He stopped at the door of the change-house only to say in a few brief words that Mr. Haston of Bucklaw was not to expect a bed that evening in the castle. If this message was too briefly delivered by Caleb, it became absolute rudeness when conveyed through the medium of a suburb landlady, and Bucklaw was, as a more calm and temperate man might have been, highly incensed. Captain Craigengelt proposed, with the unanimous applause of all present, that they should course the old fox, meaning Caleb, ere he got to cover, and toss him in a blanket. But Lockhart intimated to his master's servants and those of Lord Bittlebrains, in a tone of authority, that the slightest impertinence to the master of Ravenswood's domestic would give Sir William Ashton the highest offence. And having so said, in a matter sufficient to prevent any aggression on their part, he left the public-house, taking along with him 2 servants loaded with such provisions as he had been able to procure, and overtook Caleb just when he had cleared the village. End of chapter 12. Chapter 13 of The Bride of Lammermoor. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Gillian Hendrie. The Bride of Lammermoor by Sir Walter Scott. Chapter 13. Should I take aught of you? 'Tis true I begged now, and what is worse than that, I stole a kindness, and what is worst of all, I lost my way in't. Wit without money. The face of the little boy, sole witness of Caleb's infringement upon the laws at once of property and hospitality, would have made a good picture. He sat motionless, as if he had witnessed some of the spectral appearances which he had heard told of in a winter's evening, and as he forgot his own duty, he allowed his spit to stand still. He added to the misfortunes of the evening by suffering the mutton to burn as black as a coal. He was first recalled from his trance of astonishment by a hearty cuff administered by Dame Lightbody, who, in whatever other respects she might conform to her name, was a woman strong of person and expert in the use of her hands, as some say her deceased husband had known to his cost. "What garred ye let the roast burn, ye ill clerk at good for nowt?" "I dinna ken," said the boy. "And where's that ill deedy get, Giles?" "I dinna ken," blubbered the astonished declarant. "And where's Mr. Balderstone? And abune a', and in the name of council and kirk session, that I should say sae, where's the brooch wi' the wild fowl?" As Mrs. Girder here entered,
and joined her mother's exclamations, screaming into one ear while the old lady deafened the other, they succeeded in so utterly confounding the unhappy urchin that he could not for some time tell his story at all, and it was only when the elder boy returned that the truth began to dawn on their minds. "Weel, sirs," said Mrs. Lightbody, "wha would hae thought o' Caleb Balderstone playing an auld acquaintance sic a plisky?" "Oh, weary on him," said the spouse of Mr. Girder, "and what am I to say to the good man? He'll brain me, if there wasna another woman in all Wolf's Hope." "Hoot toot, silly queen," said the mother. "No, it's come to muckle, but it's no come to that neither, for an he brain you, he maun brain me, for I have gard his better stand back. Hands aff is fair play, he maunna heed a bit flytin'." The tramp of horses now announced the arrival of the cooper with the minister. They had no sooner dismounted than they made for the kitchen fire, for the evening was cool after the thunderstorm, and the woods wet and dirty. The young goodwife, strong in the charms of her Sunday gown and biggonettes, threw herself in the way of receiving the first attack, while her mother, like the veteran division of the Roman legion, remained in the rear, ready to support her in case of necessity. Both hoped to protract the discovery of what had happened, the mother by interposing her bustling person betwixt Mr. Girder and the fire, and the daughter by the extreme cordiality with which she received the minister and her husband, and the anxious fears which she expressed lest they should have gotten called. "Called?" quoth the husband, surlily, for he was not of that class of lords and masters whose wives are viceroys over them. "We'll be called enough, I think, if ye dinna let us into the fire." And so saying, he burst his way through both lines of defence, and as he had a careful eye over his property of every kind, he perceived at one glance the absence of the spit with its savoury burden. "What the deil, woman?" "Fie, for shame!" exclaimed both the women, "and before Mr. Bidebent." "I stand reproved," said the cooper, "but—" "The taking in our mouths the name of the great enemy of our souls," said Mr. Bidebent. "I stand reproved," said the cooper. "Is an exposing ourselves to his temptations," continued the reverend monitor, "and in inviting, or in some sort a compelling, of him to lay aside his other trafficking with unhappy persons, and wait upon those in whose speech his name is frequent." "Weel, Mr. Bidebent, can a man do mair than stand reproved?" said the cooper. "But just let me ask the women, what for they hae dished the wildfowl before we came?" "They arena dished, Gilbert," said his wife, but an accident—" "What accident?" said Girder, with flashing eyes. "Nae ill come ower them, I trust, eh?" His wife, who stood much in awe of him, durst not reply, but her mother bustled up to her support, with arms disposed as if they were about to be akimbo at the next reply. "I gied them to an acquaintance of mine, Gibbie Girder, and what about it now?" Her excess of assurance struck Girder mute for an instant. "And ye gied the wildfowl, the best end of our christening dinner, to a friend of yours, ye auld rudas? And what might his name be, I pray you?" "Just worthy Mr. Caleb Balderstone, frae Wolf's Crag," answered Marion, prompt and prepared for battle. Girder's wrath foamed over all restraint. If there was a circumstance which could have added to the resentment he felt, it was that this extravagant donation had been made in favour of our friend Caleb, towards whom, for reasons to which the reader is no stranger, he nourished a decided resentment. He raised his riding wand against the elder matron, but she stood firm, collected in herself, and undauntedly brandished the iron ladle with which she had just been flambing, in English basting, the roast of mutton. Her weapon was certainly the better, and her arm not the weakest of the two, so that Gilbert thought it safest to turn short off upon his wife, who had by this time hatched a sort of hysterical whine, which greatly moved the minister, who was in fact as simple and kind-hearted a creature as ever breathed. "And you thowless jade,
to sit still and see my substance dispensed upon an idle, drunken, reprobate, worm-eaten serving-man, just because he kittles the lugs o' a silly auld wife wi' useless clavers, and every twa words a lee. I'll gar he is good." Here the minister interposed, both by voice and action, while Dame Lightbody threw herself in front of her daughter, and flourished her ladle. "Am I no to chastise my ain wife?" exclaimed the cooper very indignantly. "Ye may chastise your ain wife if ye like," answered Dame Lightbody, "but ye shall never lay finger on my daughter, and that ye may found upon." "For shame, Mr. Girder," said the clergyman. "This is what I little expected to have seen of you, that you should give rein to your sinful passions against your nearest and dearest, and this night too, when you are called to the most solemn duty of a Christian parent, and all for what? For a redundancy of creature comforts as worthless as they are unneedful." "Worthless!" exclaimed the cooper. "A better goose never walkit on stubble. Two finer, daintier wild ducks never wat a feather." "Be it sae, neighbour," rejoined the minister, "but see what superfluities are yet revolving before your fire. I have seen the day when 10 of the bannocks which stand upon that board would have been an acceptable dainty to as many men that were starving on hills and bogs and in caves of the earth for the gospel's sake." "And that's what vexes me maist of a'," said the cooper, anxious to get someone to sympathise with his not altogether causeless anger. "And the Queen had gi'en it to ony suffering sant, or to onybody other, but that reiving, lying, oppressing Tory villain that rade in the wicked troop of militia when it was commanded out against the sants at Bothwell Brig by the old tyrant Allan Ravenswood, that is gane to his place. I wad the less he minded it. But to gie the principal parts of the feast to the like of him—" "Aweel, Gilbert," said the minister, "and dinna ye see a high judgment in this? The seed of the righteous are not seen begging their bread. Think of the son of a powerful oppressor being brought to the pass of supporting his household from your fullness." "And besides," said the wife, "it wasna for Lord Ravenswood neither, and he would hear but a body speak. It was to help to entertain the Lord Keeper, as they ca' him, that's up yonder at Wolf's Crag." "Sir William Ashton at Wolf's Crag!" ejaculated the astonished man of hoops and staves. "And hand and glove wi' Lord Ravenswood," added Dame Lightbody. "Doited idiot! That auld clavering snake-drawer would gar ye trow the moon is made of green cheese. The Lord Keeper and Ravenswood, they are cat and dog, hare and hound. I tell ye they are man and wife, and gree better than some others that are sae," retorted the mother-in-law. "Forbye, Peter Punchin, that's cooper the Queen's stores, is dead, and the place is to fill, and— God guide us, will ye haud your skirling tongues?" said Girder, for we are to remark that this explanation was given like a catch for two voices, the younger dame, much encouraged by the turn of the debate, taking up and repeating in a higher tone the words as fast as they were uttered by her mother. "The good wife says naething but what's true, maester," said Girder's foreman, who had come in during the fray. "I saw the Lord Keeper's servants drinking and driving ower at Lucky Sma'trash's, ower by yonder." "And is their maester up at Wolf's Crag?" said Girder. "Ay, truth is he," replied his man of confidence. "And friends with Ravenswood?" "It's like sae," answered the foreman, "since he is putting up with him." "And Peter Punchin's dead?" "Ay, ay, Punchin has leaked out at last, the old carle," said the foreman. "Mony a dribble of brandy has gane through him in his day. But as for the brooch and the wildfowl, the saddle's no aff your mare yet, maester, and I could follow and bring it back, for Mr. Balderstone's no far aff the town yet." "Do say, Will, and come here. I'll tell you what to do when you overtake him." He relieved the females of his presence, and gave Will his private instructions. "A bonny like thing," said the mother-in-law, as the cooper re-entered the apartment, "to send the innocent lad after an armed man, when ye ken Mr. Balderstone aye wears a rapier, and whiles a dirk into the bargain." "I trust," said the minister, "ye have reflected weel on what ye have done, lest ye should minister cause of strife, of which it is my duty to say, he who affordeth matter, albeit he himself striketh not, is in no matter guiltless." "Never fash your beard, Mr. Bide-the-Bent," replied Girder. "Yin canna get their breath out here between wives and ministers. I ken best how to turn my ain cake. Jean, serve up the dinner, and nae mair about it." Nor did he again allude to the deficiency in the course of the evening. Meantime, the foreman, mounted on his master's steed, and charged with his special orders, pricked swiftly forth in pursuit of the marauder Caleb. That personage, it may be imagined, did not linger by the way. He intermitted even his dearly beloved chatter for the purpose of making more haste, only assuring Mr. Lockhard that he had made the purveyor's wife give the wildfowl a few turns before the fire, in case that Mysie, who had been so much alarmed by the thunder, should not have her kitchen grate in full splendour. Meanwhile, alleging the necessity of being at Wolf's Crag as soon as possible, he pushed on so fast that his companions could scarce keep up with him. He began already to think he was safe from pursuit, having gained the summit of the swelling eminence which divides Wolf's Crag from the village, when he heard the distant tread of a horse, and a voice which shouted at intervals, "Mr. Caleb! Mr. Balderstone! Mr. Caleb Balderstone! Hullo! Bide a wee!" Caleb, it may be well believed, was in no hurry to acknowledge the summons. First, he would not hear it, and faced his companions down that it was the echo of the wind. Then he said it was not worth stopping for, and at length, halting reluctantly, as the figure of the horseman appeared through the shades of the evening, he bent up his whole soul to the task of defending his prey, threw himself into an attitude of dignity, advanced the spit, which in his grasp might with its burden seem both spear and shield, and firmly resolved to die rather than surrender it. What was his astonishment when the cooper's foreman, riding up and addressing him with respect, told him his master was very sorry he was absent when he came to his dwelling, and grieved that he could not tarry the christening dinner, and that he had ta'en the freedom to send a small runlet of sack, and yin anker of brandy, as he understood there were guests at the castle, and that they were short of preparation. I have heard somewhere a story of an elderly gentleman who was pursued by a bear that had gotten loose from its muzzle, until completely exhausted. In a fit of desperation, he faced round upon Bruin and lifted his cane, at the sight of which the instinct of discipline prevailed, and the animal, instead of tearing him to pieces, rose up upon his hind legs, and instantly began to shuffle a saraband. Not less than the joyful surprise of the senior, who had supposed himself in the extremity of peril from which he was thus unexpectedly relieved, was that of our excellent friend Caleb, when he found the pursuer intended to add to his prize instead of bereaving him of it. He recovered his latitude, however, instantly, so soon as the foreman, stepping from his nag, where he sat perched betwixt the two barrels, whispered in his ears, if ony thing about Peter Punchin's place could be airted their way, John Gibbie Girder would mak it better to the Master of Ravenswood than a pair of new gloves, and that he would be blithe to speak with Master Balderstone on that head, and he would find him as pliant as a hoop-willow in all that he could wish of him. Caleb heard all this without rendering any answer, except that of all great men from Louis XIV downwards, namely, "We will see about it," and then added aloud, for the edification of Mr. Lockhard, "Your master has acted with becoming civility and attention in forwarding the liquors, and I will not fail to represent it properly to my Lord Ravenswood. And, my lad," he said, "you may ride on to the castle, and if none of the servants are returned, whilk is to be dreaded, as they make day and night of it when they are out of sight, you may put them into the porter's lodge, whilk is on the right hand of the great entry. The porter has got leave to go to see his friends, so you will meet nae inn to steer ye." The foreman, having received his orders, rode on, and having deposited the casks in the deserted and ruinous porter's lodge, he returned unquestioned by any one. Having thus executed his master's commission,
and doffed his bonnet to Caleb and his company as he repassed them in his way to the village, he returned to have his share of the christening festivity. End of chapter 13. Chapter 14 of The Bride of Lammermoor. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Gillian Hendrie. The Bride of Lammermoor by Sir Walter Scott. Chapter 14. As, to the autumn breeze's bugle sound, various and vague the dry leaves dance their round, or, from the garner door, on either borne, the chaff flies devious from the winnowed corn, so vague, so devious, at the breath of heaven, from their fixed aim are mortal counsels driven. Anonymous. We left Caleb Balderstone in the extremity of triumph at the success of his various achievements for the honour of the house of Ravenswood. When he had mustered and marshalled his dishes of divers kinds, a more royal provision had not been seen in Wolf's Crag since the funeral feast of its deceased lord. Great was the glory of the serving man, as he decored the old oaken table with a clean cloth, and arranged upon it carbonaded venison and roasted wildfowl, with a glance every now and then, as if to upbraid the incredulity of his master and his guests. And with many a story, more or less true, was Lockhard that evening regaled concerning the ancient grandeur of Wolf's Crag, and the sway of its barons over the country in their neighbourhood. A vassal scarce held a calf or a lamb his ain, till he had first asked if the Lord of Ravenswood was pleased to accept it, and they were obliged to ask the Lord's consent before they married in these days, and mony a merry tale they tell about that right as weel as others. And although, said Caleb, these times are not like the good old times, when authority had its right, yet true it is, Mr. Lockhard, and you yourself may partly have remarked, that we of the house of Ravenswood do our endeavour in keeping up, by all just and lawful exertion of our baronial authority, that due and fitting connection betwixt superior and vassal, whilk is in some danger of falling into disuetude, owing to the general licence and misrule of these present unhappy times. Umph, said Mr. Lockhard, and if I may inquire, Mr. Balderstone, pray do you find your people at the village yonder amenable? For I must needs say, that at Ravenswood Castle, now pertaining to my master the Lord Keeper, you have not left behind ye the most compliant set of tenantry. Ah, but Mr. Lockhard, replied Caleb, ye must consider there has been a change of hands, and the old lord might expect twa turns frae them, when the newcomer canna get in. A dour and fractious set they were, they tenants of Ravenswood, and ill to live wi' when they dinna ken their master, and if your master put them mad yence, the whole country will not put them down. Troth, said Mr. Lockhard, when such be the case, I think the wisest thing for us all would be to hammer up a match between your young lord and our winsome young lady up by there, and Sir William might just stitch your old barony to her gown sleeve, and he would soon cuttle another out of somebody else, sic a lang head as he has. Caleb shook his head. I wish, he said, I wish that may answer, Mr. Lockhard. There are auld prophecies about this house I would like ill to see fulfilled wi' my old een, that has seen evil enough already. Pshaw! Never mind freits, said his brother butler. If the young folk liked ane another, they would make a winsome couple. But to say truth, there is a lady sits in our hall-neuk, maun have her hand in that, as weel as in every other job. But there's no harm in drinking to their healths, and I will fill Mrs. Mysie a cup of Mr. Girder's canary. While they thus enjoyed themselves in the kitchen, the company in the hall were not less pleasantly engaged. So soon as Ravenswood had determined upon giving the Lord Keeper such hospitality as he had to offer, he deemed it incumbent on him to assume the open and courteous brow of a well-pleased host. It has been often remarked that when a man commences by acting a character, he frequently ends by adopting it in good earnest. In the course of an hour or two, Ravenswood, to his own surprise, found himself in the situation of one who frankly does his best to entertain welcome and honoured guests. How much of this change in his disposition was to be ascribed to the beauty and simplicity of Miss Ashton, to the readiness with which she accommodated herself to the inconveniences of her situation, how much to the smooth and plausible conversation of the Lord Keeper, remarkably gifted with those words which win the ear, must be left to the reader's ingenuity to conjecture, but Ravenswood was insensible to neither. The Lord Keeper was a veteran statesman, well acquainted with courts and cabinets, and intimate with all the various turns of public affairs during the last eventful years of the 17th century. He could talk from his own knowledge of men and events in a way which failed not to win attention, and had the peculiar art, while he never said a word which committed himself, at the same time to persuade the hearer that he was speaking without the least shadow of scrupulous caution or reserve. Ravenswood, in spite of his prejudices and real grounds of resentment, felt himself at once amused and instructed in listening to him, while the statesman, whose inward feelings had at first so much impeded his efforts to make himself known, had now regained all the ease and fluency of a silver-tongued lawyer of the very highest order. His daughter did not speak much, but she smiled, and what she did say argued a submissive gentleness and a desire to give pleasure, which, to a proud man like Ravenswood, was more fascinating than the most brilliant wit. Above all, he could not but observe that, whether from gratitude or from some other motive, he himself, in his deserted and unprovided hall, was as much the object of respectful attention to his guests as he would have been when surrounded by all the appliances and means of hospitality proper to his high birth. All deficiencies passed unobserved, or if they did not escape notice, it was to praise the substitutes which Caleb had contrived to supply the want of the usual accommodations. Where a smile was unavoidable, it was a very good-humoured one, and often coupled with some well-turned compliment, to show how much the guests esteemed the merits of their noble host, how little they thought of the inconveniences with which they were surrounded. I am not sure whether the pride of being found to outbalance, in virtue of his own personal merit, all the disadvantages of fortune, did not make as favourable an impression upon the haughty heart of the Master of Ravenswood as the conversation of the father and the beauty of Lucy Ashton. The hour of repose arrived. The keeper and his daughter retired to their apartments, which were decored more properly than could have been anticipated. In making the necessary arrangements, Mysie had indeed enjoyed the assistance of a gossip who had arrived from the village upon an exploratory expedition, but had been arrested by Caleb and impressed into the domestic drudgery of the evening, so that, instead of returning home to describe the dress and person of the grand young lady, she found herself compelled to be active in the domestic economy of Wolf's Crag. According to the custom of the time, the Master of Ravenswood attended the Lord Keeper to his apartment, followed by Caleb, who placed on the table, with all the ceremonials due to torches of wax, 2 rudely framed tallow candles, such as in those days were only used by the peasantry, hooped in paltry clasps of wire, which served for candlesticks. He then disappeared, and presently entered with 2 earthen flagons. The china, he said, had been little used since my lady's time. One filled with canary wine, the other with brandy. The canary sack, unheeding all probabilities of detection, he declared had been 20 years in the cellars of Wolf's Crag. Though it was not for him to speak before their honours, the brandy, it was weel-kenned liquor, as mild as mead and as strong as Samson. It had been in the house ever since the memorable revel in which auld Micklestub had been slain at the head of the stair by Jamie of Jenkelbray, on account of the honour of the worshipful Lady Muirhead, wha was in some sort an ally of the family, natheless. But to cut that matter short, Mr. Caleb, said the keeper, perhaps you will favour me with a ewer of water. God forbid your lordship should drink water in this family, replied Caleb, to the disgrace of so honourable a house. Nevertheless, if his lordship have a fancy, said the master, smiling, I think you might indulge him, for, if I mistake not, there has been water drank here at no distant date, and with good relish too. To be sure, if his lordship has a fancy, said Caleb, and re-entering with a jug of pure element,
He will scarce find such water onywhere that is drawn frae the well at Wolf's Crag. Nevertheless, we must leave the Lord Keeper to his repose in this poor chamber of ours," said the Master of Ravenswood, interrupting his talkative domestic, who, immediately turning to the doorway, with a profound reverence, prepared to usher his master from the secret chamber. But the Lord Keeper prevented his host's departure. "I have but one word to say to the Master of Ravenswood, Mr. Caleb, and I fancy he will excuse your waiting." With a second reverence, lower than the former, Caleb withdrew, and his master stood motionless, expecting, with considerable embarrassment, what was to close the events of a day fraught with unexpected incidents. "Master of Ravenswood," said Sir William Ashton, with some embarrassment, "I hope you understand the Christian law too well to suffer the sun to set upon your anger." The master blushed and replied, "He had no occasion that evening to exercise the duty enjoined upon him by his Christian faith." "I should have thought otherwise," said his guest, "considering the various subjects of dispute and litigation which have unhappily occurred more frequently than was desirable or necessary betwixt the late honourable lord your father and myself." "I could wish, my lord," said Ravenswood, agitated by suppressed emotion, "that reverence to these circumstances should be made anywhere rather than under my father's roof." "I should have felt the delicacy of this appeal at another time," said Sir William Ashton, "but now I must proceed with what I mean to say. I have suffered too much in my own mind from the false delicacy which prevented my soliciting with earnest, what indeed I frequently requested, a personal communing with your father. Much distress of mind to him and to me might have been prevented." "It is true," said Ravenswood, after a moment's reflection, "I have heard my father say your lordship had proposed a personal interview." "Proposed, my dear master? I did indeed propose it, but I ought to have begged, entreated, beseeched it. I ought to have torn away the veil which interested persons had stretched betwixt us, and shown myself as I was, willing to sacrifice a considerable part even of my legal rights, in order to conciliate feelings so natural as his must be allowed to have been. Let me say for myself, my young friend, for so I will call you, that had your father and I spent the same time together which my good fortune has allowed me today to pass in your company, it is possible the land might yet have enjoyed one of the most respectable of its ancient nobility, and I should have been spared the pain of parting in enmity from a person whose general character I so much admired and honoured." He put his handkerchief to his eyes. Ravenswood also was moved, but awaited in silence the progress of this extraordinary communication. "It is necessary," continued the Lord Keeper, "and proper, that you should understand that there have been many points betwixt us, in which, although I judged it proper that there should be an exact ascertainment of my legal rights by the decree of a court of justice, yet it was never my intention to press them beyond the verge of equity." "My lord," said the Master of Ravenswood, "it is unnecessary to pursue this topic farther. What the law will give you, or has given you, you enjoy, or you shall enjoy. Neither my father nor I myself would have received anything on the footing of favour." "Favour? No, you misunderstand me," resumed the Keeper, "or rather you are no lawyer. A right may be good in law, and ascertained to be so, which yet a man of honour may not in every case care to avail himself of." "I am sorry for it, my lord," said the Master. "Nay, nay," retorted his guest, "you speak like a young counsellor. Your spirit goes before your wit. There are many things still open for decision betwixt us. Can you blame me, an old man desirous of peace, and in the castle of a young nobleman who has saved my daughter's life and my own, that I am desirous, anxiously desirous, that these should be settled on the most liberal principles?" The old man kept fast hold of the Master's passive hand as he spoke, and made it impossible for him, be his predetermination what it would, to return any other than an acquiescent reply, and wishing his guest good night,
he postponed farther conference until the next morning. Ravenswood hurried into the hall, where he was to spend the night, and for a time traversed its pavement with a disordered and rapid pace. His mortal foe was under his roof, yet his sentiments towards him were neither those of a feudal enemy nor of a true Christian. He felt as if he could neither forgive him in the one character, nor follow forth his vengeance in the other, but that he was making a base and dishonourable composition betwixt his resentment against the father and his affection for his daughter. He cursed himself as he hurried to and fro in the pale moonlight, and more ruddy gleams of the expiring wood fire. He threw open and shut the latticed windows with violence, as if alike impatient of the admission and exclusion of free air. At length, however, the torrent of passion foamed off its madness, and he flung himself into the chair which he proposed as his place of repose for the night. If, in reality, such were the calmer thoughts that followed the first tempest of his passion, if, in reality, this man desires no more than the law allows him, if he is willing to adjust even his acknowledged rights upon an equitable footing, what could be my father's cause of complaint? What is mine? Those from whom we won our ancient possessions fell under the sword of my ancestors, and left lands and livings to the conquerors. We sink under the force of the law, now too powerful for the Scottish cavalry. Let us parley with the victors of the day, as if we had been besieged in our fortress, and without hope of relief. This man may be other than I have thought him, and his daughter— but I have resolved not to think of her. He wrapped his cloak around him, fell asleep, and dreamed of Lucy Ashton till daylight gleamed through the lattices. End of chapter 14. Chapter 15 of The Bride of Lammermoor. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Gillian Hendrie. The Bride of Lammermoor by Sir Walter Scott. Chapter 15. We worldly men, when we see friends and kinsmen past hope sunk in their fortunes, lend no hand to lift them up, but rather set our feet upon their heads to press them to the bottom. As I must yield with you, I practised it, but now I see you in a way to rise, I can and will assist you. New way to pay old debts. The Lord Keeper carried with him, to a couch harder than he was accustomed to stretch himself upon, the same ambitious thoughts and political perplexities which drive sleep from the softest down that ever spread a bed of state. He had sailed long enough amid the contending tides and currents of the time to be sensible of their peril, and of the necessity of trimming his vessel to the prevailing wind, if he would have her escape shipwreck in the storm. The nature of his talents, and the timorousness of disposition connected with them, had made him assume the pliability of the versatile old Earl of Northampton, who explained the art by which he kept his ground during all the changes of state from the reign of Henry VIII to that of Elizabeth, by the frank avowal that he was born of the willow, not of the oak. It had accordingly been Sir William Ashton's policy, on all occasions, to watch the changes in the political horizon, and ere yet the conflict was decided, to negotiate some interest for himself with the party most likely to prove victorious. His time-serving disposition was well known, and excited the contempt of the more daring leaders of both factions in the state. But his talents were of a useful and practical kind, and his legal knowledge held in high estimation, and they so far counterbalanced other deficiencies that those in power were glad to use and to reward, though without absolutely trusting or greatly respecting him. The Marquis of A had used his utmost influence to effect a change in the Scottish cabinet, and his schemes had been of late so well laid and so ably supported, that there appeared a very great chance of his proving ultimately successful.
He did not, however, feel so strong or so confident as to neglect any means of drawing recruits to his standard. The acquisition of the Lord Keeper was deemed of some importance, and a friend perfectly acquainted with his circumstances and character became responsible for his political conversion. When this gentleman arrived at Ravenswood Castle upon a visit, the real purpose of which was disguised under general courtesy, he found the prevailing fear which at present beset the Lord Keeper was that of danger to his own person from the Master of Ravenswood. The language which the blind Sibyl, old Alice, had used, the sudden appearance of the Master armed and within his precincts, immediately after he had been warned against danger from him, the cold and haughty return received in exchange for the acknowledgments with which he loaded him for his timely protection, had all made a strong impression on his imagination. So soon as the Marquis's political agent found how the wind sat, he began to insinuate fears and doubts of another kind, scarce less calculated to affect the Lord Keeper. He inquired with seeming interest whether the proceedings in Sir William's complicated litigation with the Ravenswood family were out of court and settled without the possibility of appeal. The Lord Keeper answered in the affirmative, but his interrogator was too well informed to be imposed upon. He pointed out to him, by unanswerable arguments, that some of the most important points which had been decided in his favour against the House of Ravenswood were liable under the Treaty of Union to be reviewed by the British House of Peers, a court of equity of which the Lord Keeper felt an instinctive dread. This course came instead of an appeal to the old Scottish Parliament, or, as it was technically termed, a protestation for remit in law. The Lord Keeper, after he had for some time disputed the legality of such a proceeding, was compelled at length to comfort himself with the improbability of the young Master of Ravenswood's finding friends in Parliament capable of stirring in so weighty an affair. "Do not comfort yourself with that false hope," said his wily friend. "It is possible that, in the next session of Parliament, young Ravenswood may find more friends and favour even than your lordship." "That would be a sight worth seeing," said the Keeper scornfully. "And yet," said his friend, "such things have been seen ere now, and in our own time. There are many at the head of affairs even now that a few years ago were under hiding for their lives, and many a man now dines on plates of silver that was fain to eat his crowdie without a bicker, and many a high head has been brought full low among us in as short a space. Scott of Scotsarvert's staggering State of Scots Statesmen, of which curious memoir you showed me a manuscript, has been out-staggered in our time." The Lord Keeper answered with a deep sigh, that these mutations were no new sights in Scotland, and had been witnessed long before the time of this satirical author he had quoted. It was many a long year, he said, since Fordun had quoted as an ancient proverb, "Neque divis, neque fortis, sed nec sapiens Scotus, predominante individia, Dio durabit in terra." "And be assured, my esteemed friend," was the answer, "that even your long services to the state, or deep legal knowledge, will not save you, or render your estate stable, if the Marquis of A comes in with a party in the British Parliament. You know that the deceased Lord Ravenswood was his near ally, his lady being fifth in descent from the Knight of Tillibardine, and I am well assured that he will take young Ravenswood by the hand, and be his very good lord and kinsman. Why should he not? The Master is an active and stirring young fellow, able to help himself with tongue and hands, and it is such as he that finds friends among their kindred, and not those unarmed and unable Mephibosheths that are sure to be a burden to every one that takes them up. And so, if these Ravenswood cases be called over the coals in the House of Peers, you will find that the Marquis will have a crow to pluck with you." "That would be an evil requital," said the Lord Keeper, "for my long services to the state, and the ancient respect in which I have held his lordship's honourable family and person." "Ay, but,"
rejoined the agent of the Marquis. "It is in vain to look back on past service and auld respect, my lord. It will be present service and immediate proofs of regard, which in these sliddery times will be expected by a man like the Marquis." The Lord Keeper now saw the full drift of his friend's argument, but he was too cautious to return any positive answer. He knew not, he said, the service which the Lord Marquis could expect from one of his limited abilities, that had not always stood at his command, still saving and reserving his duty to his king and country. Having thus said nothing, while he seemed to say everything, for the exception was calculated to cover whatever he might afterwards think proper to bring under it, Sir William Ashton changed the conversation, nor did he again permit the same topic to be introduced. His guest departed, without having brought the wily old statesman the length of committing himself, or of pledging himself to any future line of conduct, but with the certainty that he had alarmed his fears in a most sensible point, and laid a foundation for future and farther treaty. When he rendered an account of his negotiation to the Marquis, they both agreed that the keeper ought not to be permitted to relapse into security, and that he should be plied with new subjects of alarm, especially during the absence of his lady. They were well aware that her proud, vindictive, and predominating spirit would be likely to supply him with the courage in which he was deficient, that she was immovably attached to the party now in power, with whom she maintained a close correspondence and alliance, and that she hated, without fearing, the Ravenswood family, whose more ancient dignity threw discredit on the newly acquired grandeur of her husband, to such a degree that she would have perilled the interest of her own house to have the prospect of altogether crushing that of her enemy. But Lady Ashton was now absent. The business which had long detained her in Edinburgh had afterwards induced her to travel to London, not without the hope that she might contribute her share to disconcert the intrigues of the Marquis at court, for she stood high in favour with the celebrated Sarah, Duchess of Marlborough, to whom, in point of character, she bore considerable resemblance. It was necessary to press her husband hard before her return, and as a preparatory step, the Marquis wrote to the Master of Ravenswood the letter which we rehearsed in a former chapter. It was cautiously worded, so as to leave it in the power of the writer hereafter to take as deep or as slight an interest in the fortunes of his kinsman as the progress of his own schemes might require. But however unwilling as a statesman the Marquis might be to commit himself or assume the character of a patron, while he had nothing to give away, it must be said to his honour that he felt a strong inclination effectively to befriend the Master of Ravenswood, as well as to use his name as a means of alarming the terrors of the Lord Keeper. As the messenger who carried this letter was to pass near the house of the Lord Keeper, he had it in direction that in the village adjoining to the park gate of the castle his horse should lose a shoe, and that, while it was replaced by the smith of the place, he should express the utmost regret for the necessary loss of time, and in the vehemence of his impatience give it to be understood that he was bearing a message from the Marquis of A to the Master of Ravenswood upon a matter of life and death. This news, with exaggerations, was speedily carried from various quarters to the ears of the Lord Keeper, and each reporter dwelt upon the extreme impatience of the courier, and the surprising short time in which he had executed his journey. The anxious statesman heard in silence, but in private Lockhard received orders to watch the courier on his return, to waylay him in the village, to ply him with liquor if possible, and to use all means, fair or foul, to learn the contents of the letter of which he was the bearer. But as this plot had been foreseen, the messenger returned by a different and distant road, and thus escaped the snare that was laid for him. After he had been in vain expected for some time, Mr. Dingwall had orders to make a special inquiry among his clients of Wolf's Hope, whether such a domestic belonging to the Marquis of A had actually arrived at the neighbouring castle. This was easily ascertained, for Caleb had been in the village one morning by 5 o'clock to borrow "twa chappins of ale and a kipper" for the messenger's refreshment, and the poor fellow had been ill for 24 hours at Lucky Smotrash's, in consequence of dining upon "saut salmon and sour drink," so that the existence of a correspondence betwixt the Marquis and his distressed kinsman, which Sir William Ashton had sometimes treated as a bugbear, was proved beyond the possibility of further doubt. The alarm of the Lord Keeper became very serious, since the claim of right, the power of appealing from the decisions of the civil court to the Estates of Parliament, which had formerly been held incompetent, had in many instances been claimed, and in some allowed, and he had no small reason to apprehend the issue if the English House of Lords should be disposed to act upon an appeal from the Master of Ravenswood for remit in law. It would resolve into an equitable claim, and be decided perhaps upon the broad principles of justice, which were not quite so favourable to the Lord Keeper as those of strict law. Besides, judging, though most inaccurately, from courts which he had himself known in the unhappy times preceding the Scottish Union, the Keeper might have too much right to think that in the house to which his lawsuits were to be transferred the old maxim might prevail, which was too well recognised in Scotland in former times: "Show me the man, and I'll show you the law." The high and unbiassed character of English judicial proceedings was then little known in Scotland, and the extension of them to that country was one of the most valuable advantages which it gained by the Union. But this was a blessing which the Lord Keeper, who had lived under another system, could not have the means of foreseeing. In the loss of his political consequence, he anticipated the loss of his lawsuit. Meanwhile, every report which reached him served to render the success of the Marquis's intrigues the more probable, and the Lord Keeper began to think it indispensable that he should look round for some kind of protection against the coming storm. The timidity of his temper induced him to adopt measures of compromise and conciliation. The affair of the wild bull, properly managed, might, he thought, be made to facilitate a personal communication and reconciliation betwixt the Master and himself. He would then learn, if possible, what his own ideas were of the extent of his rights and the means of enforcing them, and perhaps matters might be brought to a compromise, where one party was wealthy and the other so very poor. A reconciliation with Ravenswood was likely to give him an opportunity to play his own game with the Marquis of A. "And besides," he said to himself, "it will be an act of generosity to raise up the heir of this distressed family, and if he is to be warmly and effectually befriended by the new government, who knows but my virtue may prove its own reward?" Thus thought Sir William Ashton, covering with no unusual self-delusion his interested views with a hue of virtue, and having attained this point, his fancy strayed still further. He began to bethink himself that if Ravenswood was to have a distinguished place of power and trust, and if such a union would soppet the heavier part of his unadjusted claims, there might be worse matches for his daughter Lucy. The Master might be repond against the attainder. Lord Ravenswood was an ancient title, and the alliance would, in some measure, legitimate his own possession of the greater part of the Master's spoils, and make the surrender of the rest a subject of less bitter regret. With these mingled and multifarious plans occupying his head, the Lord Keeper availed himself of my Lord Bittlebrain's repeated invitation to his residence, and thus came within a very few miles of Wolf's Crag. Here he found the lord of the mansion absent, but was courteously received by the lady, who expected her husband's immediate return. She expressed her particular delight at seeing Miss Ashton, and appointed the hounds to be taken out for the Lord Keeper's special amusement. He readily entered into the proposal, as giving him an opportunity to reconnoitre Wolf's Crag, and perhaps to make some acquaintance with the owner, if he should be tempted from his desolate mansion by the chase. Lockhard had his orders to endeavour on his part to make some acquaintance with the inmates of the castle,
and we have seen how he played his part. The accidental storm did more to further the Lord Keeper's plan of forming a personal acquaintance with young Ravenswood than his most sanguine expectations could have anticipated. His fear of the young nobleman's personal resentment had greatly decreased, since he considered him as formidable from his legal claims, and the means he might have of enforcing them. But although he thought, not unreasonably, that only desperate circumstances drove men on desperate measures, it was not without a secret terror which shook his heart within him that he first felt himself enclosed within the desolate tower of Wolf's Crag, a place so well fitted from solitude and strength to be a scene of violence and vengeance. The stern reception at first given to them by the Master of Ravenswood, and the difficulty he felt in explaining to that injured nobleman what guests were under the shelter of his roof, did not soothe these alarms, so that when Sir William Ashton heard the door of the courtyard shut behind him with violence, the words of Alice rung in his ears, that he had drawn on matters too hardly with so fierce a race as those of Ravenswood, and that they would bide their time to be avenged. The subsequent frankness of the Master's hospitality, as their acquaintance increased, abated the apprehensions these recollections were calculated to excite, and it did not escape Sir William Ashton that it was to Lucy's grace and beauty he owed the change in their host's behaviour. All these thoughts thronged upon him when he took possession of the secret chamber. The iron lamp, the unfurnished apartment, more resembling a prison than a place of ordinary repose, the hoarse and ceaseless sound of the waves rushing against the base of the rock on which the castle was founded, saddened and perplexed his mind. To his own successful machinations, the ruin of the family had been in a great measure owing, but his disposition was crafty and not cruel, so that actually to witness the desolation and distress he had himself occasioned was as painful to him as it would be to the humane mistress of a family to superintend in person the execution of the lambs and poultry which are killed by her own directions. At the same time, when he thought of the alternative of restoring to Ravenswood a large proportion of his spoils, or of adopting as an ally and member of his own family the heir of this impoverished house, he felt as the spider may be supposed to do when his whole web, the intricacies of which had been planned with so much art, is destroyed by the chance sweep of a broom. And then, if he should commit himself too far in this matter, it gave rise to a perilous question, which many a good husband, when under temptation to act as a free agent, has asked himself, without being able to return a satisfactory answer. What will my wife, what will Lady Ashton say? On the whole, he came at length to the resolution in which minds of a weaker cast so often take refuge. He resolved to watch events, to take advantage of circumstances as they occurred, and regulate his conduct accordingly. In this spirit of temporizing policy, he at length composed his mind to rest. End of chapter 15.
Chapter 16 of The Bride of Lammermoor. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Gillian Hendrie. The Bride of Lammermoor by Sir Walter Scott. Chapter 16. A slight note I have about me for you, for the delivery of which you must excuse me. It is an offer that friendship calls upon me to do, and no way offensive to you, since I desire nothing but right upon both sides. King and no king. When Ravenswood and his guest met in the morning, the gloom of the master's spirit had in part returned. He also had passed a night rather of reflection than of slumber, and the feelings which he could not but entertain towards Lucy Ashton had to support a severe conflict against those which he had so long nourished against her father.
to clasp in friendship the hand of the enemy of his house, to entertain him under his roof, to exchange with him the courtesies and the kindness of domestic familiarity, was a degradation which his proud spirit could not be bent to without a struggle. But the ice being once broken, the Lord Keeper was resolved it should not have time again to freeze. It had been part of his plan to stun and confuse Ravenswood's ideas by a complicated and technical statement of the matters which had been in debate betwixt their families, justly thinking that it would be difficult for a youth of his age to follow the expositions of a practical lawyer, concerning actions of compt and reckoning, and of multiple poindings, and adjudications and wadsets, proper and improper, and poindings of the ground, and declarations of the expiry of the legal. Thus, thought Sir William, I shall have all the grace of appearing perfectly communicative, while my party will derive very little advantage from anything I may tell him. He therefore took Ravenswood aside into the deep recess of a window in the hall, and resuming the discourse of the preceding evening, expressed a hope that his young friend would assume some patience, in order to hear him enter in a minute and explanatory detail of those unfortunate circumstances in which his late honourable father had stood at variance with the Lord Keeper. The Master of Ravenswood coloured highly, but was silent, and the Lord Keeper, though not greatly approving the sudden heightening of his auditor's complexion, commenced the history of a bond for 20,000 merks, advanced by his father to the father of Alan Lord Ravenswood, and was proceeding to detail the executorial proceedings by which this large sum had been rendered a debitum fundi, when he was interrupted by the Master. "It is not in this place," he said, "that I can hear Sir William Ashton's explanation of the matters in question between us. It is not here, where my father died of a broken heart, that I can, with decency or temper, investigate the cause of his distress. I might remember that I was a son, and forget the duties of a host. A time, however, there must come when these things shall be discussed, in a place and in a presence where both of us will have equal freedom to speak and to hear." Any time, the Lord Keeper said, any place, was alike to those who sought nothing but justice. Yet it would seem he was, in fairness, entitled to some premonition respecting the grounds upon which the Master proposed to impugn the whole train of legal proceedings, which had been so well and ripely advised in the only courts competent. "Sir William Ashton," answered the Master with warmth, "the lands which you now occupy were granted to my remote ancestor for services done with his sword against the English invaders. How they have glided from us by a train of proceedings that seem to be neither sale nor mortgage nor adjudication for debt, but a nondescript and entangled mixture of all these rights. How annual rent has been accumulated upon principal, and no nook or coign of legal advantage left unoccupied, until our interest in our hereditary property seems to have melted away like an icicle in thaw. All this you understand better than I do. I am willing, however, to suppose, from the frankness of your conduct towards me, that I may in a great measure have mistaken your personal character, and that things may have appeared right and fitting to you, a skilful and practised lawyer, which to my ignorant understanding seem very little short of injustice and gross oppression." "And you, my dear master," answered Sir William, "you, permit me to say, have been equally misrepresented to me. I was taught to believe you a fierce, imperious, hot-headed youth, ready at the slightest provocation to throw your sword into the scales of justice, and to appeal to those rude and forcible measures from which civil polity has long protected the people of Scotland. Then, since we were mutually mistaken in each other, why should not the young nobleman be willing to listen to the old lawyer, while at least he explains the points of difference betwixt them?" "No, my lord," answered Ravenswood, "it is in the House of British Peers, whose honour must be equal to their rank. It is in the court of last resort that we must parley together. The belted lords of Britain, her ancient peers, must decide if it is their will that a house not the least noble of their members shall be stripped of their possessions, the reward of the patriotism of generations, as the pawn of a wretched mechanic becomes forfeit to the usurer the instant the hour of redemption has passed away. If they yield to the grasping severity of the creditor, and to the gnawing usury that eats into our lands as moths into a raiment, it will be of more evil consequence to them and their posterity than to Edgar Ravenswood. I shall still have my sword and my cloak, and can follow the profession of arms wherever a trumpet shall sound." As he pronounced these words, in a firm yet melancholy tone, he raised his eyes, and suddenly encountered those of Lucy Ashton, who had stolen unawares on their interview, and observed her looks fastened on them with an expression of enthusiastic interest and admiration, which had wrapped her for the moment beyond the fear of discovery. The noble form and fine features of Ravenswood, fired with the pride of birth and sense of internal dignity, the mellow and expressive tones of his voice, the desolate state of his fortunes, and the indifference with which he seemed to endure and to dare the worst that might befall, rendered him a dangerous object of contemplation for a maiden already too much disposed to dwell upon recollections connected with him. When their eyes encountered each other, both blushed deeply, conscious of some strong internal emotion, and shunned again to meet each other's looks. Sir William Ashton had, of course, closely watched the expression of their countenances. "I need fear," said he internally, "neither Parliament nor protestation. I have an effectual mode of reconciling myself with this hot-tempered young fellow, in case he shall become formidable. The present object is, at all events, to avoid committing ourselves. The hook is fixed. We will not strain the line too soon. It is as well to reserve the privilege of slipping it loose, if we do not find the fish worth landing." In this selfish and cruel calculation upon the supposed attachment of Ravenswood to Lucy, he was so far from considering the pain he might give to the former by thus dallying with his affections, that he even did not think upon the risk of involving his own daughter in the perils of an unfortunate passion, as if her predilection, which could not escape his attention, were like the flame of a taper, which might be lighted or extinguished at pleasure. But Providence had prepared a dreadful requital for this keen observer of human passions, who had spent his life in securing advantages to himself by artfully working upon the passions of others. Caleb Balderstone now came to announce that breakfast was prepared, for in those days of substantial feeding, the relics of the supper simply furnished forth the morning meal. Neither did he forget to present to the Lord Keeper, with great reverence, a morning draught in a large pewter cup garnished with leaves of parsley and scurvy grass. He craved pardon, of course, for having omitted to serve it in the great silver standing cup, as behoved, being that it was at present in a silversmith's in Edinburgh, for the purpose of being overlaid with gilt. "In Edinburgh like enough," said Ravenswood, "but in what place, or for what purpose, I am afraid neither you nor I know." "Ah, weel," said Caleb peevishly, "there's a man standing at the gate already this morning. That's ae thing that I ken. Does your honour ken whether ye will speak with him or no?" "Does he wish to speak with me, Caleb?" "Less will no serve him," said Caleb, "but ye had best take a vissy of him through the wicket before opening the gate. It's no every yin we should let into this castle." "What, do you suppose him to be a messenger come to arrest me for debt?" said Ravenswood. "A messenger arrest your honour for debt, and in your castle of Wolf's Crag? Your honour is jesting with old Caleb this morning." However, he whispered in his ear as he followed him out, "I would be loath to do ony decent man a prejudice in your honour's good opinion, but I would tak twa looks at that child before I let him within these walls." He was not an officer of the law, however, being no less a person than Captain Craigengelt, with his nose as red as a comfortable cup of brandy could make it, his laced cocked hat set a little aside upon the top of his black riding periwig, a sword by his side, and pistols at his holsters, and his person arrayed in a riding suit, laid over with tarnished lace, the very moral of one who would say, "Stand to a true man." When the master had recognised him, he ordered the gates to be opened. "I suppose," he said, "Captain Craigengelt, there are no such weighty matters betwixt you and me, but may be discussed in this place. I have company in the castle at present, and the terms upon which we last parted must excuse my asking you to make part of them." Craigengelt, although possessing the very perfection of impudence, was somewhat abashed by this unfavourable reception. He had no intention, he said, to force himself upon the Master of Ravenswood's hospitality. He was in the honourable service of bearing a message to him from a friend, otherwise the Master of Ravenswood should not have had reason to complain of this intrusion. "Let it be short, sir," said the Master, "for that will be the best apology. Who is the gentleman who is so fortunate as to have your services as a messenger?" "My friend, Mr. Haston of Bucklaw," answered Craigengelt, with conscious importance, and that confidence which the acknowledged courage of his principle inspired, "who conceives himself to have been treated by you with something much short of the respect which he had reason to demand, and therefore is resolved to exact satisfaction. I bring with me," said he, taking a piece of paper out of his pocket, "the precise length of his sword, and he requests you will meet him, accompanied by a friend and equally armed, at any place within a mile of the castle, when I shall give attendance as umpire or second on his behoof." "Satisfaction and equal arms!" repeated Ravenswood, who, the reader will recollect, had no reason to suppose he had given the slightest offence to his late intimate. "Upon my word, Captain Craigengelt, either you have invented the most improbable falsehood that ever came into the mind of such a person, or your morning draught has been somewhat of the strongest. What could persuade Bucklaw to send me such a message?" "For that, sir," replied Craigengelt, "I am desired to refer you to what, in duty to my friend, I am to term your inhospitality, in excluding him from your house, without reasons assigned." "It is impossible," replied the Master. "He cannot be such a fool as to interpret actual necessity as an insult. Nor do I believe that, knowing my opinion of you, Captain, he would have employed the services of so slight and inconsiderable a person as yourself upon such an errand, as I certainly could expect no man of honour to act with you in the office of umpire." "I, slight and inconsiderable!" said Craigengelt, raising his voice, and laying his hand on his cutlass. "If it were not that the quarrel of my friend craves the precedence, and is in dependence before my own, I would give you to understand—" "I can understand nothing upon your explanation, Captain Craigengelt. Be satisfied of that, and oblige me with your departure." "D—n," muttered the bully. "And is this the answer which I am to carry back to an honourable message?" "Tell the Laird of Bucklaw," answered Ravenswood, "if you are really sent by him, that, when he sends me his cause of grievance by a person fitting to carry such an errand betwixt him and me, I will either explain it or maintain it." "Then, master, you will at least cause to be returned to Haston by my hands his property, which is remaining in your possession." "Whatever property Bucklaw may have left behind him, sir," replied the master, "shall be returned to him by my servant, as you do not show me any credentials from him which entitle you to receive it." "Well, master," said Captain Craigengelt with malice which even his fear of the consequences could not suppress, "you have this morning done me an egregious wrong and dishonour, but far more to yourself. A castle, indeed!" he continued, looking around him. "Why, this is worse than a Cook Gorge house, where they receive travellers to plunder them of their property." "You insolent rascal!" said the master, raising his cane, and making a grasp at the captain's bridle. "If you do not depart without uttering another syllable, I will batoon you to death." At the motion of the master towards him, the bully turned so rapidly round that with some difficulty he escaped throwing down his horse, whose hoofs struck fire from the rocky pavement in every direction. Recovering him, however, with the bridle, he pushed for the gate, and rode sharply back again in the direction of the village. As Ravenswood turned around to leave the courtyard after this dialogue, he found that the Lord Keeper had descended from the hall, and witnessed, though at the distance prescribed by politeness, his interview with Craigengelt. "I have seen," said the Lord Keeper, "that gentleman's face, and at no great distance of time. His name is Craig something, is it not?" "Craigengelt is the fellow's name," said the Master, "at least that by which he passes at present." "Craig in gilt," said Caleb, pruning upon the word Craig, which in Scotch signifies throat. "If he is Craig in gilt just now, he is as likely to be Craig in peril as ony chiel I ever saw. The loon has Woody written on his very visnomy, and I would wager twa and a plack that hemp plaits his cravat yet." "You understand physiognomy, good Mr. Caleb," said the keeper, smiling. "I assure you the gentleman has been near such a consummation before now, for I most distinctly recollect that upon occasion of a journey which I made about a fortnight ago to Edinburgh, I saw Mr. Craigengelt, or whatever is his name, undergo a severe examination before the Privy Council." "Upon what account?" said the Master of Ravenswood, with some interest. The question led immediately to a tale which the Lord Keeper had been very anxious to introduce, when he could find a graceful and fitting opportunity. He took hold of the Master's arm, and led him back towards the hall. "The answer to your question," he said, "though it is a ridiculous business, is only fit for your own ear." As they entered the hall, he again took the Master apart into one of the recesses of the window, where it will be easily believed that Miss Ashton did not venture again to intrude upon their conference. End of chapter 16. Chapter 17 of The Bride of Lammermoor. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Gillian Hendrie. The Bride of Lammermoor by Sir Walter Scott. Chapter 17. Here is a father now will truck his daughter for a foreign venture, make her the stopgap to some cankered feud, or fling her o'er, like Jonah to the fishes, to appease the sea at highest. Anonymous. The Lord Keeper opened his discourse with an appearance of unconcern, marking, however, very carefully the effect of his communication upon young Ravenswood. "You are aware," he said, "my young friend, that suspicion is the natural vice of our unsettled times, and exposes the best and wisest of us to the imposition of artful rascals. If I had been disposed to listen to such the other day, or even if I had been the wily politician which you have been taught to believe me, you, Master of Ravenswood, instead of being at freedom, and with full liberty to solicit and act against me as you please, in defence of what you suppose to be your rights, would have been in the castle of Edinburgh or some other state prison, or if you had escaped that destiny, it must have been by flight to a foreign country, and at the risk of a sentence of fugitation." "My Lord Keeper," said the Master, "I think you would not jest on such a subject, yet it seems impossible you can be in earnest." "Innocence," said the Lord Keeper, "is also confident, and sometimes, though very excusably, presumptuously so." "I do not understand," said Ravenswood, "how a consciousness of innocence can be in any case accounted presumptuous." "Imprudent, at least, it may be called," said Sir William Ashton, "since it is apt to lead us into the mistake of supposing that sufficiently evident to others, of which, in fact, we are only conscious ourselves. I have known a rogue, for this very reason, make a better defence than an innocent man could have done in the same circumstances of suspicion. Having no consciousness of innocence to support him, such a fellow applies himself to all the advantages which the law will afford him, and sometimes, if his counsel be men of talent, succeeds in compelling his judges to receive him as innocent. I remember the celebrated case of Sir Cooley Condiddle of Condiddle, who was tried for theft under trust, of which all the world knew him guilty, and yet was not only acquitted, but lived to sit in judgment on honester folk. "Allow me to beg you will return to the point," said the master. "You seem to say that I had suffered under some suspicion." "Suspicion, master? Aye, truly, and I can show you the proofs of it, if I happen only to have them with me. Here, Lockhard." His attendant came. "Fetch me the little private mail with the padlocks, that I recommended to your particular charge, d'ye hear?" "Yes, my lord." Lockhart vanished, and the keeper continued, as if half speaking to himself. "I think the papers are with me. I think so, for, as I was to be in this country, it was natural for me to bring them with me. I have them, however, at Ravenswood Castle, that I am sure, so perhaps you might condescend—" Here Lockhart entered, and put the leathern scrutoire, or mail-box, into his hands. The keeper produced 1 or 2 papers, respecting the information laid before the Privy Council concerning the riot, as it was termed, at the funeral of Alan Lord Ravenswood, and the active share he had himself taken in squashing the proceedings against the master. These documents had been selected with care, so as to irritate the natural curiosity of Ravenswood upon such a subject, without gratifying it, yet to show that Sir William Ashton had acted upon that trying occasion the part of an advocate and peacemaker betwixt him and the jealous authorities of the day. Having furnished his host with such subjects for examination, the Lord Keeper went to the breakfast table, and entered into light conversation, addressed partly to old Caleb, whose resentment against the usurper of the castle of Ravenswood began to be softened by his familiarity, and partly to his daughter. After perusing these papers, the Master of Ravenswood remained for a minute or two with his hand pressed against his brow, in deep and profound meditation. He then again ran his eye hastily over the papers, as if desirous of discovering in them some deep purpose, or some mark of fabrication, which had escaped him at first perusal. Apparently the second reading confirmed the opinion which had pressed upon him at the first, for he started from the stone bench on which he was sitting, and going to the Lord Keeper, took his hand, and strongly pressing it, asked his pardon repeatedly for the injustice he had done him, when it appeared he was experiencing at his hands the benefit of protection to his person and vindication to his character. The statesman received these acknowledgments at first with well-feigned surprise, and then with an affectation of frank cordiality. The tears began already to start from Lucy's blue eyes at viewing this unexpected and moving scene. To see the master, late so haughty and reserved, and whom she had always supposed the injured person, supplicating her father for forgiveness, was a change at once surprising, flattering, and affecting. "Dry your eyes, Lucy," said her father. "Why should you weep? Because your father, though a lawyer, is discovered to be a fair and honourable man. What have you to thank me for, my dear master," he continued, addressing Ravenswood, "that you would not have done in my case? Suum cuique tribuito was the Roman justice, and I learned it when I studied Justinian. Besides, have you not overpaid me 1,000 times in saving the life of this dear child?" "Yes," answered the master, in all the remorse of self-accusation, "but the little service I did was an act of mere brutal instinct. Your defence of my cause, when you knew how ill I thought of you, and how much I was disposed to be your enemy, was an act of generous, manly, and considerate wisdom." "Pshaw!" said the Lord Keeper. "Each of us acted in his own way, you as a gallant soldier, I as an upright judge and privy councillor. We could not perhaps have changed parts. At least, I should have made a very sorry Toreador, and you, my good master, though your cause is so excellent, might have pleaded it perhaps worse yourself than I who acted for you before the council." "My generous friend," said Ravenswood, and with that brief word, which the keeper had often lavished upon him, but which he himself now pronounced for the first time, he gave to his feudal enemy the full confidence of a haughty but honourable heart. The master had been remarked among his contemporaries for sense and acuteness, as well as for his reserved, pertinacious, and irascible character. His prepossessions accordingly, however obstinate, were of a nature to give way before love and gratitude, and the real charms of the daughter, joined to the supposed services of the father, cancelled in his memory the vows of vengeance which he had taken so deeply on the eve of his father's funeral. But they had been heard and registered in the book of fate. Caleb was present at this extraordinary scene, and he could conceive no other reason for a proceeding so extraordinary than an alliance betwixt the houses, and Ravenswood Castle assigned for the young lady's dowry. As for Lucy, when Ravenswood uttered the most passionate excuses for his ungrateful negligence, she could but smile through her tears, and as she abandoned her hand to him, assure him, in broken accents, of the delight with which she beheld the complete reconciliation between her father and her deliverer. Even the statesman was moved and affected by the fiery, unreserved, and generous self-abandonment with which the master of Ravenswood renounced his feudal enmity, and threw himself without hesitation upon his forgiveness. His eyes glistened as he looked upon a couple who were obviously becoming attached, and who seemed made for each other. He thought how high the proud and chivalrous character of Ravenswood might rise under many circumstances in which he found himself overcrowed, to use a phrase of Spenser, and kept under by his brief pedigree and timidity of disposition. Then his daughter, his favourite child, his constant playmate, seemed formed to live happy in a union with such a commanding spirit as Ravenswood, and even the fine, delicate, fragile form of Lucy Ashton seemed to require the support of the master's muscular strength and masculine character. And it was not merely during a few minutes that Sir William Ashton looked upon their marriage as a probable and even desirable event, for a full hour intervened ere his imagination was crossed by a recollection of the master's poverty and the sure displeasure of Lady Ashton. It is certain that the very unusual flow of kindly feeling with which the Lord Keeper had been thus surprised was one of the circumstances which gave much tacit encouragement to the attachment between the master and his daughter, and led both the lovers distinctly to believe that it was a connection which would be most agreeable to him. He himself was supposed to have admitted this in effect, when, long after the catastrophe of their love, he used to warn his hearers against permitting their feelings to obtain an ascendancy over their judgment, and affirm that the greatest misfortune of his life was owing to a very temporary predominance of sensibility over self-interest. It must be owned, if such was the case, he was long and severely punished for an offence of very brief duration. After some pause, the Lord Keeper resumed the conversation. "In your surprise at finding me an honester man than you expected, you have lost your curiosity about this Craigengelt, my good master. And yet your name was brought in the course of that matter too." "The scoundrel!" said Ravenswood. "My connection with him was of the most temporary nature possible, and yet I was very foolish to hold any communication with him at all. What did he say of me?" "Enough," said the keeper, "to excite the very loyal terrors of some of our sages, who are for proceeding against men on the mere grounds of suspicion or mercenary information. Some nonsense about your proposing to enter into the service of France, or of the Pretender, I don't recollect which, but which the Marquis of A., one of your best friends, and another person, whom some call one of your worst and most interested enemies, could not, somehow, be brought to listen to." "I am obliged to my honourable friend, and yet," shaking the Lord Keeper's hand,
and yet I am still more obliged to my honourable enemy." "Inimicus amicissimus," said the Lord Keeper, returning the pressure. "But this gentleman, this Mr. Haston of Bucklaw, I am afraid the poor young man, I heard the fellow mention his name, is under very bad guidance." "He is old enough to govern himself," answered the Master. "Old enough, perhaps, but scarce wise enough, if he has chosen this fellow for his fidus Achates. Why, he lodged an information against him. That is, such a consequence might have ensued from his examination had we not looked rather at the character of the witness than the tenor of his evidence." "Mr. Haston of Bucklaw," said the Master, "is, I believe, a most honourable man, and capable of nothing that is mean or disgraceful." "Capable of much that is unreasonable, though. That you must needs allow, Master. Death will soon put him in possession of a fair estate, if he hath it not already. Old Lady Girnington, an excellent person, excepting that her inveterate ill nature rendered her intolerable to the whole world, is probably dead by this time. 6 heirs portioners have successively died to make her wealthy. I know the estates well. They match with my own. A noble property." "I am glad of it," said Ravenswood, "and should be more so, were I confident that Bucklaw would change his company and habits with his fortunes. This appearance of Craigengelt, acting in the capacity of his friend, is a most vile augury for his future respectability." "He is a bird of evil omen, to be sure," said the Keeper, "and croaks of jail and gallows tree. But I see Mr. Caleb grows impatient for our return to breakfast." Chapter 17.